Royal Commission on Antisemitism and Social Cohesion is now in session.
Just before I call on you, Ms Hager, if I could make a few remarks interim. We are starting at 9:30 this morning because, as everyone at the bar table knows, we have a very full program today. In addition to a lay witness, we hope to take and complete the evidence of 3 of the Vice-Chancellors. A number of parties have sought and been given leave to cross-examine the Vice-Chancellors. Just doing the maths, it's going to be difficult to accommodate all the parties, giving them the full amount of time that some have sought. So, out of principles of equity, there will be a firm rule for everyone, and I intend today to apply it, and that is a maximum of 15 minutes. And can I emphasise, it's a maximum. Some parties are fairly clearly aligned. From my examination of the applications, there's quite a degree of overlap. Please avoid duplication. And if you can come in less than 15 minutes, that will be very much appreciated. All right, on that note, Ms Hager, oh, I'm sorry, Ms Hager.
Just be referred to by the name Mika, and a non-publication order is in place in respect of his other identifying information.
Do you swear by Almighty God the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
So for the purposes of today's evidence, I'll just be referring to you as Mika. You understand?
I understand.
And you prepared a statement dated 10 July 2026.
That's correct.
And do you have a copy of that statement there with you?
I do.
And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is correct.
Commissioner, I tender that statement, which has the doc ID stat.899.0101.0003_R.
Yes, the statement of the witness will be received as an exhibit.
You are currently the co-president of the Australasian Union for Jewish Students in South Australia.
That is correct.
And you've been in that role since 2025, but you've held various leadership positions in that organisation since 2023.
Yes.
You were a student at Flinders University from 2016 to 2019.
That is correct.
And you were born in Adelaide.
Correct.
You say in your statement you were raised in a secular household, is that right?
Yes.
But as an adult, you became what you describe as a committed member of the local Jewish community.
Yes, I did.
Initially part of the progressive Jewish community, as you describe it, but now part of the Orthodox community.
I can add a note that even between our synagogues, we do all feel as one in Adelaide, and there's community events across those synagogues. So we're a small but very close community.
I understand. And the Jewish community in Adelaide is comparatively small compared to, say, Sydney or Melbourne, is that right?
It is one of the smallest in Australia.
You've set out in your statement several incidents which we'll come to, but you note at paragraph 9 that they form part of a cumulative pattern. Could you speak to that pattern and the sort of impact that it's had on you?
Generally, it's had an impact on my sense of safety. I think for a lot of Jewish people in a small city like Adelaide, it has. And if I may add, that at the very start of this week, a lot of us were shaken. There was a targeted anti-Semitic incident against a Jewish family's home, vandalism of swastikas and other anti-Semitic imagery. I know students have seen graffiti in bathrooms before, but the feeling is different being a targeted attack, which shakes a lot of us in a small region.
As I say, you describe a number of incidents that form part of that pattern that you've mentioned, starting with an incident in 2017, paragraph 10. Could you tell us what happened on that occasion?
I can. I was in my second year of uni. There was a student house party which I attended. A friend of mine shared with the organizer at one point that I was Jewish, and I remember at that point the organizer left, returned with a swastika flag and waved it to me in a taunting manner. I know my friend didn't disclose me being Jewish with ill intent, but I do know how I felt from the act, and I don't know why or how he obtains the swastika flag. It's still fresh in my memory, but it has had an effect on how I feel comfortable sharing my identity in public.
At paragraph 11, you describe how, as in your capacity as co-president, you consider it your responsibility to help to foster a supportive community for Jewish students and young adults in Adelaide. Can you describe what that role involves?
Primarily, I would love to be able to offer what I didn't have in my formative years, and related to that profound experience I had. At that time, there was no August essay. I didn't have a support network or ways to report incidents. So my goal and the reason I became a leader in our community is to be able to support young Jewish students, find a sense of belonging, connection.
And part of that role involves welcoming Israeli students who've come to study in Adelaide. Is that right?
That's right, among many other travellers from South America, North America, Europe, Israeli travellers as well.
At paragraph 13, you describe an incident that happened at a comedy club in 2024. Tell us about that occasion.
So one Israeli student had joined with us to a comedy club. We were sitting in the front row. As you'd expect with audience participation, we were asked, "What brought you here tonight?" The Israeli was the one that responded, and the comedian responded with an imitation of his accent, asking, "Where are you really from?" The students shared he was from Israel, and from that point, we became disproportionately the center of attention, starting with a line to the effect of, "You better not take over Australia." The incident made us all feel humiliated and ridiculed, generally because of how it had taken over the show, effectively labeling us as occupiers in a manner which I didn't, and I don't think the crowd found very comedic, considering he was consoled by other members of the crowd afterwards.
You describe at paragraph 15 how over the last 3 years you've increasingly encountered situations in which Jewish individuals, including yourself, have been questioned or judged based on assumptions about their views on Israel or Zionism. What sort of assumptions are you referring to there?
So I can say that for Israelis, as well as Jews, we have anti-Semitism. On top of that, for Israelis, there's a sense of xenophobia. Asking, "Where are you really from? You better not take over us," for example. I know that these assumptions have limited our access to spaces. There's this sense that the bar of entry to a club space, for example, requires a political admission. I know in my first year of uni, I would walk past between classes a socialist alternative stall, and over time we had friendly conversations. There were some mutual friends involved in that club, and at one point he asked me to, asked about my heritage, and I shared, and he said, "If you wanted to continue the conversation, I ask you revoke your citizenship." I've also heard from students who feel they aren't able to enter LGBT club spaces, related to misunderstandings that have come out from those conversations. So these questions or assumptions have painted us in a political light, which is misunderstood so often.
You go on to say how you've experienced and others have experienced anti-Semitism on the university campus as well, and that, as you note at paragraph 16, the society has devoted a significant amount of time and resources to supporting the welfare of Jewish students on campus, and that extends to dealing with situations of harassment and discrimination on campus. Is that right?
An increase in taunting behaviours which make Jewish students feel uncomfortable passing between classes. There has been incidents where they were publicly cornered, and we would have to offer support and console these students.
At paragraph 17, you refer to an incident in 2022 regarding an article in the University of Adelaide Student Magazine. Could you tell us what that article said?
So there was an article titled "For Palestine, There Is No Ceasefire." The article had quotes for "Glory to the Intifada," "Glory to the Resistance," "Death to Israel," and "Inshallah, it will be merciless." The article was shared on social media. At the time, I wasn't a student, but this article was shared within our community, considerably, because it made a lot of Jewish students feel uncomfortable. I know that the club, August SA, was founded in the backdrop of this incident, primarily because of the language that was used in the article made Jewish students uncomfortable.
And so am I right in thinking what made them uncomfortable was not simply showing support for Palestine, but it was the language of death to Israel, for example, that crossed the line in your view?
So the start of this incident was the article's publication. From there was a motion in an SRC meeting, students' representative body. In that meeting, which I recently reviewed the footage, I also noticed that the author had explicitly called death to Australia. So the taunting behaviour in general, I think anyone in that room felt a discomfort based on the author's behaviour. Certainly did for the Jewish students.
So you're referring to a student representative council meeting that took place in September 2022, is that right?
That's correct.
And at that meeting, a motion was put forward calling for the removal of the article from publication, a public apology, and a review of the author's position with the magazine, correct?
That is correct.
And during that meeting, the author spoke in their defence?
The author was speaking defence, yes.
Yeah. And said things like both death to Israel and death to Australia. Is that your recollection?
That is correct, with video evidence that I had seen recently. The experience led to one of my friends who was in the room to have a panic attack. I understand this very well. I know that for me, for example, the term Israel I experience as a collective term for Jewish people, alongside its connotation as a state of Israel. Not to mention, it's where half of the world's Jewish population lives. It's a place that Jews, more often than not, have a strong connection to. We're only ever a few degrees apart.
You go on to describe at paragraph 21 the media coverage of these events. What did you observe, or what did students tell you about the effect that these events and the media coverage had on behaviour on campus?
As I mentioned before, there was heightened public discourse. The students felt cornered in some instances. Verbally, one was called a dirty Zionist. There were chants. The Deaf to Israel chant was used at them specifically. This is between classes. It resulted in students losing friendships. This all happened, of course, before October the 7th. However, even an increase in anti-Semitism in those years, and specifically after October 7 left, resulted in me losing friendships as well, without requiring any political conversation to begin with.
And in the next paragraph, paragraph 22, you express the view that anti-Israel sentiment, in your experience, has been the key driver of the distress students experience during their studies. Could you elaborate on that observation?
It's a shift. So before October the 7th, there was, as I mentioned at the start, anti-Semitic imagery in bathrooms. I've had experiences, as I shared, long before, but the shift is that more and more the reports that we get as club leaders, as reporting to other community bodies, generally has shifted to anti-Israel sentiments in the way that it has affected the students. I understand that the Jewish students aren't targeted alone by culture or religion. The issue in my view is that it's this hostility towards Israel which is projected onto them, and it's regardless of citizenship or what they say outwardly.
You go on to describe some concerns students have raised with you about protest activity entering teaching spaces. What were the nature of those concerns relate to you?
There was many incidents at the start of that period. There were students which were handed pamphlets. Many didn't feel comfortable to leave the room. The pamphlets themselves had some distressing terminology, labeling those that disagree a psychopath, constant references to genocide, the manner in which they were speaking as well in these protests. I know on one occasion there was a law teacher who told the protesters to leave. They had a lengthy back and forth and just disrupted the classroom in this experience. But considerably, I would say, the Jewish students, not based on the meaning of the protest, but the behavior of the protest left them feeling a discomfort.
And did they describe to you that one aspect of that discomfort is that when you're faced with protests in a classroom environment, you're sort of a captive audience to it in a way, rather than sort of protest if you pass on the street or on the main quad?
The fact that there's no nuance in those conversations, the pamphlets themselves, for example, were very you must take our side sort of language, which I think has emphasized that feeling of being forced to make a political statement as a Jew.
I see. And you refer, for example, to a pamphlet over on page 6 of your statement, which says, if you're not with Palestine, you're a psychopath. So
That's
an
correct.
example of some of the material handed out in lectures
Yes, it was.
by the protesters.
Yes.
You've also described it, paragraph 24, some of the other reports of concerns from students that you've received about language used on campus. What are some of those examples?
as consistent with the article that was published, there was a regular use on the University of Adelaide's campus for glory to the Intifada, globalize the Intifada, from the river to the sea, references to Zionists, the deaf to Israel. I know that many students have personal reactions to at least some of those phrases. One of my friends, he's had a family member killed in a second Intifada. Generally speaking, it's more the relation of using a term Intifada which was civilian targeting in that second Intifada, by extension globalizing it, makes the students feel it is a threat. And there are so many historical embeddings in other terms, like from the river to the sea, which I know Jewish people on campus have felt in a different way. The way it's used confrontationally, knowing the Arabic counterparts of that term, from the water to the water, Palestine will be Arab. And also its adoption in the Hamas Charter. Generally, I know that while some students find some terms more confronting than others, we feel we would like to be receiving more explicit calls for the rights of all people rather than a chant which is by nature intimidation and confrontational.
Paragraph 27, you describe attending an online induction session run by a university. Which university are you referring to at this stage of your statement?
So the induction for the University of Adelaide at the time, Adelaide University now, for the club's O Week.
Okay. And did you attend in your capacity as a Orders co-president?
Yes, myself.
Yep. And what was the nature of that online induction session?
So in previous years, there was never a mention of political symbols being a concern in the O Week clubs. We were told an explicit mention of no political symbols for this year. I know, for example, this was 2 years ago, I believe, before we even arrived to our stall, that somebody had placed, it was a Free Palestine sticker on our stall. But in regards to having no political symbols already, we have felt targeted. So the O Week over the years has felt increasingly politicized, and especially this criteria to have no political symbols. Well, as somebody who owns many Magen Davids that do resemble, elements of the State of Israel's flag, among other things, it makes us very much wonder where the line is drawn.
So is your concern that the Magen David necklace would be construed as a political symbol? Is that the concern? Or?
It has brought up conversations. So over time, I know many students feel less comfortable to wear a Magen David necklace, often in favor of something inconspicuous like a bracelet. These symbols, of course, we find comfort in. We're not displaying it for political clout. We're wearing it because it carries some meaning and brings us comfort. And it is something that is public. However, as I've shared, the pattern that we often are misunderstood or viewed through the lens of Israel politics, some unjust, morality. This has led to many difficult and uncomfortable conversations with strangers.
So you have a concern that even just wearing the Magen David might be misconstrued by some people as expressing support for the actions of the government of Israel. Is that part of your concern?
It's reduced the sense that we're Jewish people with a Jewish ethnicity or a Jewish religion or a Jewish culture. Yes.
You go on to say at paragraph 30 that you're deeply concerned that openly expressing Jewish identity has become a safety risk. Why do you hold that concern?
The increase in discomfort, the taunting behavior over those last few years, the increase in misunderstandings, it's over time eroded that sense of security. At the start of my statements, I say it's a pattern. I wouldn't say one singular incident is the cause of that erosion. For me, there was one profound incident early on, but so many incidents over time which make us adjust our risk assessments in our daily life, whether to wear our Magen Davids that morning or not, and how comfortable we feel to participate, to enter club spaces, as I mentioned, and be part of a classroom with other students and enjoy the social life off campus.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Commissioner.
Peter, if I could just ask you a couple of things. The university's imposed a rule for O Week that students aren't to display obvious political symbols. Is that right?
This was a slide, and this was part of the induction process this year. Given there were so many clubs in the induction process, I would have asked the question of nuance, but we felt already, given the sense of fear, it would have been the wrong time to ask that question.
All I'm wanting to establish is this. You can see the perhaps good sense in a rule of that kind. Do you agree with me?
Political symbols that do manifest with a violent or discriminatory rhetoric, yes, but for us, there is the nuance of a Magen David, and for example, having a State of Israel flag in a club stall doesn't for us inherently represent what we as the club individuals feel or believe.
But just looking at the Magen David, has anyone in fact from the university said you can't publicly display that in a necklace or a bracelet?
Not that, no.
We've heard lots of evidence, Mika, from many Jewish people who talk of being concerned about the public display of a Magen David because of the hostile reactions it can provoke. So I understand that concern. I'm just seeking to find out whether there had been any suggestion that Jewish students couldn't display just an ordinary, if I can call it that, Magen David around their neck, just as a Christian student might have a cross.
Fortunately, there was not, no.
Yes. Thank you very much for your evidence, Mika, and you are now excused.
Commissioner, I now call the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Melbourne, Professor Davis.
Yes. Vice-Chancellor, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Could you please state your name?
Certainly. My name is Glyn Davis, and I'm the Interim Vice-Chancellor of the University of Melbourne.
You've prepared two statements for the purposes of the Royal Commission. The first is dated 27 May 2026. Do you have a copy of that there with you?
I do, with one or two other documents.
Yes. And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I tender that statement, that is stat.899.0001.0187
Yes, that statement will be received in evidence.
And you've prepared a second statement dated 2nd of July 2026.
Yes.
Correct? You have a copy of that there with you as well.
I do.
That is still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes. Sorry.
That's right, there's not a lot of space on the
There isn't
table
a lot.
there. Commissioner, I tender that statement. It's stat.899.0095.0001_R.
Yes, the second statement will also be received in evidence.
As you've noted, you are the interim Vice-Chancellor of the University of Melbourne,
Yes,
and you've held that position since the 2nd of February this year.
that's correct.
And a new permanent Vice-Chancellor will take office in October, is that right?
Correct.
And so, given you are fairly new to the role, insofar as your statement comments on events prior to 2nd of February 2026, am I right to understand that those views are largely based on your review of documents as well as what other people have told you?
Correct.
I understand. Can I start by asking you about the encampment period at the University of Melbourne?
Certainly.
So while obviously you were not Vice-Chancellor at the time, you obviously were working at the university during that period?
No, I was not.
No, you were not. Can I ask you then, based on what's in your statement, that encampment was established on the 25th of April 2024?
Mhm.
Yes?
Understand, sir?
And that was preceded by a number of encampment activities in the United States.
Yes.
To your knowledge, were there any steps taken by the University of Melbourne to prepare for the possibility of encampments at the University of Melbourne?
So I'm not sure how explicitly an encampment was envisaged. There had been no prior history of encampments as part of protest movements, and a quick review of the statutes indicated they were silent on the question. There was no prohibition on it. It just hadn't been assumed prior. So I don't know how much scenario planning had gone into it, but those camps in the United States and in the UK gave some prior warning of what was possible. And the camps in Australia, not just at the University of Melbourne, basically at the start of semester. So as students returned to campus and in the first few weeks of teaching, that's when that action took place.
And the encampment was established on the south lawn of the Parkville campus.
It was.
Can you just describe for us the significance of the south lawn in terms of the layout of the university?
The South Lawn is the central community space in the university. It's been there for half a century or more. It is the place where students gather. It's the place where people have lunch. It's very central in that it's next to the Balliol Library, the main study library. It's close to a lot of the teaching buildings. So it is a very central location for the university.
And that same day that the encampment was established, the then Vice-Chancellor sent an email identifying the behaviours that would not be tolerated as part of the encampment.
So the university management, led by Vice-Chancellor Duncan Maskell, clearly discussed the principles that should apply here. Protest is a long-standing part of university communities, and the right to protest is actually entrenched in university policy. So the question was around the other policies that needed to be considered, health and safety of students and staff. The encampment on the South Lawn, it was judged, did not override any of those concerns, and therefore the university would not seek action against the encampment. And that came at the end of a profound policy discussion, and the university's email to staff and students reflected that decision.
Can you describe what, on your understanding, the aims of the encampment leaders were?
I don't think I'm well qualified to say that, not least because I was living in Canberra and so it's a long way away. There was, in their public statements, an argument that because the university does defence work, that in some way it must be linked to the events in Gaza, that is, the actions of the Israeli army, and therefore in some way the university was complicit in those events. And a demand, therefore, that the university end all defence work, or at least end defence ties with Israel. As I'm not aware of any defence ties with Israel, I was looking from the outside. I struggled to get the logic of why the university would be the site of this protest.
And the encampment involved a number of tents set up on the South Lawn.
Between 70 and 110, I'm told.
Okay, and up to 10 marquees from time to time.
From time to time.
And in your first statement, you say that the university tolerated the encampment for an extended period while it remained peaceful. Is that right?
One of the clear requirements of the then Vice-Chancellor was it would only be tolerated while it was peaceful, while there was no harassment of students who had to pass by to get to classes or to libraries. In other words, an assumption that this would be a peaceful protest, and as long as it remained a peaceful protest, it was within the scope of university policy and would be allowed.
You say in your statement that the university took a different approach from 15 May following the occupation of the Arts West building, correct?
Approach about the occupation of the Arts West building as opposed to an approach about the encampment.
Right, okay. So I'll come to the details of the occupation in a moment, but you're not suggesting that the occupation of that building changed the approach to the encampment?
No, it did not.
No. All right. You do observe in your statement, however, and this is at paragraph 38B, that the former Deputy Vice-Chancellor, People and Community, received multiple reports from staff and students who reported feeling intimidated by protest and encampment activity in 2024. How do you reconcile that with your observation earlier that it was largely orderly and peaceful?
So the orderly and peaceful nature of the encampment was in part because there were constant discussions between the university security team and the leaders of the encampment. And that was sort of a shared objective and very important, to the point where the university provided, for example, something as simple as access to bathroom facilities after the university would ordinarily have closed, so that those people in the encampment had some access. And the Arts West invasion, which is separate, and I'm not aware of whether the same people are involved. My information suggests they were different people rather than the same. So the atmosphere on campus changed dramatically with the Arts West intervention, and the university's responses changed as a result of a series of bylaw or changes to policy that were made in light of the Arts West invasion. So I should clarify that, yes, soon after the encampment ended, the university changed quite sharply its policies.
I understand that policy change and we'll come to it, but when you say at paragraph 38B that there were multiple reports from staff and students who reported feeling intimidated by protest and encampment activity, that rather suggests there were some reports from staff and students that they felt intimidated by the activity at the encampment. Is that your understanding?
Absolutely, indeed.
And what sort of activity did they feel intimidated by, based on your understanding of those reports?
My understanding from the reports is a large presence of protesters in the middle of the campus, and lots of chants and singing and waving of banners and so on, and regular marches off the encampment toward the central administrative building of the university. Made people nervous about their safety, made them nervous about whether they were welcome on campus. We have many indicators of that, that whatever whatever the public declarations of people in the encampment, many students complained. One of the ways we track the atmosphere on campus is multiple surveys and regular checking of sentiment. One of them is the quality of learning and teaching scores, which include a measure of student satisfaction with their time on campus. We got in 2024 our worst ever scores, the worst in the sector, and I think students used that measure to tell us they were unhappy with what was going on in the campus. That said, most protests are unpopular unless you're part of the protest. And so it's not surprising that while some people were highly motivated by the issues and chose to protest, another group of people did not like what they were seeing and expressed that in all the other ways they could.
I know you say most protests are unpopular, but would you accept that in some respects the activity at the encampment in 2024 crossed the line from just creating discomfort but creating a level of fear and unsafety in staff and students at the time?
I would say that there were staff and students who felt a level of discomfort and fear. It's a bit hard to speak for an entire student body.
On the 9th of May 2024, the Deputy Commissioner of Victoria Police wrote to the chancellors of various universities in Victoria. Could I show you that letter, which I understand you've seen before?
Yes,
it's UOM.5020.001.001.0001_R.
Yep.
You've read this letter before?
I'm familiar with the letter.
You see the last paragraph on
Yeah.
the first page. The Deputy Commissioner of Victoria Police notes that since the establishment of the encampments on university campuses in Victoria, received a number of reports in relation to the safety and wellbeing of students at these campuses and reports of unlawful assaults occurring in the context of these encampments. Police are currently being called to university campuses in relation to protest-related incidents on a daily basis. Do you know whether police were attending the encampment at University of Melbourne regularly during its existence?
So there was consultation with the police from the day the encampment was set up and regular discussions with the local police station that works with the university. The university set up a committee, the Middle East Crisis Incident Committee, which reported to the Vice-Chancellor, which met daily, sometimes more than daily, to monitor every incident on campus and to liaise with the police about it. The police did attend on multiple occasions, but were clear that they were not going to intervene. And you can see that earlier in that letter where they set out what are the priorities for the police service. And unless they were breached, and as the police argued, and in the meeting that followed that letter, that unless the law was broken, they had no grounds for intervening. That was the consideration. So they were attended, they were present from time to time. They were closely talking to the university, but they made it clear they felt they did not have grounds or reasons to intervene.
I see. Over on the next page, the Deputy Commissioner says, we're concerned to avoid any further escalation, as has been seen at campuses in other jurisdictions, and assess there to be a strong likelihood of violence occurring between protest and counter-protest groups or other offences being committed. You see that?
Yes.
And then it is also noted Victoria Police is also concerned that a number of protesters on university campuses are not students at those universities and are inflaming tensions. I'd strongly encourage you to ensure that people not associated with your university are not allowed to join or remain on campus as part of protest groups. You see that?
Yes.
Upon receiving this letter, what, if any, steps did the University of Melbourne take to ensure that those who are not staff and students were participating in the encampment?
This correspondence with the Victoria Police included a request to meet with Vice-Chancellors, and I understand that happened a few days after this letter was sent. And at that meeting, there was a discussion of the sorts of measures that the police would like to see, and the university moved within a day or so of that discussion to implement those. They included changing the bylaws, which said no encampments, no camping on the campus.
That's the change that you referred to in your statement that happened around 16 May.
Yes.
All right, we'll come to that.
Okay.
And any other measures?
I'm sure there was a range of measures. That's the one that stays in the mind.
Were there any steps
Sorry,
taken?
there was a second one that I do recall, which is notices on all of the gates of the university to say that members of the public who were not staff or students were not to enter the campus for the purposes of protesting.
I understand, and I'll ask you about that in a moment as well. What about, for example, conducting ID checks, student ID checks or staff ID checks of those who were at the encampment? Did that occur?
There is no measure to do that, and no, the university does not have the grounds to enforce an ID check. We can ask for an ID. We can't enforce it if people don't show it.
All right. Well,
Can us after the 16th, after we change we can ask people to leave if they're not willing to show an ID.
all right, but prior to the law change, I understand what you say about maybe not being able to enforce a request for an ID, but one could nevertheless ask.
Absolutely.
Did anybody ask prior to the change of law?
I can't answer that. I'm happy to ask that question, but I don't know the answer.
Okay. The letter goes on to say, towards the end of the next paragraph, we ask the university to carefully consider the risks and whether to allow such encampments to be established or to continue as an ongoing presence on campus. See that?
Yep.
And while we're not suggesting that people should not be able to lawfully protest at university campuses, we assess the presence of permanent encampments and any increase in size in those encampments will likely lead to significant public safety risks. So in terms of the university's response to that suggestion about increased risk, am I right in thinking the only step taken was that change to the bylaw and the subsequent publication of the notices you referred to?
There may have been other actions taken as well, but they were the two central ones that responded to the police advice.
I see. Can I then ask you about the occupation of the Arts West building? I will tender that letter.
Yes.
URM.5020.0001.0001.
Yes, that's noted.
As you describe from paragraph 280 of your statement, you say that on the 14th of May, the university became aware that protesters were potentially planning to occupy a university building.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just ask that you answer yes or no to the questions for the transcript?
Yes, and that, of course, is the same day as Vice-Chancellors met with Victoria Police to discuss the Victorian Deputy Commissioner's letter.
I see. And then after midday on the 15th of May, the protesters began setting up tents inside the Arts West building.
That's right.
And do you know what sort of demands they were making at the time, those protesters?
I understand that they're broadly the same demands around defence and defence contracts.
I see. And you note that the same day, university leadership attended and asked protesters to leave the building.
Yes.
And you refer to that change in the bylaw that occurred on the 16th of May and also the notices that were published at paragraph 283 of your statement. And so those notices were to the effect that prohibition on attending protests on, so that was the title of it, prohibition on attending protests on Melbourne University grounds.
Yep.
And went on to say that university grounds may not be used for protest that is not peaceful or protest by members of the public who are not students or staff members.
That's right. Consistent with the advice from Victoria Police about people who are not members of the university community engaging in the protests.
I see. And so, just to be clear, the change of that law and the issuing of the notices, was it prompted by the meeting with Victoria Police or the fact of the occupation of the Arts West building, or both?
I actually can't offer a definitive answer to that because I wasn't there, but my guess is it's both.
And you note that on 17 May, an inspection of the physical safety of the Arts West building was conducted, and then due to safety concerns, the building was closed.
Yep.
And the Arts West building at that time obviously hosted a series of lectures and seminars for students.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And by 20 May, there were 20 tents and 50 protesters set up within that building. Yes.
That's my understanding.
And on that day, the then Vice-Chancellor directed all persons occupying the building to leave university grounds and noted that if they contravened that direction, they'd be trespassing, referred to Victoria Police.
Correct.
And that the occupation of that building ultimately came to an end on the 22nd of May after the university reached an agreement with the protesters. Is that right?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that agreement?
It was about transparency in advising on research contracts around defence-related matters, which was about a website and listing the people the university worked with.
I see. I take it your view is that it was an appropriate approach to negotiate with the protesters in the Arts West building?
So here we go to the dilemma for any university management. You can issue instructions. From the day the Arts West building was occupied, the university made clear this was unacceptable. It put broadcasts over the PA system of the building to say this was unreasonable and students should leave. The grounds were that the staff and students who work in that building were not able to access their, not just felt intimidated, literally couldn't get through the foyer to get to the facilities that they wished that they were to use. There was significant damage to the building. There was damage in the adjacent building, which is the Baillieu Library. People coming in at night and throwing red paint through the library. So the university was very clear in each of the things that happened in that building that this was unacceptable behaviour. On the other hand, the university does not have a police service, doesn't have its own enforcement agency. Security guards who work at the university are not empowered to move people on, are certainly not empowered to arrest people who are breaking the law, and only the Victorian Police can decide that something is trespass and act on it, not the university. So though the university made the case that this was unreasonable to the people involved and warned that they would speak to the police, and the police were a presence during the demonstrations, the police made the judgment, and it's theirs to make, that they weren't going to move on the occupation of the building, even though it was, from the university's point of view, unsafe, damaging the building, unfair to staff and students.
Was there a concern at the time that negotiating and agreeing with protesters might encourage further protest activity of this kind?
Absolutely. And that group I mentioned, the crisis incident group, had to work through that question of how to manage this. The aim of the management at every point was to end these protests without violence. We had all seen what happened in the United States and in other places where these things had gone terribly wrong at the end, and people were very focused on that nobody wants violence on campus, nobody wants a confrontation and that ends in violence. And that included, importantly, the Victorian Police, who gave us advice, for example, that it takes 4 police people to remove a single protester. And we're talking about possibly 100 people in the building. The logistics of the police intervening and arresting people, and they made the judgment that wasn't viable. So, in a sense, the university is choosing a course of action within its means that is honourable and reasonable.
During the course of that occupation, you say approximately 814 classes were affected and 16,950 students impacted. Is that right?
Yeah.
And when the occupation ended, the encampment ended at around the same time?
I understand the agreement with the students covered both sites, and they both dispersed.
I see. So it was the agreement that you understood led to the end of the encampment as well.
I understand. But again, I have to stress I wasn't there. That's my understanding.
All right. You note that disciplinary action was taken against a number of students involved in the occupation of the Arts West building.
Yep,
And there were misconduct findings against a number of students.
that's right.
There were also a number of staff involved in that occupation.
Yep,
And there were some misconduct findings against them as well.
that's right.
And you note in your statement that students and staff were identified using a combination of Wi-Fi location data and CCTV footage.
That's correct.
You're aware that subsequently there was an investigation by the Victorian Information Commissioner into the use of the Wi-Fi data,
There was.
and it was found by the Information Commissioner that use of that Wi-Fi data breached privacy law in a few respects.
Yes.
Yes. And that was in part because the users of the university Wi-Fi system had not been informed in advance that their data might be used in misconduct investigations, for example. That was one basis for the finding, on your understanding.
My understanding was slightly more ambiguous than that it wasn't sufficient warning rather than there was no warning.
I understand.
And it wasn't made clear enough. The university also had in its policy that it could use this data if there were reasonable and proportionate, if there's a rationale that was proportionate to using it, and chose to use it. So it disagreed with the OVIC finding, it quite publicly disagreed with it and said it felt that they had miscalled the situation. But nonetheless, the university then worked closely with OVIC in the months that following to revisit not once but twice the terms and conditions of use of the university Wi-Fi by students and staff to make sure that there was clarity. And OVIC made the judgment going through that process not to put in a compliance report because they felt the university had listened to the concern and responded appropriately.
I see. And so have the terms of the warning or the user agreement for those who are accessing the university's Wi-Fi system, have they now got to a stage where, in the university's view, there is a sufficient warning such that that sort of data could be used in misconduct investigations, for example?
In both the university's view and OVIC's view, it's now clear. And I should note there was a consultation process and some criticism about the first recasting of the, because it used the word antisocial, which people objected to. So on a second work through, again done with OVIC's understanding, that word was removed to reflect terms of reference that were acceptable.
I see. As you noted, in response to these events, the university made a number of changes to its regulations and policies. Yes?
Yes.
And you've already mentioned one of them, the amendment to the rules about including outsiders, as I'll call them, from protesting on campus. And another one was in July 2024. Rules were made under the property policy to explicitly prohibit camping on site.
That's right, with signs erected.
And that applies to all persons using university property, including staff, students, visitors.
It does.
Right. And that also now includes using any part of a building as a temporary dwelling.
It does, and it authorises the university's security staff to dismantle tents or marquees that are put up without agreement.
I see. So you envisage that if an occupation of this kind were to occur again, the university's security has sufficient powers under that policy to take action.
Yes.
In other words, you don't have to rely on Victoria Police to deal with the situation.
No, but it doesn't change the fact that security staff are limited in what they can do. They don't have the powers of police, and nor should they. And so what you worry about is a confrontation. What you worry about is violence, because it's said to protesters they can't do something and they proceed. And that's when you hope that the strong liaison with the police that's been developed in the years since these events then comes to fruition, because it is clearly trespass, and then the police can hopefully...
Professor, a few moments ago, you referred, when dealing with this question of how university management weighs up the pros and cons of breaking up an encampment, to the United States experience. Can you just explain to me briefly what that refers to?
So in the United States, many universities have their own police forces who are employees of the university but have the powers of a police force. And so there were a number of confrontations where university police ended up in relatively violent confrontations with protesters. And that was something clearly university management was keen to avoid. Now, we do not have the same powers. In one sense, you don't have the same provocation, therefore, but nonetheless, the idea of violence on campus is so abhorrent to who we are and what we're there to do that that was an overriding consideration.
Thank you.
There was also a change made in March 2025 by way of further rules under the Vice-Chancellor's regulations requiring that protests only be held outdoors.
Yes, and this is a direct response to the incursion into Professor Prower's office, which I'm sure you will raise.
I will come to that shortly. And that rule also makes clear the possible consequences, for example, being asked to leave university premises or being subject of what you describe as an immediate order, for example.
That's right.
And could you just tell us what an immediate order is?
That if you're instructed to leave and you don't leave, we'll contact the police, but also it makes you open, if you're a member of the university community, to the disciplinary practices of the university, which in case of staff can mean dismissal, in the case of students can mean suspension or expulsion from the university. Those are the heaviest penalties that we hold. They're not used lightly, but they are important to say that's a potential consequence.
I see. I will then come to the incident involving Professor Prower.
Mm-hmm.
Have you read the statement prepared by Professor Prower given to the Royal Commission?
I read the statement and I watched him provide evidence yesterday.
I see. And so on the 9th of October, of course, approximately 20 protesters staged an incursion into his office.
Yes.
And as you've noted, the incursion was preceded by a number of incidents in which the protesters had, we might say, targeted Professor Prower. You refer to a protest on the 10th of September, as well as an Instagram post. But I wanted to go back a little earlier in time, because Professor Prower says that the targeting started earlier by way of a number of posters.
Indeed.
And you saw me ask him about that yellow poster yesterday. Mm-hmm. I might just ask you about that poster first of all. He says that was displayed on campus from about the middle of 2024. You don't disagree with that?
No, I don't.
No. Can I show you that poster? If we could bring up sub.0001.0002.6918_R and go to page 21, please. The next page, the yellow poster, please. There we go. Can we make that a little bit bigger, please? Have you had a read of this poster before?
I have.
Yes. And so you see the reference to Professor Prower in the second last paragraph there.
Indeed.
Yes. And could I just ask you about the paragraph in the middle of the page? So by way of context, obviously the title says UniMelb has ties to genocide, and then goes on to say UniMelb is committed to backing Israel and the genocide in Palestine. UniMelb has several academic ties to Israeli universities. These academic ties help to normalise Israel's apartheid state and facilitate research which supports Israel's genocidal military. You see that?
Yes.
And
Hard to miss.
yes, and then it goes on, the Fanny Reading Scholarship, named after the founder of the National Jewish Women of Australia, refers to her as a staunch Zionist with Israeli settlements named in her honour, and it's claimed in the poster that the NCJW, I think the earlier reference should have been to the National Council of Jewish Women, but it said that NCJW also perpetuates Israel's genocidal mission against the Palestinian people by supporting Israel through advocacy, education and fundraising for various Israeli projects. Now, the Fanny Reading Scholarship, that is an award given to the highest ranked student in Hebrew language subjects. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding. Yes.
And it's an award sponsored by the National Council of Jewish Women. And so would you agree this poster seems to be suggesting that that award is somehow furthering the so-called Israeli genocidal mission?
The poster is very clear in asserting that case.
Yes. And you'd agree that that accusation is unfounded?
Absolutely.
And a poster of this kind is totally unacceptable?
More than that, I mean, this is anti-Semitism, unambiguously, in my judgment, and should be condemned as such.
Right. And why do you say it's anti-Semitic?
Because it's equating Jewish people with the actions of a state, which is condemning as genocide, and then implying that anything that is part of the academic encounters with Israel are therefore involved in what are violations of human law, of human rights. I just cannot accept that as a reasonable, and it's why I've found this whole, even from afar, this whole thing so distressing, that people, the conflation essentially of a Jewish identity with the actions of a nation state, and then implying that any relationship with entities associated with Jewish organisations or Jewish universities is somehow tantamount to being complicit in genocide. And I should note that we had graffiti on campus. The Vice-Chancellor's residence got graffiti with this core claim that the University of Melbourne is somehow complicit in genocide. That's not just a slander, it's just unspeakable.
Could I show you an email that Professor Prower sent to the then Vice-Chancellor about these posters on the 29th of August 2024? That's at uom.5016.0001.0132_R. Have you seen this email before?
I have.
Right. Could we go to the page ending 134, please? And you'll see Professor Prower is there saying, please open these images, which are of posters placed in the toilets in Arts West. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Towards the end of the page? And could we just go to the next page, please, 135? And Professor Prower notes, on a technical note, do we require some form of identification for posters, like election posters that say authorised by ... and do protesters need to inform the university of their intentions to hold a meeting? You see that?
Yes.
And then if we go back to the email chain, please, the previous page 134, an email comes back from someone in the university's leadership team that says this material is utterly unacceptable.
Yes.
It was brought to my attention yesterday and I forwarded it for action. See that?
Yes.
and do you know what sort of action was taken in respect of these posters at this time?
I can tell you our standard policy, and I can presume that it was followed in this case. So the university has around it a lot of spaces for posters, student posters, and they're all the way through the institution. And the note that's associated with those says posters that are not in authorised places will not be tolerated, and they are taken down immediately. We use our security staff to surveil the campus and to remove graffiti posters and other unacceptable parts. We can't know usually who puts posters up. I'm sure we'll come to some of the examples of that later, particularly with graffiti. So it's a very fast response. That's the aim, is to get objectionable material out as quickly as possible. So I'm assuming that in this case, that standard operating procedure was followed.
But of course, you don't know because you weren't there at the
I
time.
wasn't there.
I see. Now, Professor Prower raised that query about the authorisation requirement, and you understand that refers to things you see at the bottom of political posters, for example, authorised by, and identifies the organisation or individual who authorised the poster. There was no such requirement of that kind at the time.
There was not. It is one of those questions that's been much mulled since.
There's still no such
There
requirement.
is still no such requirement. The enforceability is the question, how you would make sure, and unless you just agree if it isn't authorised, you rip it down wherever it is. But that's the dilemma that we've grappled with and hasn't been settled. There's an assumption that we will make a series of policy changes in the light of, as this Royal Commission and the other things that are underway, the Gonski Review and others that are underway. And so there's an expectation that we will aggregate and then move on the whole in a single go. And this will be one of the issues that's up in that conversation.
All right. So whether or not there should be such a requirement is still under consideration from the
It is.
university's perspective.
Yeah, and it of course goes to academic freedom and goes to the freedom of speech and how do you balance these?
You mentioned difficulties in enforcing such a requirement, but isn't it the case policy could just be drafted to the effect of every poster needs to have those authorisation details at the bottom? If not, they're contrary to the policy and can be removed by the security team or whoever's responsible. What's so difficult about enforcing that
No,
policy?
I agree that could be done. It hasn't been done because it's caught up in arguments about academic freedom and freedom of speech for students. So you're talking to a live controversy rather than a resolved question.
I see. But you yourself, would you accept that that sort of restriction is a legitimate restriction on freedom of speech if it can avoid, for example, posters like this being displayed in an unauthorised fashion?
I absolutely would, and it'll come, we'll undoubtedly touch on it again about the question of the protesters who occupied Stephen Prower's office. If you're not prepared to put your name to a statement, I don't think academic or freedom of speech applies. That is, if you're not prepared to stand by what it is you say, I do not see why you have a right under our policy or in any other sense.
I will tender that email chain, Commissioner,
Yes.
which is UOM.5016.0001.0132_R.
Yes. The email chain will be admitted as an exhibit.
You've also mentioned in your statement a protest that took place on the 10th of September 2024, and that was near the building which houses Professor Prower's office.
Yes.
What do you understand occurred on that occasion?
I'm not across the detail other than a group of people stood outside the office and did chants and made comments and held documents that protested against Stephen Prower's leadership of the university's engagement with Hebrew University.
So,
I
but on your understanding, he wasn't a leader in that program in such that there are a number of other senior decision makers that sat above him?
Yes, and I was one of them because earlier in my time, my 14 years as Vice-Chancellor, nearly 14 years, I worked with Stephen Prower to set up that relationship and to meet with the president of Hebrew University and a delegation that came to the campus and was very supportive of him and the program. He was one of a group of people. The protesters targeted him and made it personal. And again, it goes to a very important question of principle.
Can I show you another email, which is uom.5016.0001.0126_R? And you'll see Professor Prower says there, just checking in to say that security guards have been in place at the door of my office, and this is on 12 September after this protest. You see that?
Yes.
And it was also observed that students had been handing out yellow flyers. Do you understand that to be a reference to them handing out the same poster that we saw earlier? Yes?
Yes.
And he suggested in that email that the university should communicate that the protesters had crossed a line and that the university would not tolerate targeting individual staff members in this way, and suggested messaging directed towards reassuring Jewish staff of the university's support.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what response was taken to this incident at the time by the university?
So the first priority of the university was Stephen Prower's security, because it was a threatening environment, and that's a very threatening leaflet that was handed out. And so not only were the security guards reassigned to the buildings where he worked, but work began to put in significant additional security onto those buildings to ensure that he wouldn't be at risk in any way, nor his colleagues. And that included swipe access, CCTV, and other sort of electronic measures. Indeed, it is an irony that people were installing those at the time the occupation of his office happened, and the only reason they got into the building was because the doors were open so the security people could put the security fittings up. But life is full of irony.
Aside from the security measures, though, did the university act on Professor Prower's request that there should be a communication that the protesters had crossed the line?
I can't answer that. I'm not aware of any communication, but there were regular communications coming from the Vice-Chancellor and other senior members of the university about what was acceptable and reasonable, and I don't know whether that was expressly picked up or part of a general communication.
But do you agree there should have been a communication of that kind following this protest?
I'm not sure. I'd need to know more about the circumstances and what you're trying to achieve with the communication and who it's aimed at.
Well, can I ask you this? Would you agree that following the publication of those posters, the protests that happened on the 10th of September, and then also, as you mentioned, on 16 September, there was that Instagram account calling for people to email Professor Prower. Would you agree that the protests against him were escalating over the course of September 2024?
Indeed, I would, and that is why the university initiated those security measures. It also met with Professor Prower to discuss a filter on his email to block some of the abusive messages that were coming his way, and he agreed to that, and it was implemented and remained in place for quite some time. So, as I said, the focus of the university was very much on the individual, making sure he was secure and not subject to these sorts of attacks.
What I'm suggesting is, in the context of that escalation, more should have been done beyond installing security messages. There should have been some kind of direct messaging to students that conduct was unacceptable.
And I hear that's your judgment, yeah.
But you're in a position to agree or disagree with that?
I wasn't there. The context is important. I don't know what other communications were going on at the time. I don't know how it was intended to do that. But I hear the conclusion.
The university was ultimately able to identify some students who were involved in the incursion into Professor Prower's office and commence disciplinary proceedings against them, correct?
Correct.
The first instance decision was made in June 2025 and then a decision on appeal in November 2025.
Correct.
You're aware that Professor Prower, in his evidence, raised a number of concerns about that disciplinary process.
I am.
They included the fact that he was not given an opportunity to make submissions as part of that process. Can I ask, is that standard practice of the university that the complainant may provide an impact statement but does not have the opportunity to make submissions more generally?
So the normal practice for a misconduct process is there's an investigator appointed, and that investigator would meet with the complainant and spend time understanding the circumstances and the issues, as well as gather all the other evidence from the process. And the complainant would also be invited to submit a victim impact statement, which he did. The complaints process itself is not an adversarial process like a court system, it's inquisitorial. And so it doesn't have core witnesses, it works off the documentation and the paper. The students are in the room and they get a chance to respond to the matter, and then the student disciplinary committee makes a decision, and the decision is in the form of a recommendation to the Vice-Chancellor, who then has to affirm or change that decision. After that decision is made, the students involved have access to an appeal process, and as you'd expect of an appeal process, it's a different group of people who consider what's happened and consider any other evidence the students want to put in front of them. So there is no role for a complainant beyond the investigation and the victim impact statement. When a penalty is then settled, if there is a penalty, the victim impact statement then becomes a significant factor in deciding what is a proportionate and appropriate response to that.
Would it cause problems for the disciplinary process if complainants were given the opportunity to make submissions of the kind that Professor Prower wished to make?
Well, as I say, the investigator did spend time with him, and Professor Prower would have handed over any documents and any reports. So one of the consequences of this and the other actions through 2024 is the university at the end of 24 set up what's called the Student Complaints Project.
Right, I might come
Okay.
back to that, but
But
just
it
to
is-
come back to my question,
Yeah.
Professor Prower, I think, wished to be able to make submissions on what
Yeah.
sort of misconduct findings should be made, if
Yes.
any. Would it cause a problem from your perspective if those sorts of submissions were be permitted to be made by complainants?
No, it would not cause a problem. It would change a number of factors of the process, and that's fine. But no, I can see the virtue of that. And let me say, I understand entirely Professor Prower's frustration at this. Professor Prower said in evidence yesterday that after the incursion in the office, many people reached out to him to express sympathy. I would say I was one of those. I wrote to him from Canberra to say that it just begged belief that an academic could be treated in this way, and I knew what an ethical person he was. I knew that he had always promoted an open door policy. He would talk to people who were hostile. He would invite people in for discussion, as he described. So for him to be singled out and treated in this way was galling.
Professor Prower also says that he doesn't feel he had adequate visibility over what was occurring along the way, and he says that he didn't find out about the outcomes until after the end of, from the university that is, did not find out from the university until after the end of the appeal process. Do you accept that the disciplinary process let him down in that regard by not providing more regular updates?
So here I'm going to have to disagree a little. There were regular updates. They might not have been as regular as he thought was appropriate, but there were. They're documented. He was advised by the university about at both points, at the end of the first process and at the end of the appeals process, and I have viewed the emails in which that was conveyed to him, and I understand the confusion because he heard about the outcome before the university contacted him, and he heard about it because students went onto social media about the outcomes, and so that's why he knew. But the university did follow up. There were both conversations and then a written email from the university secretary that outlined the decision and gave some background to the decision at both points, after the first appeal, after the decision, and then after the appeal.
He also is concerned about the fact that it was not provided with the identity of the students.
Yeah.
Why was that approach adopted by the university?
Okay, so this takes us to a difficult question of both principle and practice, and so I want to spend a minute on it. The system of student complaints and considerations is guided by privacy and confidentiality as the principles that structure the process. And there are a number of reasons for this, which I'm happy to go into, but a key one is we are dealing with adults, but we're dealing with young adults, start of their life and professional career. And the way it's structured is to try not to make a stain on the rest of their lives by an adverse decision by the university. And that's why it's a confidential process and privacy is the consideration. The consequence of that is we do not provide names of students to anybody in the process, and we do not publicise the outcomes of the process. There is no press release. There's that confidentiality starts at the front end and goes all the way through. Stephen Prower spoke eloquently yesterday about why he was distressed by that decision by the university. I can say it wasn't made lightly. There was a whole set of internal processes to grapple with that question about whether to breach that principle in his case. And in the end, the judgment was not to do so, and that was the on-balance decision.
Another aspect of his concern, though, was the absence of any public statement by the university as to the outcome of the disciplinary process.
Yeah.
Couldn't a public statement have been made at the end in a de-identified way that didn't name the individuals involved, but designed in a way to reassure the university community that action had been taken and consequences had resulted?
Again, a judgment that's hard to call from a distance. The university's argument would be that Professor Duncan Maskell, on the day after the incursion, put out an email that could not have been clearer about this being outrageous and abhorrent behaviour, completely unacceptable to the university community, and that naturally disciplinary matters would follow if anybody was. Remember, we're talking about a group of people who came into an office all wearing face masks, or all but two, all wearing face masks to avoid identification. They're not people who were willing to say, this is what I believe and I'm going to take my stand. There were people who came in wearing face masks. And in that sense, there's a strong sense in the university community that this absolutely breached what we understand by academic or student free speech.
It's one thing for a public statement to be made that a Vice-Chancellor considers conduct to be unacceptable. It's another thing to make a public statement that consequences have resulted. Do you accept a statement of that kind would have been appropriate in these circumstances?
Well, again, I can only say, given the privacy considerations and confidentiality, the judgment of those who made the call at the time was not, if you're asking me personally, yes, I can see with retrospect it would have been a good thing to do, but I also have to respect my colleagues at the time, faced with the information they have, which I don't have, made the call that that wasn't what they wanted to do.
Can I then move on to ask you about some of the university's other policies and plans regarding addressing racism on campus? And I'll come in a moment to its anti-racism action plan. Before I get there, could I ask you about a document that was published in June or provided to the university in June 2024, which seems to have fed into the development of the action plan. It's UOM.100001.6358. Have you seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
This organisation that appears in the bottom right-hand corner was engaged by the University of Melbourne to undertake data gathering and consultative services to assist with the development of the university's anti-racism action plan, correct? And they conducted a survey as well as a listening sessions of staff and students.
Correct.
Could I just take you to page 6363 of this document? And I note it says on the front final report 6 June 2024. If we go to 6363, this is a summary of the overall findings of this organisation that undertook this exercise, correct?
Correct.
And the finding of this organisation as at June 2024 was that racism is prevalent and systemic at the university.
Yes.
See that? And then goes on to note about a third of the way down the page that microaggressions are the most common occurrence as observed within listening sessions, supported by 65% of survey respondents who directly reported that they experience indirect subtle actions or comments related to one's racial identity. See that?
Yes.
And if we go through to the next page, under the heading at point 4, it's noted that only 6% of staff and students who experienced the issues referred to there made a complaint. You see that on the about 2/3 of the way down the page.
Yes.
And that was for a number of reasons. That trust in the university at that time was low, as the survey participants recorded. Yes?
Yes.
And there are a number of other reasons set out there. This document then recommended a number of actions that the university should take, correct?
Correct.
And did all of this information feed into the adoption of the university's anti-racism action plan, in your understanding?
So this was part of a vast suite of information that was provided to the group that developed the anti-racism action plan. So yes, it was considered, discussed, considered, and part of the considerations.
Now, I know you weren't there at the time, but on your understanding, did this report generate a level of concern amongst the university?
It did I understand, on a range of grounds. Some people criticised the methodology that supported it. The survey was a very small survey, and I understand it may have been a self-reporting survey. So what you can infer from that?
May have been a what?
A self-reporting survey, that is, rather than a random survey. But I've heard that said of it. It'll say so in the report, and I don't have it open at that part. So the methodology was criticised by some, but not by all. Others thought it was a really important wake-up call. Much of the leadership of the anti-racism action group had a particular focus at this point on Indigenous and First Nations experience, and this is a very tough-minded report on the university's behaviour toward Indigenous peoples historically and at the time, and that was a big consideration in taking it through. So I can see by comparing the recommendations that, in my view, yes, it was taken into account. Did I accept every recommendation? No, but that's not the point of this is advice, not a definitive report, and it's part of the equation that got us to an anti-racism policy and strategy.
And the anti-racism action plan was subsequently adopted, and it's for the period 2024 to 2027.
Indeed.
And the Australian Human Rights Commission noted in its Respect at Uni report that it's the most comprehensive institutional response to anti-racism as far as the Human Rights Commission is concerned. And university also publishes an annual report on racism now,
It does.
and that was first published in May 2025 in respect of the 2024 calendar year.
That's correct.
And the Human Rights Commission has noted that that's also an example of good practice in the sector, correct?
And it meets some of that report you just put up, some of their recommendations about transparency and reporting.
I see. Could I just ask you about that annual report? That's at
Yeah.
UOM.1000.0001.3722. While we're waiting, this is a report that documents incidents and institutional responses in a de-identified manner.
Yep.
Yes. And could we go to the page ending 3737? Sorry, Commissioner, I should just tender that previous report that I went to, UOM
Yes.
.1000.0001.6358.
Yes. The tender of the previous report is noted.
And in this part of the report, it's recording complaints received in relation to the conflict in the Middle East.
Yes.
And it's noted there that a total of 39 complaints of that kind were received, 14 related directly to allegations of racism, 12 of which alleged anti-Semitism and 2 alleging Islamophobia. You see that?
Indeed.
And it was noted there in the next paragraph that they largely related to posters, slogans, stickers, which could not be attributed to a specific person.
That's correct.
And so I take it the problem the university faces in that scenario is that it's not possible to take any particular disciplinary action when you can't identify the person responsible for that sort of material.
And the university campus is open to the public and people come through all the time, and if you can't identify it, there's not a lot you can do. It's true, except, as I said, part of the anti-racism action plan is to acknowledge, to understand, to react, and then to prevent. And so part of the reaction part of that strategy is to get those posters out as fast as possible.
I see. It goes on to note at the bottom of the page the university received 112 reports related to the Middle East conflict in 2024 as distinct from complaints.
Yeah.
So do you understand those 112 reports to refer to more kind of informal reporting where the person was not intending to engage the disciplinary process?
Exactly so.
And it's noted there that 24 related directly to allegations of anti-Semitism.
Yes.
It then goes on to summarise in general terms the disciplinary proceedings instigated in respect of the body of complaints and the sorts of outcomes that followed.
Correct.
And can I ask, why is it that the university thought it was appropriate to publish this sort of de-identified general information?
Because if you're going to be transparent about racism on campus, you have to provide the data that's available to the university. So it wasn't just the complaints, which, as you can see, are relatively small in number. There are 77,000 students at the university. But it's also incidents. So an incident is typically a student might complain to the faculty office that something had happened in a classroom that they'd been part of. They want the faculty to know they don't want to take it further. They just want someone to understand this had happened to them. That's a typical incident. And so there are many more of those reports, not surprisingly, than there are formal complaints.
I'll tender that document, Commissioner.
Yes.
UOM.1000.0001.3722.
Yes, that document will be admitted in evidence.
And for the purposes of your statement, the Commission asked you and other universities to provides some information about the number of anti-Semitic incidents since 1st of January 2023, correct?
Yes.
And in your statement, you provide a number of general categories of complaints received in the period 1st of January 23 to the present. This is at paragraph 98. They included, for example, posters, slogans, and graffiti that we've already mentioned, as well as teaching and learning bias in curriculum or classroom environments.
Yes.
Inappropriate conduct during protest activity or activism.
Yes.
Dissatisfaction with the university's response to protest activity.
Yes.
Social media and online content. And allegations of anti-Semitic slurs or abusive communications and threats.
Yes.
Bearing that range of complaints in mind, you go on to describe, back at paragraph 38 of your statement, some of the general impacts on students, on Jewish staff and students that have been reported to you by others. As you've noted at paragraph A, they include reports from Melbourne University Jewish Students Society that members of the Jewish student community are leaving the university due to concerns around anti-Semitism.
Yes.
At what point in time were those sorts of reports made? Was that back in 2024, or are they still being made?
So I've mentioned a couple of times the Middle Eastern Crisis Incident Group. They opened regular meetings with Jewish student organisations and Jewish staff. Those meetings started as the escalation happened on campus, and they have continued through to the present day. And they were about not just reassurance but advice. The Melbourne University Jewish Students Association has been vocal in its concerns and shared its incidents. So much of what we know comes from, some of what we know comes from that organisation, and from likewise the Jewish Staff Organisation, which Roundtable, which meets regularly with the Provost and others. I guess it's a really difficult thing to understand in this Australia, that we could have people coming onto campus and behaving toward fellow students in this way. And it's distressing to think that this must tell us something about attitudes in the wider community, not just in our community. These people didn't just invent these these prejudices when they got here. They must, in some senses, bring them on and take them back into the community afterwards. That people would go out of their way to vilify Jewish students who they could identify, to be rude to them, is so antithetical to the idea of a university, the idea of civility, and the idea of respect for others, that it's hard not to despair.
Coming back to my question, those sorts of reports that you referred to in paragraph A, are they historic or more recent?
No, I'm telling you that they've come through, where aspects of them come through, and I'm telling you how management is responding to them with deep despair.
I see. And you've noted at paragraph B, as we referred to earlier, reports from staff and students who reported feeling intimidated by the protest and encampment activity in 2024, and I've asked you about that. At paragraph 39, you also note some examples shared by the Students' Society about choosing not to publicly display Jewish identity, including, for example, choosing not to answer the question, where did you go to school, or being concerned about disclosing the fact that they speak Hebrew. You'd agree that it's unacceptable for there to be a sort of environment where students don't feel comfortable sharing their identity in that way?
Absolutely. And there's not only no argument about that, we do not collect data on religious affiliation. So people are trying to find that out through those sorts of questions. Rarely, I imagine, with good intent.
You have described in your statement a number of measures that the university is taking to address these sorts of
Yeah.
problems, one of which is the Anti-Racism Action Plan and the annual report of data that we've been to. But as you've mentioned, in 2025, the university also established the Student Complaints Framework Project. What does that involve?
So, as mentioned earlier, because there were concerns about the complaint system, you read out some of those in an earlier piece of evidence from an independent report. The university went back to first principles to look at its entire complaint system. It's the standard criticism of university complaints processes, which were articulated, for example, in the Joint Parliamentary Committee of 2025, are that they're complicated, that they've multiple entrance points, that they're hard to understand, and because people don't get advised on the outcomes outside the people who are directly involved, you can't have a sense of whether they have an impact or not. So some of the criticism of them is nothing happens, but the truth is, how would you know? So that student project, which was done closely in association with student organisations, was to go back and start what are the principles that should guide student complaints, what is the right and appropriate process, and then how do we design a new model. That requires, amongst other things, a great deal of retraining for all the people involved. It's worth noting that the overwhelming majority of student complaints are about assessment matters. They're about my mark or why I should have got special consideration and not have to sit that exam. I mean, we're talking 95% of what we're dealing with. We also have a body of complaints processes that are around research ethics and what happens in research laboratories. So we've had traditionally multiple and different streams depending on the nature of the complaint. What this project has done is brought our processes together, introduced a single front door, which is now available, provided a lot more information to students about how the process runs, and tried to provide more transparency and data about the sort of things that happen.
When you refer to the single front door, you're referring to the initiative at paragraph 153 about a unified web landing page.
Yeah.
And is the intention of that students, regardless of the type of concern they're raising, their first port of call is that unified page?
Sitting alongside a no wrong door policy. The idea is if you do end up in one of the other processes, you should be guided. So it is very resource intensive. It's people focused. It requires trained university staff who can work with a complainant to work through their issues and get them into the right frame. So that's what when I said a lot of training involved to set up the system. That's why we haven't done it all at once. We've done it sequentially, making changes along the way. And it's a process that's still ongoing. We don't expect it to finish toward the end of this year or even the start of next year.
You said at paragraph 153 that the landing page was in development, but is it operational?
It's now operational.
When did it go live?
In June sometime, but I don't have the date with me, I'm sorry.
All right. And have you received any feedback on how that page is operating in the short period of time that it's been live?
No, because we're between semesters. So we'll get a much better guide in second semester when 77,000 people return to campus.
We've discussed earlier reporting on complaints data, and one mechanism that achieves that is by the Racism Annual Report.
Yeah.
In terms of reporting to university governance, I take it you accept that that's an important process so that governance can understand the nature and scope of issues being raised
Absolutely.
within the university community. And in relation to students, there's currently a process for reporting student complaints and student general misconduct to the university's council.
Yes.
But that currently does not separately identify a category of anti-Semitism.
It does a broad category of racism, and then as you saw in the report you took us to, within that it'll say this percentage were about anti-Semitism, this percentage was about Islamophobia, and so on, or this specific number, as you saw in the report.
All right. In terms of staff complaints against complaints made by staff or members of the public. You've noted at paragraph 180, I think, that the data which is reported to governance doesn't cover complaints made by staff and members of the public.
I have to.
Yeah,
Give me a
please
chance to
refer to
check that
paragraph
quickly.
180.
Yeah.
And it's the first sentence of
Yes.
paragraph 180
Yeah.
I'm referring to.
Yeah.
You'd agree that that's a
Yeah.
significant gap in the current processes?
I would agree, but I note the second part of the paragraph does point to the process that's currently underway to address that gap, but you're right, it's a gap.
Yes. And that process that's currently underway, what's the timeline for the implementation of that change?
So the aspiration is to have, as alongside the student complaints project, to have the next set of steps in the anti-racism project in place by the end of 2026.
I see. And in terms of reporting of complaints against staff, is there currently anything in place to report that up to university governance?
Not of which I'm aware.
All right. But you suggest back at 157 that actions are underway to improve that reporting in 2026. So does that mean there is an intention to provide reporting to university governance about complaints against staff?
Yes, there is.
All right. And will that separately identify a category of anti-Semitic complaints or other categories of
I
racism?
suspect it will use the same platform, the same approach as the anti-racism annual report by providing a general category of racist complaints and then breaking it down by where it can be broken down by category.
Can I then ask you about what approach the university has taken to a definition of anti-Semitism?
Certainly. So the University of Melbourne was the first university in the country to publicly adopt the IRA definition, which it did in January 2023.
All right. So can I just ask you about the mechanism by which you've done that? So you say this was done as part of the anti-racism commitment that was published in 2023.
I think it might have been done before that, but I'm
All right. Well,
sure of the
in terms of the anti-racism commitment, if you could bring that up. That's
Yeah.
UOM.5006.0001.0005. Could we go to page 8 of this document? Or ending 0008, I'm sorry. So back 2 pages. And so obviously this commitment contains a general commitment to combating racism, but here under the heading Defining Islamophobia and Anti-Semitism, it's recognised that Muslim and Jewish members of the community can experience particular forms of prejudice. You see that?
Yes.
And says at the bottom, the university adopts the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's non-legally binding working definition of anti-Semitism.
Mm-hmm.
If we go over the page, no, back on the previous page, sorry. You've also noted in your statement that the university has also adopted the Universities Australia working definition.
Yes.
And of course, that was unanimously endorsed by 39 universities back in February 2025.
Yes.
Though neither of those definitions are actually incorporated into the university's policies or procedures in terms of the staff or student code of conduct, correct?
The outcomes of those policies are, that is, if you think about the specific misconduct that's exemplified in the Universities Australia definition. It talks about harassment, vilification, discrimination, and those are expressly outlawed under the university's policies.
All right. Well, I might just ask the question more specifically by reference to the document itself,
Yeah.
but I'll tender that anti-racism commitment UOM.5006.0001.0005.
Yeah. Yes, that document will be received as an exhibit.
And then I'll come to the student conduct policy, which is at UOM.5003.0001.0042. And could we go to clause 4.5? Paragraph J, 4.5 paragraph J. So over the next page, no, that's not the one I was looking for. I think it is I. Acts of racism, paragraph I. So here, as part of the student conduct policy, obviously enough acts of racism are prohibited, correct? This document does not define what racism is.
This document doesn't, no.
No. And of course, there's no reference to anti-Semitism or Islamophobia or any other form of racism in this document.
No.
No. So, in other words, a student coming to look at this policy and looking at that obligation to avoid acts of racism, they're given no indication at all by this policy as to what racism means or what anti-Semitism means, correct?
Correct, and I guess in an ideal world there'd be a link here to the university's anti-racism strategy, and that's clearly missing from this document.
Yes. In other words, in order for students to actually be able to understand what their obligations are under this document, you'd accept there should be an express incorporation of some definition of racism as well as other forms of, as well as specific forms of racism, including anti-Semitism.
I do entirely, but I would note that first-year students at the universities do a series of modules as part of their enrolment, both in face-to-face and online, and they do include express discussions about the anti-racism requirements of the university.
Are those modules compulsory?
They are.
Do they include any reference to anti-Semitism?
That's a good question. I understand they are about the university's anti-racism policy rather than expressly about anti-Semitism, but since that's incorporated, I'm assuming that's because the references are to that document and that's what students are shown.
You're assuming that it's part of that online module, they'd be taken to the anti-racism commitment and that link to the IRA definition would be clicked on and there'd be some explanation of anti-Semitism? Is that just an assumption on your part, or do you?
No, you're entirely right. I'm assuming that and I'm not across the content of the course, and I acknowledge that.
Well, do you accept there should be some form of mandatory training for university students on anti-Semitism?
I would accept it but in that broader context, it's not just anti-Semitism, and I think that's imperative that there's that sort of training across the board. We put large numbers of staff through similar training. It's also discussed in sort of our staff guides and manuals to try and encourage what we think of as appropriate behaviour. But one of the questions I guess the whole sector is watching, we're going through a Royal Commission, we've gone through the Special Envoy's report. There's a report from the Group of 8. There's the David Gonski work on education underway. Is in a sense, I think there's a slight pause on changing until we get a rounded picture of where the whole lands so that we can do it properly, systematically and comprehensively, which is a little hard to do in flight.
You've obviously read Professor Craven's report,
I have.
published earlier this year, and you're aware he described a sector-wide failure by universities to adopt a definition of anti-Semitism.
He expressed that view.
And one category of failure that he identified was a symbolic adoption of a definition that is one that's been endorsed that has no identifiable operative character.
He did.
And would you accept that's a fair characterisation of the University of Melbourne's current approach?
No, I wouldn't.
Why do you say that in circumstances where it hasn't been incorporated into any of the operative policies or procedures?
Well, it has been adopted in the same sense that the Commonwealth Government has adopted it, that is, as a statement of principle and as a working definition of anti-Semitism, and that's crucial, and that is the point of the IRA definition, is to give you a specific and actionable definition. It isn't a definition by itself that takes you to disciplinary actions. It was not written for that point. That isn't its character. That's why the university has looked at the Universities Australia definition and to others in order to actually turn a general concern about anti-Semitism into a series of questions, and I keep coming back to vilification, humiliation, to discrimination, to say this is the form anti-Semitism takes that we need to take action against. And in that sense, I don't accept that we haven't engaged with the definition, drawn it into our policies, used it to inform our discussions. It's part of the protocol for our appeals process. It informs appeals panels when they come to make decisions. So in that sense, I think it's perhaps an overstatement.
You mentioned training for students earlier. Could I just conclude by asking you a couple of questions about training for staff? You've noted that in 2025 there was some anti-Semitism and cultural awareness training conducted for senior leaders and
Yes.
frontline staff, delivered by Professor Sluky from the Australian Centre for Jewish Civilisation at Monash University.
That's right.
And you've attended that training yourself?
No, the training for governance was actually scheduled for this Thursday, but we've had to postpone it because David Sluky has been called to the Royal Commission. So it's being rescheduled.
That program has been delivered by Professor Sluky for some time.
Yes.
Why is it only now that you're being scheduled to attend it?
Because I'm part of the governance cohort, and the training for the senior management cohort was before I rejoined the university.
And when you say it's been delivered to frontline staff, what do you mean by that?
Well, I've mentioned the training that needs to go on if you're going to recast the appeals system. So a focus of the training has been to put those staff early through the process because they're the ones most likely to have to, for example, pick up the IRA definition as they provide advice on appeals processes. So we began with those staff. That process is largely but not fully complete. So there is a group in our WorkSafe area who haven't yet done the training, but we've tried to do it systematically. Why have we not done it all at once? The whole sector is trying to do anti-Semitism training. The number of experts available to do it is modest, and everybody's trying to hire them at the same time. So we have to sequence it in a way that makes it plausible.
All right. So as you
Ms.
know,
Hager, just before you ask your next
Yes.
question, applying ruthless time standards, as I've indicated, I'm going to take the morning adjournment now.
I see.
There will be a 15-minute break. I should mention, before you resume, Ms Hager, I neglected to indicate earlier that under today's austerity regime, lunch will occupy half an hour only. Thank you, Ms Hager.
Before the break, Professor, I was asking you about anti-Semitism training for staff, and you've mentioned a number of staff have undertaken that training, although there's still some staff in the workplace integrity team who are still to do it. You've read Dr. Finkel's report, I take it?
I haven't spoken with Dr. Finkel about the key issues.
And one of his recommendations was that all staff do a form of in-person anti-Semitism training.
And
yes?
I have deep sympathy for that. There are 14,000 staff at the University of Melbourne. It is not a simple matter to roll that out. So we have to work out how to do that. But the principle of anti-Semitism training is absolutely right. We've been working for some time on a detailed module that will be available to all staff, and then I assume that will be the first step in then moving to in-person training.
So that's something the university is committed to doing, in-person anti-Semitism training for all staff. It just might take a bit of time.
Within the constraints of what can be practically done, yes.
Commissioner, I have no further questions. There are a number of applications to cross-examine
Yes.
that have been granted, I should say.
Thank you,
Yes,
Commissioner. I understand that the application by the 7 mainstream Jewish communal organisations and the Australian Union of Jewish Students has been granted.
Yes, it has indeed.
Thank you, Commissioner. Professor Scott, my name is
What?
Gabby. Oh, sorry.
Too soon.
I had in mind that perhaps the best order for cross-examination of the witness might be if we can. Oh, I withdraw that. You're exactly what I had in mind.
I do like being told that, Commissioner. Thank you. Professor Davis, sorry.
You're right.
My name is Gabby Crafty. I represent the 7 mainstream Jewish communal organisations, some of which themselves represent a number of Jewish communal organisations, which themselves represent other Jewish communal organisations. I also act for the Australian Union of Jewish Students.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just start by acknowledging that my clients understand and appreciate that you were not the Vice-Chancellor in 2024 or 2025.
Thank you.
And it's important that I convey that so that you understand that when I use the word you,
Yes.
I'm not necessarily meaning you,
Yeah.
Professor Davis. I'm meaning the university.
I understand. Thank you.
I also want to acknowledge that my learned friends, Ms. Doyle and Mr. Hartley, who each respectively act for APAN and the Jewish Council of Australia, will for 30 minutes, I anticipate, ask you questions about free speech
Yes.
and academic freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Can we take it as read, as between you and me, that my clients accept and respect that academics and staff and students at universities are entitled to free speech and academic freedom?
I think we can.
And do you accept, Professor Davis, as I think you've said in your statement and you've told this commission, there are lines and boundaries around those freedoms?
Absolutely, and rarely completely clear cut, and therefore needing discussion and deliberation.
Thank you. And indeed, in the final paragraph of your witness statement, which is paragraph 415, you say this: the university deplores and stands against anti-Semitism. The university considers that a key aspect of addressing anti-Semitism must lie in education. While regulatory and disciplinary responses have an important role, educative measures that seek to build understanding, challenge harmful attitudes and foster respectful engagement across differing perspectives are critical. You also, in your statement, Professor Davis, talk quite extensively about obligations to staff and students in respect of their wellbeing and safety, don't you?
Yeah.
For example, sorry, I'll cut you up.
Yes.
You talk about paragraph A, safety and wellbeing of staff and students as a limit on free speech.
Yes.
And you talk about it being paramount at all times.
Yes.
At paragraph 9, you talk about the entitlement of all community members to feel safe on campus and online.
Yes.
At paragraph 10, you talk about the university's ongoing responsibility for the safety and wellbeing of all students and staff.
Yep.
Paragraph 45, you talk about the university's obligation to ensure safety and wellbeing as a constraint on disciplinary processes. Happy to take you to that if you like. Paragraph 45 of your statement. You say disciplinary processes involving staff and students become particularly complex when they intersect with activism. Yeah.
Yeah.
And at paragraph 46, you talk about balancing free speech against ensuring safety of the university community.
Indeed.
You talk about immediate orders in paragraph 54, where there's a risk to health, welfare and safety of students and other community members.
Yes.
And you refer in paragraph 62 to the student conduct policy, which was amended to prohibit conduct creating a risk to the health and safety of a member of the university community.
Yes.
There are lots of other examples in your statement, and it's very helpful, I think, for the Commission to understand how highly you value or recognise that there are limits on free speech and academic freedom.
Yes.
You also talk in your statement about trauma-informed processes, don't you?
Indeed.
You talk about the university having trauma-informed processes and person-centric approaches to complaint handling.
Yes.
Thank you. Can I take you to paragraph 16H of your statement? Paragraph 16, before we get to 16H, you talk about the disciplinary framework, or in addition to the disciplinary framework, which you discuss in more detail in your statement. The university has published an explanation of unacceptable conduct on its website.
Yes.
With examples of actions or behaviours which breach the university's policies.
That's right.
And it includes, if we just look at paragraph, there's a number of relevant paragraphs, but just for the moment, we'll go to paragraph H.
Yeah.
Taking photographs, video or audio recordings of classes without express permission from the supervising staff member, and the written permission of any identifiable individual.
Yes.
At paragraph 35 of your statement, you talk about there having been instances of activist activity occurring in lectures, including activists asking for public votes and filming or taking photos of the voting groups.
Yes.
Can you tell the Commission a little bit more about what you mean by activist activity?
With pleasure. So there's a long-standing tradition at the University of Melbourne, I suspect at other universities as well, where students can, with the agreement of a lecturer, speak literally for 1 minute before a lecture begins. And that's typically during a student election, students standing up and doing the pitch about why you should vote for them. This is a tradition that goes back as long as anyone can remember and has been uncontroversial. It doesn't mean you have to agree with the student who's speaking. It just means you give them a hearing. And it is a strict 1 minute. And in our educator's guide, we insist on that, and we provide advice to lecturers on how to ensure that that is honoured. What happened during this incidents in 2024.
Well, I might take you to that if I may.
Okay.
Professor Davis, you say at paragraph 98C of your statement, one form of activism that gave rise to a number of complaints and was of significant concern to the university involves students entering teaching settings and inviting classes to vote on matters connected with the Middle East conflict, with the voting then being photographed or recorded. Is that conduct that you were about to come to?
It was indeed.
And that would breach the standards that the university
Absolutely,
sets?
because you're filming people without their permission, but you're also identifying people who don't vote for your proposition and you're putting it on social media. So it's a form of intimidation and unacceptable.
And you're aware, of course, that in at least in 2024, there were student activists who were engaging in this behaviour and asking students to declare their political positions whilst being photographed and videoed.
Well, specifically positions about conflict in Gaza, but yes.
You say in paragraph 98C of your statement, in response, the academic registrar issued a communication to all students on 22 March 2024 indicating that this conduct was not consistent with university policy.
That's right.
But I don't think, and I might have missed it in your statement, Professor Davis, what were the consequences for the students who engaged in that conduct?
Well, if they could be identified, they would be subject to misconduct. It doesn't follow that we're able to identify necessarily students involved. To give you a sense of the scale we're dealing with, in any given teaching week, there are some 10,000 classes, lectures, seminars, tutorials happening on campus. So, and this happened in a handful of places, and the students, as I understand it, weren't identified. So if I may just tell you how we responded, we worked with the academic community, we changed the educator's guide, and we counselled the ability to speak before a lecture, but we said students were welcome to address the lecture after it had formally completed. Good luck holding a room full of students after a lecture is completed, and it's changed the dynamic.
Thank you. I want to move to a new topic, if I may. I might come back to what you just said, if you don't mind. The property policy, you've referred to this at paragraph 249 to 251 of your statement. It was updated in the middle, or 12 July 2024, to add in rules about camping. But the property policy had existed before, say, April 2024. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you have, I think, when you were being examined by Ms. Hager, you did refer to two communications. I think the first on the 22nd of March, you've referred to this at paragraphs 17, 31 and 278 of your statement. 22nd of March, and then again on the 25th of April, this is in 2024, where examples of unacceptable behaviour were reiterated in email communications. That was by the academic registrar and the then Vice Chancellor to the university community.
That's right.
At paragraphs 280 to 292 of your statement, you deal with the occupation of the Arts West building.
Yes.
Can I ask you, so you say paragraph 280 that on the 14th of May 2024, the university became aware that an occupation might occur.
Yes.
Can I just, before we get into the occupation of the Arts West building, take you to the day prior? Can I ask that the operator please bring up UMO.0001.0001.1272?
While that's coming up, can I give you a warning, Ms. Crafty?
Yes.
On my estimate, 2 minutes.
This is a Monash University document. UMO.0001.0001.1272. I'm not sure if this is like the water breaks that happen in the or the hydration breaks in the football, Commissioner, but I would ask just for an extra minute.
All right, Miss Crafty.
Thank you. Is that document available?
I think you should have bid for 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Here it is.
Thank you. Now, Professor Davis, this is not a letter that was appended to your statement. This is a letter that is appended to the statement of Professor Pickering. But as you can see, it was addressed to Professor Maskell, amongst others.
Yes.
Have you seen this document before?
No.
Might I just take you through it so that you can become familiar with it? And I appreciate you can't speak to it having never seen it before, but it is an important document for understanding where my clients and the people they represent are coming from in this Royal Commission.
Ms Crafty, can I suggest Ms Hager, I am sure, will be happy to tender the document. If the witness hasn't seen it and it's not his document, can we go about it that way? Because time really is
Certainly.
pressing.
Thank you. I'll just suffice to say it was a letter that was written to Vice-Chancellors of 4 Melbourne universities, including the University of Melbourne, by 5 principals of Jewish day schools on the 13th of May, the day before the university became aware that there might be an encampment in the Arts West building, imploring the university to take more care of the safety of its Jewish students and create an environment at their universities that would be safe for them to send their graduates into.
Yeah.
I ask you to accept that. I won't cross-examine you on it because you haven't seen it.
Sure.
But I tender that document.
Yes.
I'll have you put to be prepared, Commissioner.
Yes. Well, the document UMO 000100011272 is received as an exhibit.
Thank you.
Ms. Oh,
Am
Ms
I out-
Crafty, I really have to. It's the hydration break is over.
Well, if I can't prevail upon you, Commissioner, to ask some further questions, I'll take my seat unless you are willing to give me a couple more minutes.
I'm not. I'm sorry, Ms Crafty, but I've got to be firm today. That brings us to Mr Noel.
Professor Davis, my name is Noel. I'm here for the Australian Academic Alliance Against Antisemitism, with which you're familiar.
Yes.
In the anti-racism commitment that Councillor Sisting took you to a moment ago, there was a promise that the IRA definition will help inform the development of the university's first anti-racism action plan.
Yeah.
Can you please explain to the Commissioner how it was taken into account?
Thank you. I can say no more than that the group that prepared the document did take it into account, talked about it and discussed it. I'm sorry, and I don't want
That's
this to sound like an excuse. I wasn't in the meetings. I don't know how it influenced their thinking, and I don't have a window into other men's souls.
Your statement identifies a number of education programs, and you did earlier focus on education being very important.
Yes.
One was the Critical Conversations program, which is at paragraph 198.
Yes.
You referred to the Join Melbourne modules when you were asked questions earlier. There's the guidelines to address racism in teaching and learning spaces,
Yep.
as well as the action plan. I looked for those that we were given. I couldn't find a mention even of anti-Semitism in any of them. Am I wrong about that?
I'm sure you're correct. They're not principally focused on anti-Semitism.
Not even a mention?
The Critical Conversations was and remains a program to encourage and demonstrate how a university can address difficult topics through civil, respectful conversations. And so there were a number of topics, including what was happening in the Middle East. So the point of the program is about demonstrating behaviour. And that program, which has been very successful, has been rolled out across the institution over several years.
Would you agree with me that conversations about what is or is not anti-Semitic might be a useful inclusion as an example of an important critical conversation?
I would agree with you.
And would you be amenable to the next edition including that?
Not only am I more than happy to raise it, I'm actually speaking at the next edition, so I'll get a chance to do
Thank
so.
you.
Thank you.
Now, I might take you, please, to the mention of face masks earlier.
Yes.
And you would have heard Professor Prower indicate his view
Yeah.
that the protection of the students who were identified as involved after some investigation was placed ahead of his personal safety. That was his perception.
Yeah.
And in the case of people wearing face masks to invade and trespass and put a person under threat, would you today take the same view that protection of their identities outweighs the safety of the senior staff member?
So I'm just reflecting on Professor Prower's evidence on that.
Yeah.
I think he was making a statement about how he felt rather
Yes.
than an objective statement, because those two things are not weighed up in the same sense. The reason I wrote to Professor Prower personally after the event was because it is intimidating to have 20 people in your room wearing face masks and threatening you, and that's sort of conduct on university that I could never countenance. His view that we should expel the students involved was not shared by the appeals process. It arrived at a different conclusion, and I respect that conclusion because they heard evidence I did not. But I'm not sure I'm entirely comfortable with a proposition that one thing was prioritised over another. I don't think these two things come together as a single proposition.
You appreciate that they're two critical considerations.
Absolutely.
And in making a decision, one has to be given priority over the other.
I'm not sure I see that. Would you expand, perhaps?
Certainly. I'll make it more current.
Thank you.
You appreciate Professor Prower is concerned that people whose identities he does not know
Yes.
are about to return to campus.
Yeah.
Are there any steps the university is taking to ensure that he continues to be safe from such persons?
So the terms of people returning to campus is that they can have no contact with Professor Prower, direct or indirect. They cannot go to the section of the university where he works, and they must themselves avoid any interaction. The security staff know who the 4 people in question are, so that's the enforcement mechanism.
Thank you. I'm going to now go to the Racism at University of Melbourne reports. You were taken to one.
Mm-hmm.
And if I could ask that the operator please bring up UOM 1000 0001 2260. While that's happening, Professor, there's a statement there that refers to individuals who hold the belief that racism is bad except when it's directed against the only Jewish state. It's anti-Semitism, plain and simple. And I'll just direct the Professor to another one, Commissioner, so don't take too much time.
Yes.
At UOM 1000 0001 2308, which related to a BDS motion, the statement was made where someone complained about conflating Judaism with particular pro-Zionist movements or Israeli actions. I'll quote, "It would be like me conflating the Prince of Saudi Arabia, atrocities such as murdering a journalist in the consulate in Turkey, and then blaming all Muslims." So this is information in a report provided to the university. And we are very interested to know, given that evidence,
Yeah.
Are there specific programs that are going to educate staff and students that kind of, for example, conflation is not acceptable, and that when we talk about stopping racism, we specifically, and our studies have identified that if you don't specifically refer to anti-Semitism, people might think racism is bad, but having a go at Jews is okay. And we were asking, are there any programs in place or in development that address those two problems?
Okay. Thank you. I can't see the quote, so I'll just go with the principle of what you said rather than the detail. So the training that's been rolled out is very to staff is very specific around. It has to address definitions. It's puts anti-Semitism front and centre because of how it's being delivered and who's delivering it. But it is around the principle that if what racism is to discriminate or harass or vilify someone based on their identity, whether ethnic, constructed, culture or religion, that's racism. And so if you apply that to any Jewish person, you are being not only racist, you're being anti-Semitic, and unapologetically, that's the principle at play here.
Therefore, you may be aware that the head of the Human Rights Commission gave some evidence, and he identifies in his report the need to deal with the unique aspects of anti-Semitism and also the unique aspects of Islamophobia, very importantly.
Yeah.
So my question really goes to how are we educating both staff and students about those unique aspects so that people don't lose sight of the special nature, and I've brought both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, in their day-to-day conduct at the university?
Yeah, no, it's a very reasonable question. I've mentioned, as you did, the work we're doing on the Melbourne modules, so for new students, and the fact that it takes them through this, but it doesn't take them at the level of detail you've just advised. That's one of the things I'm going to take.
That's for students.
I'm going to take that away from today's hearing. It's an important thing to hear. On staff, the training that we've been providing is very explicit. It is about anti-Semitism, so it's very explicit about the specific conditions, but it sits inside broader training modules that are about racism, and they are being systematically rolled out, but it takes time, and they're being captured in a all-staff module that will be an important part. When you start with the university, you will do this module, and you'll do it 2 years later as an update. So that's the plan to
So let me,
address this.
if I may, drill down to some specifics, because there's an outstanding program that the University of Melbourne has commenced, which I hope I pronounced correctly, called the Mermic to Jering Indigenous Strategy.
Indeed.
I hope I've got the
It's
pronunciation.
very impressive.
And it was built on the lived experience of First Nations people, as I understand it.
Yes.
And it was designed to ensure their full inclusion in university life so that they could be unconditionally visible at university.
Yeah.
Now, you'll appreciate, and there's a fair bit of material that's come through this commission, that there are academics and students who feel they cannot be visible or their visibility is conditional.
Yeah.
Would you accept that to design an effective action plan to address anti-Semitism and to restore full inclusion in university life for Jewish people, the lived experience of Jewish people is needed to co-design the program the same way First Nations people helped co-design their program?
I would accept that. I would note that that was a process taken in doing the anti-racism policy, as well as the one you mentioned, Morag Hearing. And as we are now developing modules, I guess there is an opportunity to do that. So I think
There has been a request, as you're aware, it's lying presently with your provost, for mainstream representative Jewish organisations, including those representing your Jewish academics and your Jewish students, to be hands-on involved in developing those programs. Are you able to say today that, at least in principle, that's a proposition you're prepared to accept?
I'm sorry to hesitate. I hesitate because the process you describe is an internal university one, and we haven't had the discussion about should it be opened up more broadly. I have no problem in principle to do that, but we have to be consistent with other areas where we're currently working. But the principle is entirely sensible because it's about incorporating lived experience into through representatives.
you can understand that some of the other developments you've beautifully described today did not include the lived experience of your Jewish academics and Jewish students. I trust you would accept that they are feeling a little bit left out of the co-design process.
I accept that. You'll in turn recognise that for the last 2 years there have been roundtables and systematic consultation with both students and staff all the way through this and very regularly, and direct initiatives coming out of those conversations.
So I appreciate there have been meetings, and my colleagues have been at the meetings, but they haven't gone as far as saying, because you've got the direct experience, we're going to include you in designing the next stage of development. We are, thank goodness, past 2024 and 2025. We want to look forward positively and say, okay, how can we really get this right?
Yes.
And I'm asking the University of Melbourne, at least in principle, through you, to commit to including the representative organisations of your academics and students who are Jewish in the design of each of these elements of your programs as they incorporate anti-Semitism as an item to be addressed.
And I'm absolutely accepting in principle staff and students with lived experience need to be part of it, and I'm willing to have the conversation about external groups as well joining those discussions.
Bless you and thank you. I've tried to keep to my time, Commissioner.
Mr. Nolan, you get a gold star.
Indeed, it's the I came in under budget. Professor Davis, my name is Doyle. I represent APAN and my time starts now. Your statement confirms that the university has two policies which implement the French model code.
Yes.
This is paragraph 78 and following in your statement. Now, one of those is the academic freedom of expression policy and the other is the freedom of speech policy. Your statement explains that the embodiment of those, the embodiment of the code in those policies requires balance to be achieved.
Yes.
And you mention a balance between freedom of speech and academic freedom on the one hand, and the capacity of individuals to participate fully in university life. And in that context, you also refer to the need to avoid things that would endanger the duty to foster safety and well-being.
Correct.
Can I suggest to you, though, Professor Davis, that there's also, if one looks back at the French model code, a rider to the rider, if I can put it this way. So you'd appreciate, wouldn't you, that duty to foster the well-being of staff and students, it explicitly says in the French code, supports reasonable and proportionate measures to prevent anyone engaging in lawful speech that would have that effect. You accept that?
I do.
And secondly, the reason I describe it as a rider to a rider is that the code explicitly then goes on to say, but this does not extend to a duty to protect any person from feeling offended or shocked or insulted by the lawful speech of another. Do you accept that is in effect a rider to the notion of balance? We do not have to go so far as to avoid insult or offence.
I do, and I note that the French report found no crisis in free speech on campus. In fact, it's very explicit that the policies it examined at the time suggested a reasonable balance.
I understand. Now, in that context, you then say in your statement at paragraph 80 that in practice, the application of both of those policies embodying the code requires a contextual case-by-case assessment of whether particular speech or conduct remains within the scope of what's protected or without. You recall that you said that?
Yes.
Now, that call by you, or that acknowledgement by you of the need for a contextual case-by-case assessment suggests, doesn't it, that there would be a danger inherent in collecting, in the abstract, a set of phrases or a set of images and banning them as always falling foul of that balance that the two policies call for. Do you accept that?
And the university has not done that.
Has not done so.
No.
Right. Now, encampments. Your statement and your evidence this morning has explained that your view is, and as I understand it, the university's conclusion was, some of the encampment conduct was consistent with the university's commitment to the right to peaceful protest, and some was assessed as being contrary to university policies.
Yes.
You say that in effect at paragraph 28 of your statement. The policies of which it was found to fall foul, can I ask you, none of those are identified in your statement as being the racism policy or being described as any proven instance of anti-Semitism.
No, they're student behaviour questions, and they're about heckling and harassment and treatment of individuals. They're not necessarily anti-Semitic, and they're not claimed to be anti-Semitic.
Indeed, you point to no instance, de-identified or not, in your data wherein either the encampment on the South Lawn or the protest activity and encampment within the Arts West building was found to have constituted a breach of the university's racism policy. There's no such instance, is there?
I'm just trying to remember if the anti-racism policy was in place when that happened, because they're the same year. But let's assume that it was, and let's assume therefore that's the
And
case.
let's assume what? That there was no.
Let's
such
assume
finding.
that policy was in place. I'm just not quite sure of the timing myself, but it was because they happened in the same year. But let's assume it was in place. I'm not aware of any complaint of anti-Semitism in either event.
Thank you. Your statement does refer to the disciplinary action, though, that was taken against some students with respect to their failure to disperse or other elements of trespass or damage to
Right.
property, right?
Yeah.
What you did not mention in your statement at paragraph 289, but which Councillor Sisting raised with you, was the fact that in the context of that disciplinary action, there was the finding by the Information Commissioner in Victoria that the university had engaged in a serious contravention of the privacy principles. You accept the finding in that report?
I do.
And you gave evidence that in light of that, or in the wake of that, there was a change made to the university's Wi-Fi access policy, yes?
Yeah.
And in circumstances where the Commissioner found that the use by the university of the capacity to surveil or track students pursuant to the then Wi-Fi policy had infringed privacy principles in Australia, I think I understood your evidence. It was at times hard to hear, but is it the situation now that the university takes the view that its revised Wi-Fi access policy now gives it the right to surveil and track students using their Wi-Fi location data?
If I may just come back to the way you framed that, the university did not surveil or track. It used Wi-Fi data to say whether somebody had been in a particular location, Arts West. And yes, the university then went on to revise it. Listen to the OVIC findings, it went on to revise twice.
Yes, but the decision the university made was not to stop using Wi-Fi location data, but rather to amend its policy so that it would expressly retain the capacity to do so.
And the OVIC finding was not that using location data was wrong, it was about notice. So it's not a response to...
And the Commissioner had looked at that through the privacy principles. Do you not regard that as something that does not constitute a reasonable and proportionate measure with respect to freedom of speech?
I think the privacy matter has to be weighed against the fact that we had a building being damaged, classes being stopped, and a very difficult confrontation place. And in that sense, I do see it as reasonable and proportionate.
Now, I want to ask you about the encampments. You reasonably enough said that you weren't there, but you're aware, aren't you, that the demands made by those who comprised or organised the encampments included a demand that the university disclose its financial ties to Israeli institutions and weapons manufacturers. You're aware of something to that effect?
Yeah.
You said in evidence this morning that part of the resolution of this, of the encampment, I'll go back a step. You said there were negotiations and agreement, and then the encampment disbanded.
Yes.
And indeed, the agreement that was reached, you referred to a website, but the specific agreement reached was that Melbourne University would henceforth disclose on the research page of its overall website the list of projects and detailed information in relation to processes, systems and governance mechanisms with respect to grants, particularly in the context of defence and national security sectors.
That's not a web page?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And are you aware then that in the list appended thereto, there is a description of funding of research projects with the United States Department of Defence to the tune of $15.4 million over multiple years? You're aware that that stands on that research page on the university's website?
I haven't checked, but I'm absolutely happy to take your word for it.
And I take it that you're aware that in the specific list of grants appended to that webpage, there are reference to Research Council grants in relation to a number of entities, including Boeing Aerostructures Australia and Lockheed Martin Australia.
Indeed.
Your statement refers to three changes that were made in the wake of or after the encampments. The first is the introduction of the May 2024 protest rules. The second is the new camping rules. And the third is a number of additional protest conditions. Those are discussed in your statement at 254 and following. At paragraph 260, you say these were introduced in response to an increase in disruptive activism. I noticed also in the G08 report, which you said you had some familiarity with, there was a reference there to the fact that, well, the French Code was introduced in different times, a different political climate. When you say an increase in disruptive activities, since when? What is the base case here? Increase over what period of time?
So I'm assuming my colleagues are, at the time, are referring to once the encampment began, once protests began, once the encampment began, once the invasion of both Arts West and then Professor Prow's office, each of them concerning incidents. And the effect of the rule changes, is not to stop protests, which continue regularly through. I'm regularly trapped in my office by protesters outside. I heard Professor Prow say yesterday in evidence that he thinks it's...
I will have to cut you off because you're using my time now, and he's given his evidence. That raises a
He deserves more than that.
Just as you said, it has not stopped protests. Part of the growth of my question was this. Insofar as the G08 report says, well, the French report, the French model code was in different times. It was just 2019. Nothing's changed, has it? There have been protests for decades on campus. Indeed, during your previous time as the incumbent in the position of Vice-Chancellor, you'll no doubt recall a number of protests, including April 2016, the encampment in support of various environmental issues pertaining to fossil fuel divestment. Do you recall there being a Flood the Campus divestment week across 7 universities, including Melbourne University, and activities including a tent camp out on the Chancery lawn in the McFarland Court, and on the 20th of April in that year, protesters blockading every door of the Raymond Priestley building from 7 a.m. Do you recall those events?
I don't recall them specifically, but because that tells you how common protests are, but I take your word for it.
And did that campaign not, you might not recall, result in something very similar to the result here, namely an agreement in 2018 that the university would adopt a sustainable investment framework that rejected strict divestment, but would nevertheless be more transparent about connections with fossil fuel?
As expressed in a sustainability report that's now published each year and now tracks the university's progress toward net zero.
I have a question about posters. One of the changes that's been made that you referred to in your statement is the introduction of new guidelines since March 2025 referring to posters. Now, you explained in answer to questions from Council Assisting that they must be on an approved board. But there is also a change, is there not, wherein posters that contain offensive material, the process now is that they are to be covered with, either removed immediately or if they can't be, covered with black tape until they can be removed.
That's right.
If one were to try to find out what offensive means, the difficulty one strikes is this. You attach to your statement, and it's referred to in footnote 68, Commissioner, reference to the relevant policy, and the document ID is UOM stop 5009 stop 0001 stop 0009. No need to bring it up because I believe it's the subject of a claim for full confidentiality. So I couldn't open it. I don't know if anyone else in the room has been able to open it. But is that a policy that students are able to look at?
So, sorry, I'm slightly lost here. So you're saying we have a policy that you can't read?
Yes.
That's news to me. Okay.
Well, if you look at footnote 68 in your statement, and it's attached to paragraph 265, you see paragraph 265 says the standing operating procedure for the removal of graffiti and offensive material includes the direction on identification and assessment. The procedure was recently updated to include an initial response procedure. Footnote 68 is the standard operating procedure. It bears the number I just read out. At least for those participating in these proceedings, that document is the subject of a full confidentiality claim. Do you know of any reason why we can't see it? And can you answer me as to whether or not students can see it so that they know what is deemed offensive?
No, I can't. So thank you for raising it. I'll find out, but I don't know that case. I'm surprised it's not our practice to have confidential documents, confidential policies, because otherwise how does anybody see them in order to act on them?
And as we're both in the dark, do you know whether or not there's a definition there of offensive which identifies and articulates the requisite balance between reasonable and proportionate limits on freedom of speech and does not trespass upon that carve-out, namely simply ensuring that people aren't insulted or offended? Do you know whether it embodies that?
So the practice is that our security staff have an app called Snap Send Solve. If they see graffiti or a poster that they're unsure of, they send it through, they snap it and send it through to security, which will provide them with advice on how that's treated. But the tendency of this policy is to deal with the death to statements that appear on the campus, including during the Israeli president's
So it's the
recent visit.
security staff themselves who make that nuanced interpretation in their office about whether or not what is being snapped in a photograph and sent to them falls foul of this embodiment of the French model code.
That is the practice on the campus, yes.
So security staff do it.
Security staff do it.
And you're not able to say, as you sit there, whether or not students have had access to that policy so that they know what definition of offensive is contained therein.
No.
In relation to the element of the French code that protects academic freedom,
Yes.
you make the point in your statement, we can't pre-vet as a university, we can't pre-vet course content, particularly with 6,000 subjects.
Yeah.
I obviously have some sympathy with that as a practical question, but as a more as a question more about the teaching itself, are you aware of criticisms, including from academic staff in your law school at the University of Melbourne, that there are concerns that recent events on campus, including the changes to the policies we've just spoken about, give rise to a risk that there will be a conflation of the application of international legal principles in connection with Israel's treatment of Palestine with anti-Semitism? And have you read or heard of criticisms by lecturers in your law school to the effect that they're concerned that their teaching and study about Israel in international law classes is at risk of being and has been criticised as being inherently anti-Semitic? Have you had those concerns brought to your attention?
Aware in general terms, not specific concerns. It's an interesting question across the campus where we teach around conflict in the Middle East. People tend to come to those classes with very strong views, whatever those views are, and it's not uncommon to get criticism of those courses.
I'm sorry, Professor. I was just about to indicate with that interesting question, Ms. Doyle's time is up. Thank you, Ms. Doyle. Mr. Hartley.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Hartley. I appear for the Jewish Council of Australia. You mentioned just earlier that one of the findings of the French report was that there was not a crisis of freedom of speech on university campuses. I think that might have adopted something that you said. Is that right?
I'm sorry.
In the report, he refers to, I think, a statement from you that there was not a crisis. And
No, it's a direct statement by Justice French at the
yes,
start.
no, I know, but I think you shared that view at the time. Didn't you?
I shared that view at the time and wrote about it and wrote about academic freedom. And,
Yes. Notwithstanding that that's where Justice French landed, he did contain in his report the principal recommendation that protections for freedoms be strengthened.
Yes.
And he wrote also about institutional autonomy being a dimension of academic freedom.
He did.
And you agree with that, don't you?
And it's reflected in our freedom of speech and academic freedom policies.
Upholding freedom of expression is essential to the core mission of universities. You'd agree with that?
Indeed.
And some of the recommendations in the French report were that the Higher Education Support Act be amended so as specifically to include within their objects
That's right.
supporting of a system that promotes and protects freedom of speech and academic freedom.
Yes.
And you're aware that that happened.
Yes,
And the Act still contains that
it
object.
does.
And likewise, a recommendation was that a section be inserted into the Act to require universities, including the University of Melbourne, to have a policy that upholds freedom of speech and academic freedom.
And they exist.
And yeah, indeed. And that section still exists.
Yes.
And there are various policies that the University of Melbourne has promulgated with a view to giving effect to that obligation.
Yes.
And I won't take you to it in the interests of time, but the policy that reflects what Ms. Doyle called the rider to the rider, which is the clarification that the duty to foster the safety and well-being of staff and students does not extend to a duty to protect any person from feeling offended or shocked or insulted by the lawful speech of another. That's found, isn't it, in the guidelines for the appropriate exercise of free speech?
Yes.
For the record, that's UOM.5000.001.0022, and in due course, I'd seek to have that tendered. it would be contrary to the University of Melbourne's policies on that basis to restrict speech on the sole basis that it's shocking, offensive, or insulting.
It would be.
And if it isn't clear to students and staff that their freedom of speech does extend that far, that's likely to have a chilling effect on the exercise of that freedom that they do enjoy.
So, as I mentioned on several occasions, the Melbourne modules for first-year students include a discussion around rights and obligations, so they would be touching on this in depth.
And that's because if it didn't make that clear, there would be that chilling risk that I mentioned.
There could be. It's a bit hard to say in abstract.
Now, coming then from the abstract to the specific, there are any number of courses that are taught at the university in which it's important for staff and students to be able to express forthright views about the state of Israel and its conduct.
Indeed.
For example, public international law, staff and students would have to be capable of asserting the point of view that, for example, Israel is or has been in contravention of Treaty X or Y without fearing disciplinary or other consequences. You'd agree with that?
Absolutely.
And if that kind of statement could not be made in a course of that kind, then the development of knowledge in that course would be seriously hindered.
Agree.
And the same would be true, and this is not intended to be an exhaustive list, but international human rights law,
Sure.
courses concerning institutions such as the International Criminal Court,
Indeed.
Middle Eastern history,
Yes.
conflict studies,
Yes.
political philosophy,
Yep.
and you could go on and on.
And all of those subjects are represented in the university curriculum and taught every
Yes.
week. Yeah.
If students and teachers refrain from expressing lawful but controversial views in a university setting for fear of disciplinary consequences, that would dramatically undermine the purpose of the university setting.
It would, and I'm not aware of any evidence that that is a view.
Can I ask you about a topic that you've spoken about a few times, which is conflation?
Yeah.
And by that I mean treating Jewishness and Israel or support for Israel as really being one and the same thing. You understand that concept?
Yes, I'm not sure I've spoken about it, but okay.
I think you said earlier that you condemned the conflation of Jewish identity with the actions of a nation state.
Yes.
Yes. The Commission's heard evidence, as Mr. Knoll, I think, mentioned from Mr. de Kretzer about that topic, and he expressed the view that conflation can be harmful to Jews because it leads to their being collectively blamed for the actions of the State of Israel. You understand that concern, don't you?
That's why I was so offended by the invasion of Stephen Prow's office, because that's exactly what was asserted.
And it can be harmful to Jews who are critical of Israel or who would describe themselves as non-Zionist or anti-Zionist, because it might lead people to wrongly regard them as less of a Jew. You understand that concern?
Yes.
And the reverse side of the coin is that it's also not inherently anti-Semitic to criticize the State of Israel. You'd agree with that? It's important for the university to have definitions that avoid conflating those two things, isn't it
Yes.
so?
Yeah.
Now, can I ask you, are you familiar with the Jerusalem Declaration on Antisemitism?
I am, and I've read it, thought about it.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch.
Yes, I am. I've read it, thought about it, discussed it with others. Yeah.
Yes. You're aware that it was drafted as a response to the IRA definition,
Absolutely.
including on the basis that the signatories to the Jerusalem Declaration said the IRA definition had caused confusion and generated controversy.
Principally around the examples, not I think, around the definition.
You're aware that the Jerusalem Declaration has many hundreds of scholarly signatories,
I am.
one of whom is Professor David Feldman.
I am, who's employed at the University of Melbourne, yes.
Yes, you refer to him in your statement as an internationally renowned expert on anti-Semitism, and he is that, isn't he?
Yes.
Now, can I ask you, I was going to draw your attention to a variety of criticisms that have been made of the IRA definition on the basis that it is conflationary, but can I just ask you in the interest of time, you're aware that that criticism is made of the IRA definition?
Absolutely, and there's been substantial discussion in every institution around the definitional question is a difficult one. How you operational it is a difficult one. It's not, if it was simple, we wouldn't keep having this discussion, and that includes conversations around how we avoid that conflation.
And I'm not going to ask you your own view on whether it's conflationary, but if those criticisms were right,
Yeah.
that would be a powerful reason for not adopting it as a definition.
Well, as I say, I think you might draw a distinction between the definition, the single sentence that says tendency toward, or a certain tendency, and the 11 examples that are appended to that definition. And I would absolutely understand the controversy about at least two of the examples.
Now, you also have adopted the Universities Australia definition.
Yes.
And I think that is queued to be brought up on screen, and I might ask for that to occur if it can happen relatively quickly, but I'll press on in the interest of time. Do you remember, and it'll be shown to you in a moment, that one of the aspects of that definition is the following. It contains this: for most but not all Jewish Australians, Zionism is a core part of their Jewish identity.
Yeah.
Do you remember that part of the definition?
Yes,
And that definition acknowledges, doesn't it, the existence of non or anti-Zionist Jews.
it does.
And of course, the proportion of Jews that might regard themselves as Zionists from time to time could change, couldn't it?
I assume so.
And it's liable to change into the future.
Again, I assume so.
The majority of your students would be aged between 17 and about 29.
Overwhelmingly.
And I'll just say, I don't expect you to know about this, but there's a submission from my client which relies on a report from Professor Feldman, who cites survey findings to the effect that in the United Kingdom, only 49% of Jews aged between 16 and 29 identify as Zionists, and that in the United States, the figure's lower still. Are you aware of survey findings like that?
In general, but not in detail.
In any case, the point is that it's even if it's presently safe to conclude that amongst your student cohort that the UA's factual proposition is correct, it might not be so in future. Isn't that true?
True.
It's undesirable, isn't it, to include in a definition of anti-Semitism a statement of present fact that might change in future.
I imagine it's not a permanent definition. Like any definition, you can have the argument, you can change it in light of experience, you can learn and grow.
Do you have any basis for an understanding that the statement in the definition refers to the majority of Jewish Australians?
Sure.
Did you have any knowledge of what the percentage is amongst the student cohort at University of Melbourne?
As I say, we don't take any information around religious or ethnic identity in that sense, and so no, I couldn't tell you how many Jewish students there are, and I certainly couldn't tell you about their views on this question.
Would you accept that for a non-Zionist or an anti-Zionist Jew, the inclusion of a proposition like that in a definition which has to apply for all Jews might be marginalizing?
I can accept that that might be the perception, yes.
Now, you might not remember this, but can you take it from me that there's a proposition in the Jerusalem Declaration to the effect that imagining different forms of Israel being organized politically
Yes.
is not inherently anti-Semitic?
No.
And take it from me that Professor David Sluky has expressed a similar view.
It's and expressed the view that it is not inherently anti-Semitic to criticise the state of Israel for its actions.
Yes, quite so, thank you. In the Universities Australia definition, the second paragraph refers to it being, I think, prima facie anti-Semitic to call for the elimination of the state of Israel. Now, if that were to be understood as suggesting that it was anti-Semitic to call for different constitutional arrangements from those that presently exist in the current nation-state of Israel, that would be problematic, wouldn't it?
It's a long bow between elimination and changing the constitution.
But if it were to be understood in that way, that would be a problem.
It would be.
And do
unusual
you
way
accept
to
that
read
it's...
it.
I'm sorry.
But it would be a very unusual way to read that statement.
Do you accept that it's open to be understood in that way?
It takes some effort.
I'm sorry?
It takes some effort.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Yes. If I might just ask you a couple of questions, Professor. The background to the establishment of the inquiry into freedom of speech conducted by Robert French was a concern about a number of publicised instances when students had effectively anti-platformed speakers at universities. Is that right?
It is indeed.
And in response to a concern that student activism was in fact operating to suppress freedom of speech on university campuses, Mr. French conducted a wide-ranging inquiry, is that so?
He did so.
I think he interviewed many of the major participants and received submissions from all sorts of interested bodies and individuals.
Yes.
And in his conclusions, he determined there wasn't a crisis in terms of freedom of speech,
Yeah.
but that it was desirable that universities voluntarily adopt a model code and align their particular practices
Yes.
with that code. Is that fair?
That's exactly right.
And Melbourne University has adopted the French code?
It has, and it has a very explicit statement. It had a code before the French inquiry that was quite similar, but it adopted a specific statement that reflected the major recommendations of the French code.
And do I take it that you consider the French code strikes an appropriate balance?
I do.
Yes. Now, Ms. Inborn.
Yes, Commissioner, just one matter, very briefly in re-examination. Professor Davis, can I take you please to paragraph 265 of your first statement?
Mm-hmm.
Ms Doyle took you to this paragraph and referred to the standard operating procedure as a policy.
Yeah.
And if you can look at the footnote, the document is described there in the footnote, standard operating procedures.
Yes.
Ms Doyle described it as a policy and seemed to be critical of a confidentiality claim
Yes.
being made over it. Are you able to say from the title of the document whether it is a policy document or whether it is in fact an internal university document?
If it says standard operating procedure, then it's an internal university working document. It's not a policy statement. It describes how security staff deal with graffiti when found on campus.
Thank you, Professor Davis. That's the only matter, Commissioner.
Yes. With your leave, I overlooked sequence at 10 of the report that I was, in a rapid fire way referring to, without actually adopting the discipline of asking whether counsel assisting would permit it to be tendered. The investigation into the use of surveillance by the University of Melbourne by the Office of the Victorian Information Commissioner. The doc ID is RCD, stop 0001, stop 0001, stop 0199. I asked the witness about it. I did it in a very shorthand way deliberately, but may I seek leave to ask whether or not there's an objection to that being tendered?
Yes. Yes.
And I had one more question of Professor Davis.
Yes, indeed.
You were asked a number of questions by Ms Doyle about the conduct of staff and students in 2024 and whether or not it breached any anti-racism policy at that time. Do you recall those questions? At paragraph 62 of your statement, you note that with effect from 11 March this year, the student conduct policy included an express prohibition on students engaging in, among other things, acts of racism.
Yes.
Are you aware of any student or staff conduct policy that used the language of prohibiting racism prior to that date?
To be honest, I'd be surprised if we didn't use the expression, but I'm not aware of a specific document that uses the expression. The focus on racism came through this project, the anti-racism project, which has been a 3-year journey. I'm not sure what preceded it, and I suspect it preceded it by specific harassment, vilification, discrimination.
That seems to be what you suggest at paragraph 61 of your statement. Would you accept that?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Commissioner. Could I suggest
Professor, you are excused. And Ms Hager, perhaps anticipating something you were going to suggest, an early lunch but a short one?
That's what I was hoping for, Commissioner.
All right. I'll adjourn for half an hour.
Sydney with Ms Annabelle, who has been here all week.
Thank you, Ms Gleeson.
Okay.
Now, I understand I was appeared to be a
None of the ones.
We've had some issue to do with printing that is really quite beyond me, but I understand we're going to resolve it by calling the witness and perhaps bringing up the statement on the screen. Is
I
that the
understand that's the
intention, Ms Hager?
resolution, and a hard copy is on its way. as
On
I
its way.
Understand it in a matter of.
Any suggestion that the Commission isn't moving with expedition is clearly misconceived.
Okay. I understand there might be another hard copy available to be provided to the witness.
Excellent. Yes.
Thank you. Well, then I can now call the Vice-Chancellor of Sydney University, Professor Scott.
Thank you. Yes.
Who will be
We have.
sworn in momentarily.
I'm sorry? Sure.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say.
I do.
Would you please state your name?
Mark Scott.
And you have prepared a statement for the purposes of the Commission dated 27 May 2026.
That's correct.
And you now have a copy of that statement there with you.
Yes.
And that statement is still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
That's correct.
I tender that statement, Commissioner. It is stat.899.0074.0001_R.
Yes. Yes. The statement will be admitted as an exhibit.
You are currently the Vice-Chancellor of Sydney University,
That's correct.
and you commenced in that role on the 19th of July 2021,
Yes.
which of course means you were Vice-Chancellor at the time of October 7, 2023, the encampment period, and all the way to the present day.
That's correct.
Can I come immediately to ask you about the encampment at the
Yes.
University of Sydney? You talk generally about protest activity post October 7, 2023, and you note in your statement that the university experienced a significant increase in protest activity of a pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel and/or anti-Zionist nature after October 7, correct?
Yes.
And you've estimated in your statement that there have been about 42 protests of that kind since that time.
Yeah, I believe that's what our records show.
And many of those involved marching down Eastern Avenue in the university.
That's right.
That's the main the central pedestrianised area of the university,
Yes.
ranging from 10 to 100 participants roughly from
Yes,
time to
that's
time. But the most significant protest was the encampment, which ran from 23 April to about 24 June 2024.
That's right.
And that encampment was held on the main quad,
It was held on the front lawn of the university.
the front lawn of the university, which is near the
front
main
of the main
quad.
quad. Yeah.
Yes. And for those who don't know, could you just describe the significance of the front lawn in terms of the layout of the university?
Well, the front lawn is in front of our main quadrangle, the historic oldest part of the university. It comes at the top of the driveway, which is the main driving entrance to the university, but not the main thoroughfare, which is accessed at the university. And it's close to some of our teaching areas, most particularly Fisher Library.
And you were aware in April 2024 that encampments had been set up at various universities in the US?
Yes, in relatively late 2024, April 2024, encampments started at Columbia University and then were very quickly followed
at numbers of other universities across the United States, and the encampment started at the University of Sydney, I think within a week of the Columbia encampment.
And were you following the events at Columbia at the time?
Very closely.
And in light of that, did the university take any steps to prepare for an encampment of a similar kind at the University of Sydney?
Yes, I think it's fair to say we were watching what was happening in the United States. We didn't anticipate an encampment, and one of the reasons we didn't anticipate encampments is that in our history, best part of 175 years, it hadn't been part of the protest tradition at the university. We'd seen many protests over many issues for many years, but we'd never been turned into a campsite, and there was not a high sense of readiness or preparation in policy terms, in policy settings, but also in security settings for that kind of occupation of parts of our university campus.
So is the upshot that no preparations of any real kind were in place for an encampment of this kind?
Not substantively, no.
Your understanding is that the encampment, once it came to be established, involved a number of different student organisations.
That's right.
You've identified in your statement that included the Student Representative Council, the Sydney University Muslim Students Association and the Socialist Alternative.
That's right.
It also involved a group called Students for Palestine.
Yes.
You were aware of that at the time?
Yes, I believe so.
And who did you understand to be the leaders of the encampment at that time?
Fundamentally, the Students Representative Council. They are the peak student group on campus. They're the ones that on these kinds of issues, protest issues, political issues that we engage with, and fundamentally the SRC.
And did you understand them to be making certain demands of the university from the outset of the encampment?
Yes, there were demands. I'm not sure if they were, in a rhetorical sense, they may have been at the outset, but over time they got codified. There were demands.
Right. And what were those?
Those demands went to the university breaking off university partnerships with universities in Israel, student exchange with Israel. There was also a push for us to cease any engagement with defence firms. As I recall, there were also some suggestions that, we lobby the state government to change laws around protests and other matters as well that were outside the purview of the university. And over time, I think there was more interest in the investment policies of the university as well. But the slate of requests was not that different to what was evident at other universities around the country.
By the afternoon of the 24th of April, you say there were approximately 200 protesters on site and about 15 tents?
Yes, I can't quite read. The number of tents increased over time, although the occupation of the tents did not increase in portion of the number of tents that were on the site.
All right. Over the following days, the number of tents did increase, reaching its peak on about 14 May of 139 tents.
Yeah, I believe that's right, yeah.
And you explain in your statement that the university's focus was on de-escalation.
Yes.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Yes. As we watch closely what had happened in the United States, attempts to forcibly shut down encampments at major universities like Columbia, like UCLA, saw many hundreds of students arrested, outbreaks of violence, second and subsequent levels of encampment and protest. What we saw evidence was of more outsiders coming to join those university protests. The arrival, as I recall, of neo-Nazi groups joining those protests as well, and an escalation of violence, destruction of property. When I was at UCLA, subsequently they described as riots on campus. And we were keen to try and see a peaceable resolution of this encampment. That was a priority for us, and our settings from the very beginning was to how can we bring this encampment to a close peaceably without seeing the destruction and the turmoil that we'd seen at major universities around the world.
And as part of that strategy, your statement outlines a number of steps that were taken in respect of the encampment, one of which was coordinating with police. What did that involve?
Yes, our security team was in regular contact with the police, local police attached, nearby to the university, but also our head office. On the management of the encampment, on management of specific issues that we had to deal with at the encampment. And there was also some discussion on our capacity to close down the encampment and what that would look like as well. But as I understand it, our security team was in touch with police regularly, several times a week, on occasion several times a day.
And from time to time, the police visited the encampment to deal with incidents as they arose?
Yes, or were proximate to the university when there were big issues in place. There was one day where there had been gathering a significant crowd of pro-Palestinian supporters on the front lawn. We were aware of another protest, a counter-protest to the encampment of several hundred people that was scheduled to be at the university at the same time. We closely engaged with police through that week in the monitoring of that. They provided us with advice, worked with us and our security firms. They were proximate to the university during the time of those protests taking place. So if we needed them, they could be there quickly, but they weren't actually on campus during that moment.
You also refer to formal daily communications with encampment leaders.
Yes.
How was that done?
Yes, our student life team, that was more of a kind of welfare question. I think our student life team would go up and talk with them, recognising that we're not set up for camping. We're not set up for that kind of provision. And so they would be a check-in, but also there would be times where we were absolutely very clear about the behaviour we expected, the rules that were in place, and an expectation around the adherence of those during the time of the encampment.
You also note that the academic registrar wrote to student leaders and encampment organisers setting out expectations.
Yes.
How was that done in terms of actually reaching the encampment organisers?
I'm not quite sure if in fact it was a letter that was conveyed up or delivered in person. I believe it was in writing.
Right, okay. Can I ask you about some of the instances that occurred during the encampment period? You accept that some of the conduct associated with the encampment had what you describe as a psychosocial impact on Jewish staff and students. You've referred to that at paragraph 267.
Yes, there's no doubt when I was speaking to Jewish staff and students, overwhelmingly, the ones I spoke to, not exclusively, but overwhelmingly, they didn't like the idea of the encampment. They wished that it was gone. And there were an array of issues around that. I think more in the general than in the specific. They didn't like the fact that they came to university and it was there every day. For some of them, perhaps those going to the library, they couldn't avoid it. I think there were many parts of the university. It's a very large campus. There were many parts of the university you could go and not notice the encampment. But if you, say, were going to the library, you would notice it. They didn't like that. The protests, the chanting, the placards, the visual depiction, they were uncomfortable and unhappy and they wished it gone, and I understood that.
And what sort of chants did you receive complaints about during this period?
Chants?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, ones that I know the Commission has already addressed, particularly from the river to the sea, globalise the Intifada, chants like that.
And your approach during the encampment period was not to impose any restriction on those sorts of chants? Yes,
we considered these matters closely. One of the things I think we were very conscious of is that a university, there's an expectation at a university that we will be bastions of free speech and academic freedom. They are not rights without constraint. but there's an expectation that a university should be able to facilitate those things. I was conscious of those chants in particular, that they were not banned by the laws of New South Wales, they were not banned by the national laws. And those who said to us, well, you should not be able to say that phrase within the university gate, but acknowledge that you could walk outside the university gate and say it without any sense of sanction. That seemed a disconnect that was hard for us to deal with. When I was chair of the G08 group of universities, we wrote to the Federal Attorney General at the time and asked him for advice on reconciling these matters and how we should be thinking and working through with these phrases. And the advice that came back very quickly from the attorney was that this was a matter for the university. And so I think we came to a view that just in their own right, on their own, these were not matters for sanction, even though I did say publicly, I wish these phrases weren't used. I could understand that it was causing concern and distress. But we also admitted that there would be circumstances where the phrases could be used and they would be anti-Semitic and they would breach our policies. And so it does depend somewhat on the context.
Can you recall instances where the university took action in respect of particular signage or banners or flags that were used at the encampment?
Yes, I do. I remember we received a photograph. I can't remember the language on the photograph, but as we saw it, we instantly believed it was an anti-Semitic trope. We checked, we consulted on it. We made it very clear that it was an anti-Semitic trope. We demanded that banner leave the university, and I cannot recall if there was further follow-up action on that, but that's one that immediately comes to mind.
Have you read the witness statement of Josh Kirsch?
Yes, I have.
And did you observe his evidence yesterday?
Yes, I did. I think I read the transcript of his evidence yesterday.
I see. And you recall the evidence he gave about arranging or him learning of reports that there had been arrangements for students to take an alternative route to their exams. Was that correct as a matter of fact, that there were arrangements made of that kind?
Yes, I believe that there was some concern for students. As you'll understand, when we're doing examinations at the university, we are using hundreds of different rooms. And I think a concern was expressed to us from Jewish students that they did not want to have to walk by or near the encampment as they were about to do their exam. And so our feeling was that a good solution for that would be to make an alternative venue for students available for them. If they, Jewish students or any other students for that matter, who are upset by that environment, if they wanted to go to an alternative venue, quietly and confidentially, that was an offer that we made available to them if they so wished to do so. And that seemed to us a reasonable, sensible and compassionate response.
And what did he say to his perspective that, and I'm paraphrasing, that seemed to him to be more of a focus on managing the impact of the harm rather than addressing the source of it?
Yeah, I respect his view, of course. I appreciate that his sentiment might well have been for us to clear the encampment. If we weren't doing that at this point, it seemed to us that this was a good, sensible, pragmatic option to make available to Jewish students or other students if they wanted to use it. But if they didn't want to do so, that would be fine. One thing I would say specifically on examinations and the encampment is that we were concerned at numbers of major events that were scheduled to take place during the encampment, our dawn service on Anzac Day, examinations and graduations. We sought the cooperation of the encampment to have none of those matters interrupted, and those undertakings were sought and given, and there were not disruptions to those important events in the university calendar.
At a certain point, did you become aware that there were individuals who were not staff and students involved in the encampment?
Yes, from the outset, we believed that to be the case. Speaking to fellow vice-chancellors from Sydney, some of those universities weren't in session, and they said to me some of their students were on our campus, but it was very difficult for us to tell precisely who was there. As I think you'll know and understand, the university is a large and porous campus. As I remember being told during COVID, 28 entry and exit points on the Camperdown campus. So at any given time, it's hard to tell who is there. But the sense, I think you could see from the United States, and you could see from what was happening in Australia and certainly what happened at other universities, these encampments were gathering points for staff and students, but for other supporters of the cause as well.
Have you read the witness statement of Dr. Andy Smith?
Yes, I have.
And did you watch her evidence?
Again, I saw a transcript of her evidence.
All right. And you're aware she annexes to her statement a video of a march.
Yeah.
It appears to be a march through the Sydney University
Yes.
campus with individuals waving black flags with some kind of white Arabic writing on it.
Yeah.
On the 6th of May 2024, you were contacted by a member of the senior leadership of the Australasian Jewish Students' Union who advised that he believed Hizb ut-Tahrir was marching on campus. You recall that?
Yes, the call didn't come to me, it came to my chief of staff.
Oh, I see. But it was relayed to you?
Oh, yeah, yes.
At the time?
So, yeah.
All right. And you sought the advice of Sydney University's security team in respect of the Shahada flag that was said to
Yes.
have been carried?
Yes.
And what advice did you receive?
Well, as I recall the exchange as it was, relayed to me, it related to the fact was Hizb ut-Tahrir here. Here is a flag that is associated with Hizb ut-Tahrir. This flag, black and white Arabic writing. And so what the security team did, and we had other occasions on this during the encampment, they went to New South Wales Police, as I understand, and also to some of our academics to say to them, explain this flag for us. We were told the flag is very common depiction of the first law of Islam, as I understand, the Shahada flag, in very wide circulation. I've subsequently read on it, debate as to how that flag has been appropriated by different groups and at different times. But our advice at the time was that this was really quite a well-known flag amongst Muslim groups being used by a protest, a rally that was pro-Palestinian. And so therefore it was not relayed back to us by the authorities that this was a particular point of concern.
Can I take you to a document which is USYD.9000.0001.1673. It should come up on the screen in a moment.
Yes.
You've seen this document before.
I saw this yesterday, yes.
Yes. And I just want to confirm I only want to go to pages 1 and then page 2 of this document, not the balance of the document. Here, and we don't need to mention the name of any particular individuals on this page, but you see it depicts a poster in respect of an event to be held on Friday, 10 May 2024.
Yes.
And there's 2 individuals depicted there as being advertised as speaking at this event.
Yes.
And then if we go over to the next page, you'll then see there's an analysis of those 2 individuals.
Yeah.
This is an analysis done by the Protective Services team,
Yes.
is that right?
That's right. I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. And in respect of the second individual, you can see that that person is described as being the media representative of Hizb ut-Tahrir in Australia.
Was the media representative.
Yes. Did you receive this document around the time it was created?
I don't recall seeing it at the time. Now,
Right.
our security team was creating risk assessment documents like this constantly during the encampment. I don't recall seeing this one.
All right. Was its content relayed to you at any point during the encampment period?
I don't specifically recall that. No.
All right.
Can I, on the document, can I speak to it?
Certainly.
As I've looked at this document, I've seen many of the Muslim students who were involved in the encampment would partake of Friday prayers at the university. And during the encampment, there would be a prayer session, followed by a walk through the campus, a march perhaps, and then a rally of these students. And often, I think the practice they had was to bring in outsiders to speak. And as I looked at this one, I saw that without naming names, the first speaker, as is identified in this, was the Muslim New South Wales Police chaplain. The second speaker was someone who had previously spoken at the university, and as I understand it, quite well known in academic circles, had been connected with another university. In fact, this rally, if you look at page 1, was on behalf of the Muslim Students Associations at a number of universities. So it was a collective event. And what this document is designed to do is to do a security risk assessment of that event. Was that event triggering concerns for us in hosting that event in security terms? And subsequent pages, I think you're not intending to go to that analysis.
That's right. That's right.
And suggested it was not a security concern.
Yes. Yes. I'll tender that document, Commissioner, but only the first 2 pages. And of course, some redactions will need to be made before it's published. But that document was USYD.9000.0001.1673. Later, sometime, I think around 16 June, there was a 60 Minutes report which alleged that Hizb ut-Tahrir had been active at university encampments, including the University of Sydney. Is that right?
That's correct.
You watched that at the time?
Yes, I did.
You subsequently had a meeting with New South Wales Police, I think on the morning of 17 June.
Yes, the police minister and senior figures in New South Wales Police.
Right. And around that time, you also received a letter from the Zionist Federation of Australia and August, again, alleging that Hizb ut-Tahrir were involved in the encampment.
Yeah.
And when you met with New South Wales Police and the others you mentioned on 17 June, what advice did you seek advice on Hizb ut-Tahrir?
Yes, I did.
What advice did you receive?
To the best of my recollection, I had sought an undertaking from them that they would alert us to. They would have alerted us to, and they would alert us to any security concerns they had around those who were participating in the encampment at the University of Sydney. And I asked them, with the information that they had, with what they had seen, did they have any reason to give me adverse or warning advice around who had been participating at the encampment? And they told me they had not, and they did not, and they gave me an undertaking that they would contact me if they had security concerns around the university.
Can I show you a document which is UCID.0001.0004.4533? You recognise this document?
Yes, I have now seen this document, yes.
And could we go to the second page of this document? So to be clear, this is a letter that was sent from the university to Texas.
Yes.
And that it was in response to an inquiry from Texas as to
Yep.
the presence of Hizb ut-Tahrir
Yeah.
at pro-Palestinian protest camps at the university.
Yeah.
And in the second last paragraph on that page, you refer to the meeting on 17 June,
Yes.
and it said, well, I say you, actually, I'm not sure you were the author of this letter. No, you weren't.
No, I wasn't the signatory to it.
No. It goes on to say, at the meeting, the Vice-Chancellor sought and received assurances about being notified about any relevant information on the encampment that related to any extremist, violent or radicalised behaviour,
Yes,
and that accords with your recollection of the meeting.
that's correct.
And it goes on to say in this letter, no information of this kind, including in relation to the activities of Hizb ut-Tahrir, was disclosed at this meeting. That accords with your recollection of the meeting.
Yes, it does.
And it goes on to say, nor have any concerns been raised with the Vice-Chancellor by police or other government intelligence agencies at any time since the distressing events of 7 October. That accords with your understanding of,
Yes.
the situation. Now, the advice that you received did not involve any assurance that Hizb ut-Tahrir weren't on campus at all.
No.
No. The advice you received is that the police were not aware of any risk of extremist, violent or radicalised behaviour by that group or other groups, correct?
Yes. Yes. I think at the time, and I remember this was part of the discussion, the status of Hizb ut-Tahrir has changed this year. It was not a banned group back in 2024. I got the distinct impression in my meeting that the police were aware of some of the people who had been in and around campus, possibly speaking. They were quite well known to the police. They were well known as participants in the Palestinian protest events that had taken place, and they were telling me that there was nothing flashing on their radar as far as the university was concerned.
I should ask, did you see this letter to Texas before it was sent?
Yes, I would have seen that letter. Yeah.
All right. And if we go further up the page to the third paragraph, well, the second actually,
Yeah.
it said, from time to time, students involved in the encampment invited speakers outside the university.
Yeah.
That's consistent with what you said earlier
Yes.
about speakers being invited from time to time. And it also refers to the Friday prayers, which you referred to earlier.
Yeah.
Then if we go to the next paragraph, it said it may be that one or more of those speakers had a connection to Hizb ut-Tahrir, though again, as far as we're aware, none were presented to protesters as officially representing that organisation. That was consistent with your understanding at the time. So is it fair to say that you had a suspicion that Hizb ut-Tahrir were involved in this encampment at the time?
No, what I would say is that Hizb ut-Tahrir had been raised. It had been raised with our security people. It had been raised through the phone call that you identified, raised with our security people. We had had no advice from the police to be concerned about groups in and around the encampment. Then when the detailed report landed in the 9 newspapers and on 60 Minutes, identifying specific individuals at university campuses, that's when we sought further undertaking from New South Wales Police.
But what I'm suggesting to you is you suspected there was a presence of Hizb ut-Tahrir during the encampment period, despite not being concerned about any extremist activity being undertaken by those individuals.
What I would say is that we had...
Could you just answer yes or no first and then explain?
Yes. Sorry, can you ask the question
You
again?
did or did not have a suspicion of that kind?
Yes, we had received a call saying there
So
was.
that's not my question.
Mhm.
My question is, did you suspect that during the encampment period, Hizb ut-Tahrir had a presence on campus?
No, I was not focused on that. There was no signs, no banners, no branding, no presence of Hizb ut-Tahrir. We had received a phone call indicating that a flag may have been linked to Hizb ut-Tahrir. We could not confirm that. So I think, in fairness, I appreciate there was speculation. There had been no evidence to that effect.
You accepted earlier, I'll tend to that document. That's UC.0001.0004.4533. You accepted earlier that you did, however, believe there were others who were not staff
Yes.
students involved in the encampment. Did you consider at the time what options there might be available to direct the removal of those who were not staff or students?
Yes, we did.
And what conclusion did you reach?
We had advice that we suffered under significant legal restraint around our ability to remove people from the campus who were not staff and students. And that was due to the operations of the Enclosed Lands Protection Act in New South Wales.
Your understanding was that because of the porous nature of the university's borders, that meant you likely fell outside the provisions of the Enclosed Lands Protection Act. That was
Yes.
your understanding?
Yes, we had received legal advice that we were not covered under the Enclosed Lands Protection Act, and even though we might try and assert those principles, we would have difficulty in enforcing them. There is no act of criminal trespass in New South Wales, and whilst all schools and hospitals in New South Wales had been exempted or put in under the Enclosed Lands Act, universities had not. And so, given the porous nature of the university, 28 entry points, whilst we were private land, we were a public space. And so our advice was, even if you could bring, police in and move people off campus, you had no criminal sanction capacity to keep them off campus, only civil capacity. And so people could immediately return back to the campus. And there was a real question on our ability to be able to clear the encampment and keep it cleared.
The university has now sought to clarify its position in that regard by instituting more boundary markers, such as bollards and signage stating the expectation of those who enter onto university lands, correct?
Yes, we have.
And you still say, though, that the legal position is unclear?
Yes, we believe, particularly for a university like Sydney, given our structured position is unclear. We have written to the New South Wales government on a number of occasions now, seeking protection and inclusion in the Enclosed Lands Act. And I note in the report led by Alan Finkel, he identifies that the position of universities in New South Wales sits outside and sits in contrast to the position of other universities in the country. And he also recommends that this Enclosed Lands Act provision be revisited in New South Wales.
There's now been amendments to the campus access policy which prohibits encampments, correct?
Yes. Within days of the ending of the encampment, we introduced our first version of the campus access policy that banned encampments.
I'll come back to the detail of that in a moment, but given what you've said about the legal position being unclear, and in light of the policy you now have, if an encampment of this kind were to occur again, would you have confidence to direct visitors to leave if necessary, or would you still say there's too much uncertainty?
I wish there was more certainty. We would clearly be able to take action with staff and students under the policy settings we have now. We would engage with the police. We would engage with the New South Wales Attorney General as to what our powers were with strangers to the university, camping at the university and occupying the university land, and we would look to assertively be able to move on that now. And I would say on that, if I reflect on the previous encampment, I do believe that the majority of those who were on our encampment were staff and students of the university.
The encampment dwindled over time from May to June 2024.
Yes.
And you've said in your statement you attribute that to the conclusion of other encampments as well as the weather and student holidays.
Yes, I think our encampment was looking closely at what was happening in Columbia. Many of the universities in the United States, as they reached the end of the academic year, wrapped up. The end of our semester wrapped up. It was getting colder. We were watching the numbers on the encampment intently. There were many tents. There were relatively few people staying overnight. And we felt it was drawing to a close. And we felt that we wanted to do what we could to wrap it up. A number of those groups that you mentioned at the outset announced that for their all intents and purposes, for them, the encampment was over, and they indicated they might be back in the next semester, but there was a small group that stayed.
You indicate that the only group that was left was the Sydney University Muslim Students Association at the end, and an agreement was ultimately reached with that organisation.
Well, we spoke with that organisation, keen also for them to peaceably be able to leave. There were numbers of issues that they were pursuing, numbers of which the university did not agree to at all, but there were one or two matters that were of significance to them that we felt we could support, that were in keeping with good practices of universities around Australia and around the world. We gave undertakings of some work that we would do, and then they left the encampment.
And what was the nature of those undertakings?
One was to have an independent assessment done of the investment policies of the university. The university holds funds for investment and endowments to support the work of the university. So a greater sense of transparency around that investment, those investments, particularly as they pertain to defence and security, and to also have greater transparency around the defence contracts that the university undertook in the nature of research. And we then engaged two eminent Australians to lead independent reviews.
That agreement provoked a strong adverse reaction from some sectors of the Jewish community.
Yes.
And you were blindsided by that reaction, weren't you?
Yes.
Indeed, you'd had anticipated a positive response from the Jewish community to that agreement.
Yes, all the engagement I had had with key Jewish community groups and those who I had been in touch with indicated their overwhelming desire was for the encampment to be concluded. I knew that we would then move to ban encampments and some of the other protest activities that had caused particular distress. It allowed us to create a reset for the second semester, and I had expected that people would be pleased that this was now behind us. But there was concern, I think, that we had negotiated with the Sydney University Muslim Students Association in order to do that we had held discussions with them. And I also think there was some misunderstanding as to the nature of the discussions and what the university had attempted to do. And I don't think there was an understanding up front that what we were doing was commonplace at universities around Australia and around the world.
Did you consult members of Jewish student staff organisations or Jewish community organisations on the resolution of that encampment?
No, we were not talking with them around that. And I appreciate that afterwards many of them expressed a frustration around that. And I believe that in hindsight, if we had spoken with them and explained in more detail what it was that we were trying to do to bring a peaceable resolution, then we may not have seen some of the reaction. And I think that may have been a real failure on our behalf. but fundamentally there was a relatively small group of students who were remaining, and we believed that this was an opportunity for us to end the encampment peaceably. That had always been our aim. We took advantage of the opportunity, and that's what in fact happened.
You accept that the focus on de-escalation and avoiding physical violence diverted attention from the psychosocial impacts on staff and students of the encampment?
Sorry, can you say the question again?
You accept that the focus on avoiding physical violence diverted attention from the psychosocial impacts on staff and students of the encampment?
I think subsequent to the encampment, meetings I had with Jewish community leaders, Jewish staff and students, some of the anti-Semitism training I did gave me greater insight into how testing and how challenging some of our Jewish students and staff found the encampment. And so I think I was more conscious of the psychosocial impact afterwards, even though I was aware at the time that the nature of the protest and the sense that the encampment was there every day was very challenging and very testing for some in our community.
You note in your statement that the university did not demonstrate the cultural literacy necessary to respond to the impact of intergenerational trauma and vulnerability of parts of our community. What do you mean by that?
Yes, I felt I learned a lot in value from some of the training and some of the engagements I had post encampment. I think I understood better just how menacing and threatening some in our community found the presence of the encampment every day. Not all, but some did. And I think this goes to issues of intergenerational trauma, stories that have been carried in families, the sense of risk and vulnerability, and I think also the sense of institutions not providing protection and support and a sense of vulnerability. And I think I had greater insight into that afterwards. It's one of the reasons I apologise to Jewish students and staff for our inability to have kept them closer and to talk with them more effectively throughout the encampment, and why we have made some changes subsequent to the encampment.
Indeed, you accept there should have been closer and more sustained engagement with the Jewish community during that period.
Yes, I do.
What should that have looked like?
I think more regular meetings and discussions. We did have meetings. I did hear from them their concern, but I think if I had my time again, I would be convening more meetings, talking more regularly, getting more feedback, listening more to the lived experience, and seeing whether, in fact, if we did that, that changed any of the tactics and the settings and the management strategies that we did. And I think that was a clear oversight at the time. I think we just got a single message in our mind, and that message was to try and end the encampment. I still felt that the risk of the encampment blowing up by forcibly ending it, police in riot gear taking students away could have seen an encampment 10 times the size the day after. And if you look at the experience in the United States, who knows who would have been drawn in to that kind of conflict. So I still believe the pursuit of the peaceable resolution of the encampment was very important and to the long-term benefit of the university. But I can see that our Jewish students and staff paid a price for that as the encampment dragged on. And I am sorry to them that it took so long for us to get it done. And I'm sorry we did not keep them more closely engaged in dialogue and listen more intently to them as it was going.
You'd also accept that the encampment period showed that some of the university's policies were not fit for purpose.
Correct.
And subsequently a campus access policy was introduced that you mentioned earlier on the 28th of June 2024.
Yes.
And then there was subsequently a period of consultation and a revised policy instituted February 2025.
That's right.
And that applies to any user of university lands, including visitors.
Yes.
And could I just bring that document up on the screen, please? That is UCID.0002.0001.0288. And while we're getting there, at clause 2.2, it says, you go to 2.2, please. Only staff and students are permitted to organise demonstrations on campus.
Yes.
And so that prohibits, does it, visitors engaging in demonstrations on campus?
No, visitors can come to the campus, but they can't organise
They
demonstrations.
can't organise a
Organisers
demonstration,
need to be staff and students.
but they can attend a demonstration?
Yes, they still could.
Right, okay. And clause 2.2 sub 3 says that approval is not required, but organisers must notify us of a planned demonstration as soon as possible and no later than when it's first communicated to people other than the organisers. How well is that working in practice, that requirement?
I think it's working pretty well now. The original draft that we operated for some months asked for a 72-hour notice period. And I think there was some misperception about this. I think there was some concern that we were asking protesters to seek permission of the university to have a protest or a demonstration. That was not the intent. This is really looked at through a safety lens. When we have protests, when we have demonstrations, we'd like to be able to know about that so that we can have the right security in place where necessary. And part of this is about when you have protests that are in conflict, when you have people protesting almost against the views of each other, that again is a matter where you want to make sure that you have the right level of security in place. So we asked people, tell us when you're organising a protest or a demonstration. Tell us at the same time as you're promoting it. On occasion, we will find out about a protest and we won't have been notified. So we go to the protest organiser and say, are you having a protest? Please tell us about it. Here's a form, send it back to us. And we have a strong level of cooperation around that. And so there was a pretty strong reaction to this when it started. I think it's settled down effectively and well. We're seeing this through a lens of safely managing our environment. And I can tell you, every week at the university there are protests marching down Eastern Avenue on international issues, on domestic issues, on university issues, and the protest and demonstration culture at the university is alive.
There's not been an occasion where you've needed to stop a protest altogether because of a failure to comply with this clause?
No, we haven't. That has not been how it is operated.
And at clause 2.4, it also prohibits camping.
Yes.
And protests within buildings as well.
Yes. I think this has been a significant change. We did have nothing like the circumstance at other universities, but for a brief period of time, students kind of running in to a building, staff members feeling quite threatened by that and, trapped in their part of the building. We believe that is an inappropriate form of protest, an unnecessary form of protest. When you're balancing physical safety, psychological safety, the need to be able to storm and occupy buildings does not seem to me to be a precursor of academic freedom or freedom of speech. So we have in fact banned that under our campus access policy as well.
I see. Could I take you to Dr. Smith's statement that you say that you've read? I don't currently have to hand the doc ID reference. It's stat.899.0001.0470_R.
Yep.
And I think it's page 16 where the images of graffiti start. Have you had a look at those images of the graffiti that Dr. Schmidt?
I'm not sure I saw it with this, with these images in the version I saw. I think I may have sent the transcript. Yes, I can see these now, though.
I see. And this depicts the graffiti tunnel at the University of Sydney.
Yes.
And can I just ask you about a couple of these
Yeah.
examples. I take it you're not terribly troubled by the suggestion that your hands are red, as in the first.
I regularly appear in process in chants and other depictions.
All right. And what about Dr. Smith's perspective that it shows bloody handprints which represent the lynching of 2 IDF reservists in Ramallah in October 2000? Do you understand that perspective?
No, not. I don't.
You don't understand that reference? I see. In respect of the second box, you see there's written there, Israel does not have the right to exist.
Yes.
What's your current view on whether that sort of language should be permitted to be displayed in the graffiti tunnel at Sydney University?
Yes, these are matters of judgment, but I believe. I mean, we can have, if we have time, a longer conversation on the lines that you had with Professor Davis around the ability to have a nuanced and academic discussion around that. But I think I think that probably fails a test of anti-Semitism as daubed like that.
Right. And do you accept that graffiti of that kind should have been removed in a timely fashion
Yes.
in 2024?
Yes, we now have policies in place where we patrol the graffiti tunnel. The graffiti tunnel has been a feature of the University of Sydney since the 1960s, I believe. Our general rule is graffiti takes place there, then we kind of clear it, and then the graffiti comes back again. But if there is anti-Semitic graffiti, we will take it down immediately. We will take photographs of it. We have put up closed circuit cameras in and around the graffiti tunnel. So if we could identify who had done anti-Semitic graffiti, then we would try and take disciplinary action against them if they were a staff or a student member, or engage with authorities if that was the case as well.
Could I ask you then about the one on page 20? We go to that page. That yellow star at the top with a red cross through it.
Yeah.
In your view, should graffiti of that kind be removed from the graffiti tunnel as soon as possible?
Yes, I would think that looks like an attack on a strong symbol identified with Jewish people.
Right. And what about the
Ms.
one?
Hager, I'm just going to interrupt for a moment. I understand we have some technical problem. So if we can I'm going to adjourn briefly to let that be rectified. My apologies, Professor.
That's
I understand the problem's been resolved, and the suggestion that I was just going to tantalise you with of a little short break later in the afternoon is now withdrawn.
Professor Scott, I know that the university has also amended its policies on the promotion and display of various materials. I won't ask you about the details of that today, but I see that it's set out in your statement. You've also referred to the Safe Zone app.
yes.
So that's an app that can be used to capture images of things like graffiti or posters or the like, and then sort of uploaded for reporting purposes.
Yes, that's
Is that
right.
Okay. What's your assessment of how effective that's been?
I think these policies are working well. If you look at our complaints data from students, there's been a very significant reduction in the level of student complaints from October 2024 to 25 compared to 23 to 24. So in the time that this policy has come into place, we now see that even some of the groups that were very upset about having to authorise posters and put them in the right place are doing so. We're taking down posters that don't work, and the Safe app has increased take-up and awareness and visibility and helps us to respond more quickly to when there are incidents that need swift attention by our security team.
Indeed, your policy does include a requirement for whoever's posting a poster to include the authorisation details along the bottom.
Yeah, to stand up and be accountable for the poster.
And you haven't found difficulties in enforcing that?
Well, I think, again, there was some reluctance early on, but we are seeing adherence because we take down any poster that doesn't have the authorisation sign. So if you want if you believe your poster is a reasonable poster to be and you want people to see it, then you put up the authorisation. And if there are issues then around that event, then we know who to contact and we can do that. And that just seems fair and reasonable.
Following the encampment period in July 2024, you commissioned Bruce Hodgkinson AM to review the adequacy of the university's policies and procedures, correct?
That's right.
And that report was received in November 2024 and proceeded to make a range of recommendations regarding revisions to those policies and procedures.
Yes.
Including those regarding complaints mechanisms.
Yes.
And he found that the system as it then stood was too complex and a single central office should be established.
Correct.
And you likewise accept that the complaints system at that time was too complex and too opaque.
Yes.
And that it did not build confidence and trust with staff and student bodies at that time.
Yes.
And wasn't delivering swift outcomes.
Yes.
And in terms of what changes you've made at the university to address those issues, one of which, since the review was finalised in November 2024, one of those changes is to set up a complaints portal.
Yes.
And it's designed to be a single entry point into the complaints system.
Yes, not an exclusive entry point. I think you've heard evidence earlier this week. We need to make a simple place that we could promote where anyone with any complaint could go. But we appreciate for a myriad of reasons, people might want to put complaints in through other places. So it's a big front door, but no wrong door.
And another recommendation was about reporting complaints data to the university governance as well as to the public.
Yes, that's right.
And obviously the university's governing body is the Senate.
Correct.
And in terms of reporting to the Senate, you've identified a few different reporting mechanisms, but none currently identify specific data in respect of anti-Semitic complaints.
No, we have a challenge with data at the moment, and it is a legacy of a complaint system that is very decentralised and fragmented. We haven't had a common taxonomy which has allowed us to classify complaints in a consistent way. We haven't had an end-to-end management process. These are all things we are changing and putting in place that will allow us to give not just better service to those who've made a complaint and give them an insight into where their complaint is up to, but a more systematic reporting mechanism out, more detail around the nature of complaints, the extent to which they were upheld, the categories of complaints, the time it took for us to be able to report on that to the Senate, but also for us to be able to put that into public reporting, all to build confidence in the complaint system that we have.
And when will the university be in a position to start providing anti-Semitic complaints data to the Senate?
We have now procured an end-to-end complaints management system, which we will look to implement. I'm not precisely sure of that timetable, but the procurement has taken place, so we need to roll in that system. We are already attempting to, and we did do an overarching complaints review to Senate at the end of last year, but as this complaint system gets implemented, that will give us a level of granularity to be able to provide detail into categories of complaint and the nature.
And is it right that there's currently no form of public reporting on complaints specific to anti-Semitism or indeed any kind of racism?
Yes, that's right. We have not had a separate category for anti-Semitism. But I expect that's one of the issues I think we're going to be looking at in light of the new threshold standards that have been announced by the government this week around anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism against First Nations people and other categories of racism as well. And I think there'll be an expectation in that process that we are in a position and will publicly report on those matters.
Would you aim to introduce something like the annual racism report that Melbourne University publishes?
Yes, I think we have produced an annual report on gender-based violence, and I think one of our questions will be, will we include that data in an annual report, or we do a separate report, but it will be public reported.
Can I ask you then about the university's adoption, to use that term broadly, of a definition of anti-Semitism? From paragraph 12, you've referred to the university's anti-racism statement that was issued in November 2023. And it now has a reference in it to racism manifesting in a variety of harmful practices and ideologies such as anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Asian and other xenophobias.
Yes.
And then it goes on to include a link where it says download our supplementary resources document, and there's a link to that document.
Yes.
And then if one clicks on that link, that takes you to what's called the Our Commitment to Anti-Racism Supplementary Resources.
Yes.
And that document records that the University Senate endorsed the inclusion of the university's Australia definition on anti-Semitism.
Correct.
And that document sets out that definition as well.
Yes.
But then it also notes that there are several definitions and debates which serve as valuable guides, which include the IRA definition, yes, as well as the Jerusalem Declaration.
Yes.
So that document, the supplementary resources document, in fact refers to 3 different definitions of anti-Semitism.
Yes.
And then in terms of the extent to which that's at all reflected in the university's actual codes of conduct, could I take you to, for example, the Staff and Affiliates Code of Conduct, which is UCID.0001.0001.0043, and take you to clause 11. So 11.2 says the university expects staff and affiliates to be aware of inherent power dynamics in their relations with students and to conduct themselves accordingly. And it says this includes a number of different kinds of conduct, including discrimination, bullying, sexual harassment. And then there's a note underneath that clause, which among other things says the university's commitment to anti-racism, including anti-Semitism, is explained in the anti-racism statement. You see that?
Yes.
And if we go over to clause 20, there's also there's a requirement there that staff and affiliates must comply with the bullying, harassment and discrimination prevention policy, as well as the sexual harm and gender-based violence prevention and response policy. And then you see a note again, the university's commitment to anti-racism, including anti-Semitism, is explained in the anti-racism statement and refers to supporting resources. Correct?
Yes.
And that's the extent of the reference to anti-Semitism in this document. Well, I want you to take it from me that that's correct.
Yes.
Yes. what is your expectation as to how a staff member might go about understanding their obligations upon looking at this document? Do you expect them to look at the note and then click on the anti-racism statement and then navigate to the supplementary resources and then decide for themselves which of the three definitions apply and form their own conclusion about what their obligations are?
I think the university's commitment to the Universities Australia policy is more complete than the outline that you've identified. When the Universities Australia definition was endorsed by the universities across the country, it then went to the academic board, and the decision was made by the academic board to include it in these resource materials. Subsequently went to the university's executive and the university's senate, the most senior governing institution at the university. The university senate endorsed it. The university senate then indicated it was to be used in the complaints process as the definition of anti-Semitism. And since that time, it has been the primary document that's been used by the university to determine cases of anti-Semitism.
And how do you
After the
expect a
Senate-
staff member who reads this policy to know that?
After the Senate meeting went out, we emailed all staff and all students at the university, sent them a copy of the definition and said this is how it would be used. I think I think there's an important question as to how you best codify these definitions. And that is a debate that I think is going to become very relevant with the changes to the threshold standards. But when the initial statement was made by the anti-Semitism envoy around the definitions, and I was involved with her in debates and discussions around these things, she was keen, and we were keen, that universities adopt a definition and use a definition. But the use of the definition was particularly thought of in consequences of complaints and disciplinary matters. That's precisely what the University of Sydney has done. Adopted the definition, and we are using it, and we're using it in complaints and disciplinary matters now. Now, I think there is an interesting debate as to whether, in fact, we should go further than that and codify it in a staff code, a student charter. I think if we do that in light of the text for advice, we will also do it with other relevant definitions as well, and that will change somewhat the nature of this code. But I do think any fundamental search as to which definition is at use at the University of Sydney would come up with the fact that the University of Australia definition is the one that's been utilised fundamentally at Sydney.
Well, the importance of codes of conduct is not just for those staff who are deciding complaints. You also accept it's important that they're accessible and understandable by staff and students who are subject to them. You accept that?
Yes, I do.
And what I'm suggesting to you is that the way that this is currently designed, it's not sufficiently accessible and easy to understand for staff and students. Do you agree
Yes,
with that?
I accept that.
Right. And do you accept that it should be incorporated into policies and procedures that regulate student and staff conduct?
Well, I think yes. What I would say is that my expectation now is that the university will now go a further step to look at how we encode. And I think in our discussions now as to where you encode it, is it in this policy that you've identified here? Is it in a bullying and harassment and discrimination policy? We've had initial discussions as to whether in fact you need to create a new anti-discrimination policy to hold all of those definitions that we're going to need to develop. So we need to come up with a solution. And as you suggest, it should be readily accessible, readily understood, pretty straightforward for any member of our community.
Commissioner, I have no further questions for Professor Scott, but there are a number of parties who
Yes.
can leave to cross-examine.
Yes, Miss Crafty.
Thank you, Commissioner. Professor Scott, do you recall giving writing in the Australian back in May 2024, I completely reject any suggestion the university, or as stated on Sydney Radio last week, that I in particular have fostered an unsafe environment for Jewish students and staff or sympathised with anti-Semitic views. Do you recall writing that in a...
I will take your word. I'll take your word for it.
Can I take you to paragraph 241 of your statement? There you've said, from the middle of the paragraph, the university supports students and staff engaging in public discourse, including by staging demonstrations, but does not tolerate any activities or statements which can reasonably be seen to support terrorism, including the terrorist attack by Hamas in Israel on 7 October 2023. Do you see that?
No, I'm sorry, I cannot see that.
Okay. Do you take it from me that's what you said in your statement?
You'll need to say it more slowly for me, and I will.
I would.
I'm sorry, I know the clock is running.
With a bit more time.
Yeah.
You effectively said that you the university does not tolerate any activities or statements which can reasonably be seen to support terrorism.
Yes.
Have you heard the evidence that was given on Monday by one of your former students, Yasmin Johnson?
Yes, I read the transcript of Ms. Johnson's statement.
She gave evidence that in August 2025 on University of Sydney's campus, she gave a speech in which she called for the destruction of the State of Israel.
Yes. Was she still a student with us at that time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I don't know. I'll check that. But she gave the speech on your campus.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she also spoke in praise of the use of violence.
Yes.
Is that tolerated at the University of Sydney?
She was a guest speaker at the time. We are not vetting speeches in advance. We have said in our statements that we do not support terrorism or violence. Now,
the education officer of the National Union of Students. She was one of the key organisers, together with Students for Palestine, of the encampment at your university. I suggest to you that you knew who she was.
Well, I must say, if you're asking me, I was not aware of her speaking at that conference. I've got your extract of that, and I don't think I'm really appropriately in a broader position to comment.
Well, I will ask you to comment because she made those proclamations at the University of Sydney in August last year.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you want to tell the Australian community about what the University of Sydney says about that having taken place on your campus?
Yeah, can you read to me her statement again, please?
Well, she accepted that she said that the State of Israel should be destroyed. She called for the destruction of the State of Israel.
Yeah.
Happy to bring it up on screen if we need to.
Yeah.
And she advocated for the use of violence.
Yeah, well, I totally reject her views. I do not believe that is an appropriate use of academic freedom and discourse. And I in no way support or associate myself with her comment.
And will you permit that kind of thing to happen at the University of Sydney going forward?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to answer that, Professor. Ms. Crafty, I think that's a difficult proposition to put to the witness. Will you not permit that to go ahead? We're talking about a university where a whole range of views might, in many contexts, be expressed. I'm not going to allow that question.
Certainly. Professor Scott, you gave evidence to the Royal Commission about the fact that his bacteria was on campus in 2024. You recall that evidence?
What I think we've said, and we've seen the documents today, is that there was a speaker who had once been a spokesperson for Hutzpah Tahrir, and there were suggestions that were put by some members of the community that Hutzpah Tahrir had been a presence on campus.
So is your evidence that there was one moment or one person at one time on campus associated with his bacteria?
I don't have detailed evidence apart from that, As I said in my evidence earlier, I sought undertakings from New South Wales Police that they would brief us if in fact we had presences on campus that caused us concern or that we should be alert to. They said they would. They did not at that time. They did not subsequently. And I'd say that that conversation, one of those key conversations, took place within 24 hours of the broadcast around Taria. So my advice and guidance on this fundamentally came through the police and advice the police was giving us over time.
You're aware that in about June 2024, a University of Sydney spokeswoman said the university could not act sooner as Hizb ut-Tahrir was not deemed a terrorist organisation by authorities and can legally appear at rallies and events across New South Wales.
Yes. Well, I would reinforce that Hizb ut-Tahrir was not a banned group at the university. There was reference in evidence given earlier today about the French Model Code, and in that, the French Code identifies criteria for managing external speakers. And one of those questions is to whether, in fact, they are breaking the law, and another kind of criteria would be if, in fact, their presence represented a security risk at the university.
Professor Scott, you were aware that at that time, when you were getting information, security-related intelligence relating to Hizb ut-Tahrir, that it was a prescribed terrorist organisation in other countries?
Yes, I was. That's one of the reasons I specifically sought advice, and I was told that it was not a group so identified at that time by the Australian government nor at New South Wales. In fact, the impression I had, and it's a personal impression, was that it was a group well known to New South Wales Police, and they were not giving me warning advice on them.
You've said in your statement that you've been seeking advice regarding legislation or the interpretation of legislation of your ability to prevent non-university people from coming onto campus. You've been trying to work out the interpretation of the legislation. The Hodgkinson Review said the law was actually settled at page 21. Are you aware of that?
I'm happy to look at that reference. There has been, and so I will have to take your word for that. I don't have that in front of me, but I would say I have received many and various legal advice around the Enclosed Lands Act with significant conjecture on our ability to enforce the Enclosed Lands Act. I think there is no ambiguity around our ability to enforce it inside buildings. There still remains debate.
There remains debate about the legislation, and you still haven't arrived at a settled legal position. Professor Scott, you've used language today and in the past about Jewish students and staff being uncomfortable and unhappy about the encampments. Do you recall giving that evidence?
Yes, I do.
You said they were upset and they didn't want to walk past the encampments. Do you recall saying that?
Some of them said that to me, yes.
Yes. Do you recall giving evidence today that they found it testing and challenging?
Yes.
And you gave evidence that you're aware of intergenerational trauma.
Yes.
So I suggest to you, Professor Scott, all of those things may be true, but the actual issue here was that Jewish students and Jewish staff at the University of Sydney were not safe in 2024 or 2025 and quite possibly today. Do you accept that proposition?
Are you talking about safety in terms of psychosocial safety?
Yes. Psychosocial safety?
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah,
accept that?
I accept one of the issues I think we have needed to focus on, and I think is a major change in the legal settings in recent years, is how we create an environment where all in our community feel safe and welcome. And I appreciate that there was a period of time when the encampment was on in particular, that there were staff members who did not feel as safe and as
It wasn't just the encampments though, Professor Scott, it was the entire university campus. The fact that you never said in 2024 publicly, we stand against anti-Semitism and we support our Jewish community on campus, correct?
Well, no, I don't accept that at all.
You said those things publicly in 2024.
There is correspondence and communication from me to the university community regularly, saying that we stand against anti-Semitism and we stand against any form of discrimination, and that we stand with our Jewish community. I put out a note to our community to that effect on October 9, 2023, and there will be, if you seek to look, repeated communications. When I stand against anti-Semitism, the university stands against anti-Semitism, and we seek to support all members of our community, Jewish members of our community, Palestinian members of our community, during
Professor
very
Scott,
trying times.
there are very few campuses or universities in Australia that made Jewish students and Jewish staff feel more unsafe than the University of Sydney. Do you accept that?
What I do accept is that we had a long-running encampment at the University of Sydney. We have long had a history of protest and demonstration at the university. I appreciate, notwithstanding the evidence that the Commission has heard in recent days about issues across Australian universities, there was a profile and focus on the University of Sydney encampment. And as I have said, students and staff that I spoke to told me that they were unhappy with it and they were keen to have it resolved, and we worked purposefully to bring about that conclusion.
Vice President of Augis at the time, Jack Morris, said, "We've been dealing with a lot of universities in this country. I can say with confidence that the University of Sydney is probably one of the worst places to be a Jewish student right now." Do you recall?
Yes, I think I recall that at the time, and it's one of the reasons why in the 2 years since the encampment, we have worked very closely with Jewish academics, with Jewish staff. We have convened groups and engaged with leadership of the Jewish community. I've worked closely with the local rabbi. We appreciated that we needed to do work. We were not as attentive as we needed to be.
No, you were not. And Professor Scott, I have one last question before I'm told to take my seat. Do you still not take responsibility for the lack of safety that Jewish staff and Jewish students experienced on campus in 2024?
What I have indicated in my evidence today is that the leadership of the university, the leadership team, those who were involved, worked assiduously day and night to try and bring a peaceable solution to the encampment. We believe...
That wasn't in respect of Jewish students, that was in respect of the encampment.
No, with respect, it was in the interest of Jewish students, I believe, because it was in response, in part, to what Jewish staff and Jewish students had told us. What was the number one thing that they wanted us to do? They wanted us to wrap up the encampment. They wanted the encampment.
They wanted you to do, Professor Scott, was to keep them safe, and you didn't do it. There is no reason for any parent of a Jewish child to think that their child is going to be safe.
Ms. Crafty, I'm not going to allow that if it ends up as a question. The witness is not required to answer a proposition put in those terms.
I understand. One last question.
Sure.
You don't know who comes onto your campus, and you say that you can't keep people out of your campus. What confidence can you give the Australian public that people who come onto their campus are safe?
Yeah, I think that is a fair question. We have worked assiduously with the development of our policies over the past 2 years, the work of our security team, our engagement with police, with authorities, with the changing of some of the policy settings that we have to really prioritise safety and well-being of all in our community. We are a public university. It is an open space that people can come through, but we do have strong policies in place as best we can to be able to manage that environment, increase security, increase closed circuit cameras, an app that we have rolled out now too, and to fundamentally work far more closely with all parts of our community, to listen to their concerns, to understand them better, to be able to respond more assiduously. One of the things our Chancellor has done is convened a group which has leaders of the Jewish and the Muslim community, First Nations and others as well, to listen to concerns, to make sure we have policy settings in place that address those areas of greatest need. And I feel The encampment is now 2 years over. I think we have made enormous steps in those 2 years. We've changed our policies, we've changed our settings, we've engaged far more closely with communities, we've consulted deeply, and I feel that we are in a much, much stronger place than we were 2 years ago.
Thank you, Professor Smith.
Mr. Noel.
So my name is Noel. I'm here for the Australian Academic Alliance Against Antisemitism.
Mr. Knoll.
I'm going to, if I may, take you to just 4 policy areas
Yes.
where, given the work that has gone in the last couple of years, I think remain to be addressed.
Sure.
And I think the Commission will be assisted by your responses.
Thank you.
The first of them is an issue that you do deal with at paragraph 234 and 235, which is the Sydney Abroad Fair.
Yes.
And you refer to it as students conducting a sit-in.
Yes.
Visitors from Tel Aviv University visited Sydney University on 19 March 2024.
Yes.
And you indicate that the new policies don't allow demonstrations inside buildings. It's at paragraph 86 of your statement.
Yes.
And the campus access policy that you were taken to earlier
Yes.
says at clause 2.25 sub 5, demonstrations must be orderly and peaceful. They must not unreasonably impede the access or movement of people or vehicles.
Yes.
Would you accept that that particular incident did impede students accessing the Tel Aviv University visitors?
I'm trying to remember the detail at the time, but I think for a period of time, a relatively short period of time, access in and out of that building was not possible. As I understand, we've changed some of the security settings on the door of that building, but of course that demonstration precedes the campus access policy as it's now been amended.
So the position is it not, that Sydney University would not allow the same thing to occur again?
Yes, that's right.
But at that time, the obligation to not impede other people participating in university life was still there.
Yes.
And the Tel Aviv University visitors had to be quietly escorted away from the building after not being able to talk to Sydney University students.
Yes, that's my recollection.
I just need to ask you, was there any action taken in relation to the students who successfully disrupted the visit of Tel Aviv?
I don't recall, Mr. Knoll. I'd have to get further advice on that.
Could I invite you, please, to get the advice and let the Commission and the parties know?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you. The second area relates to a complaint about conduct of a lecture.
Yes.
I'm not going to name names, and if you need to, I'll provide a document, which I understand has already been provided, so I have to be a bit careful about that. There was an incident on the 23rd of May 2025. It occurred in the medical area.
Yes.
It was a lecture about humanitarianism in global health, and the lecturer engaged in some fairly biased and, put it bluntly, horrible comments about Israel, Israelis, and the Gaza war, but not just the Gaza war. A complaint was lodged in July, and the response came in January of the next year.
Yeah.
Would you accept from me that taking 6 months to deal with that kind of complaint is too long?
Yes, I understand why that feels very unsatisfactory to the complainant, Mr. Knoll. What I would add, we sometimes find when complaints are made against staff members, our complaints policy runs into our industrial agreement, and there are a series of protocols around timing, back and forth, that can sometimes delay longer than we would hope. And there are also times when staff members might be on sabbatical, they might be on leave, they are not accessible, which again slows it down. I referred to the new systems we're putting in place earlier, to the council assisting. One of the things that will do will be allow us to be able to manage and monitor timeframes far more quickly, and that a complainant will be able to log into that site, find out where their complaint is up to, and get an estimation of the time frame of resolution for that. I think a general principle is that even though the mean time to settle a complaint can be reasonable, the outliers can feel very unreasonable and upsetting to complainants, and we want to do better on that.
Do I take it from that detailed explanation that you are prepared to agree that 6 months was just too long?
No, I'm not, Mr. Knoll, because I don't understand the circumstances that drove that. But what I was indicating to you, I am aware of other cases that have been taken a long time to resolve, and there often have been extenuating circumstances due to leave and due to requirements in the industrial agreement. But I do want it to be faster.
Now, one aspect of the way in which that complaint was resolved is that the lecturer, who was a visitor, but is still teaching,
Yes.
Was counselled.
Yes.
The university gave the complainant no information as to what the counselling was, and the inquiry was then made. Are you prepared to tell your faculty and students, de-identified, what the problem conduct was so that other people know that we don't want that conduct to recur?
Yeah.
The university's response was, no, we are not prepared to tell other faculty or students what the conduct was, and thus the position is that the conduct could easily reoccur because no one's been told that you shouldn't do it.
I think that is a fair comment and an issue that identifies an underlying challenge that we have with some of our complaints process. I think there is a default to confidentiality, and there are reasons for that. At times to protect the person who's made the complaint, at times perhaps to protect the person that the complaint has been made about.
Please forgive my interrupting. My question related to de-identified.
Yeah,
Identify the nature of the conduct that is not acceptable.
I'm just taking it further. I think we need to look at what is the nature of confidentiality around complaints processes. Our end-to-end complaints review, we want to look at that. Fundamentally, confidentiality does not build confidence in the system. A complaint system needs a level of transparency, a level of reporting, a speediness of resolution, and all of these things need to build confidence. And if in fact it all is seen to be taking place in a black box and obscure, it doesn't build confidence. So I think more work needs to be done, and there might well be opportunities around de-identified examples of that too.
I apologise for repeating the question because that which you've said is helpful but doesn't address the issue. The issue is, and the problem we are facing, is that we need to make sure that fellow members of faculty know, without pinging anybody, no personal identification, this is the sort of thing the university will consider as unacceptable.
Yes, there are different ways of going about it. That could be one way, or another one could be in broader communications out of our complaints team, guidance notes that give de-identified examples, reasons why, to inform the learning. I understand the value of that.
Can you at least commit in principle to bring that into the University of Sydney system?
We are doing an end-to-end complaints review, and we will put that in as part of the thinking that the review needs to undertake.
Would you accept from me that the present process treats that kind of incident, I've only chosen one example because it was the one easiest to de-identify, would leave Jewish academics and students, who in this case were the complainants, with a sense that things are being treated as separate incidents rather than opportunities to educate the university community about what is and isn't unacceptable?
I can understand that concern, and I think it's an area I want to engage with as we do this review.
Thank you. I'll come to the third example, if I may, because I know my time is quite short. I have to identify the centre here so that people can understand the problem. The university has a centre called the Vere Gordon Child Centre, and in 2025, it provided a series of lectures writing histories of conflict and cooperation in unspeakable times, memory, trauma, and healing. The lectures were not all on that general topic. In fact, 4 of them, and one wholly, dealt on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, promoting an anti-Zionist perspective. Members of the University of Sydney, Jewish members of your faculty, academics, within a week said, will you work with us so that we can provide a balancing series of lectures?
Yeah.
They put a proposal up in February 2026, followed up in April. In May, they were said, can you give us some more details? Promptly, more detail was provided, and the proposed lecturers were all people well known and highly qualified at Sydney University, Macquarie and Monash. I think perhaps prompted by you, the failure to reply turned into a 6 May response from the Jewish academics. And on the 29th of May, there was an apology for the delay, and wait for it, an acknowledgement of receipt, and nothing further. What arises from that are two policy questions for you. The first is, would you accept that this is a circumstance where the Jewish academic participation in an important aspect of university life, education, the Jewish academics were essentially made to feel unwelcome by an important centre within the university?
Yes, I'm not across the detail of this example that you have raised, but I can understand the frustration of those academics that they immediately come back and put up a proposition and then all they hear is silence for months. I can understand that being frustrating and deflating for them, and it doesn't sound a satisfactory process and engagement. I'm not sure what the mitigating reason
would you
be.
accept from me that you were in fact copied in on this correspondence? And I will ask, just so the Commissioner knows, I've agreed with Councillor Sisting that before the document is tendered, it needs to be blacklined to remove some names. So I'll have to delay the tender.
Yes, very well.
But the problem is, at simple terms, if the university readily puts on lectures by those who wish to propose an anti-Zionist perspective, and spend from October to the end of May of the following year writing with the counter perspective even being offered, there is a sense that one view is welcome and one view is not.
Yeah.
So if staff and students are made to feel unwelcome for that reason, can you appreciate that they would lose their sense of belonging within the university?
We want staff and students to feel a sense of belonging and part of our community. As I said on the specifics of that case, I don't know if there are other mitigating circumstances, but I do understand with the facts as you've outlined them why the staff involved would be frustrated by that time frame and that lack of substantive response.
And you're aware that there are many students and some staff who don't wish to disclose their Jewish identity when attending university, including your university.
Yes, I have read that and I understand that, and nor do we ask them.
And if one is afraid to disclose one's identity, you don't have a sense of belonging to the university community. Do you accept that?
Well, I think it's a long and complicated question. We want people to feel at home and comfortable in our settings, and for them to manifest that as they see fit, to bring their whole selves to university and to be able to speak with confidence on that. But then people will make their own choices, I suppose.
And if that's not achieved, surely the university is worse off for not having their contributions.
We want a vibrant plurality. We have made a strong commitment in recent years to a more diverse community setting. Diversity and the plurality of views, plurality of ideas is very important to us.
So you are very conscious of the concerns around anti-Semitism in the university space.
Yes, I am.
Is Sydney University willing to adopt an action plan to make sure that Jewish staff and students feel safe, welcome, unconditionally visible, and able to be full contributors to the university?
Well, I think my response to that would be we are seeking to do that now and have been seeking to do that. My office, my Chief of Staff, and myself, we have deeply connected with Jewish staff, Jewish student leadership, local members of the Jewish community, constant consultation and engagement. From that consultation and engagement, I believe we are gaining greater insight and understanding and can be responsive to some of these specific issues that they bring to bear, like the issue that you would be bringing to bear here.
So I'd now like to, if I may, just bring you to the key point. When people or a university prepares a program that seeks to make Indigenous students unconditionally visible in the university, or indeed a program, and we're still fighting that one, to make LGBTQI and particularly transgender people fully visible in the university, you would involve the affected group in the design of the program so that their lived experience informs the program.
Yes.
You accept that?
Yes.
So I'm now inviting you to commit to Sydney University, involving its representative academic organisation and Jewish student organisation to help co-design a program that makes the university once again one where unconditional visibility and participation of Jewish people occurs.
And in our regular consultation with the 5A group that I know you're involved in, with Augis and others, that is an issue we will take up with them. We would like and appreciate the contributions of student leaders, academic staff, on working with them to make sure the university is as open and welcoming and supportive as it can be for members of the Jewish community.
Professor Scott,
Mr.
I know I'm
Noel.
at time. I'm at my last question, Commissioner.
Well, you're 1 minute over, Mr. Nutt.
I do apologise. Professor Scott, it's not about contributions. It's about being an active partner in the co-design of a program so that your Jewish academics and students feel not as consulted, but as active partners in
Yes.
the development of the process.
Yes, I accept.
Do you accept the difference?
Yeah, yes, I do.
And I'm
That was the
inviting you to
question,
commit to
Mr.
it.
Nutt.
I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience, Commissioner.
Yes, Ms. Doyle.
Professor Scott, my name is Doyle. I appear for APAN. I
Yes,
also have been assigned 15 minutes to speak with you.
yes,
Let's both put on our seatbelts. We're going to be travelling above the speed limit.
indeed.
Let's go. University of Sydney's had a Charter of Freedom of Speech and Academic Freedom since 2019, as I understand it.
That's correct.
And that document can be found in the Commission's materials at USYD stop 0001, stop 0001, stop 0036.
Yep.
It has been amended over time, including an amendment in 2025.
Yes,
Can I ask you about that amendment? Do you recall that at that time a definition of the term civility was introduced to the Charter? You recall that?
yes,
And at the same time, it was amended to say, in the introductory parts of the Charter, the University of Sydney greatly values courage, civility, and respect.
yes.
When any amendments are made to that Charter, I assume that the amendments are made having regard to the French Model Code, which inspired the adoption of the Charter in the first place.
There's no doubt this is informed by the French Model Code. The issue of civility also emerged for us as a key issue out of the Hodgkinson review. Mr.
Yes.
Hodgkinson made recommendations around civility. We looked at our student charter and our staff code of conduct, and there were references to civility in both of those. And then we looked to include that within this Charter of Freedom of Speech as well.
So the way, as I understand it, it works is that civility is defined to mean the behaviours described in Clause 8.1 of the Student Charter and also a cognate
Yeah.
clause in the Staff Charter. And when one goes to that Clause 8 in the Student Charter, what one finds is that among the list of things that students must adhere to is an obligation or an expectation that they maintain a cooperative and collaborative approach to relationships with staff, affiliates and students. I want to suggest to you, Professor Scott, that by introducing civility and a definition that sends one off to a cavalcade of things, including an obligation to be collaborative and cooperative, goes well beyond the sort of reasonable and proportionate measure that the French Code, or the tenets of the French Code, would have envisaged at the time your charter was adopted. Do you accept that?
Yes, however, you asked earlier about has the world changed since 2019 when Mr. French released his code. I would argue that it has. And it
Can I
is not-
pause you there and ask you, in continuing your answer, to draw a distinction between whether the political and international environment has changed or whether people's capacity to endure robust debate has changed? Because I suggest to you it's the latter.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with your assessment. Let me explain why I believe it is that the world is somewhat different. Firstly, from someone in my position running a university, we are dealing with a whole new legal regime around psychosocial safety that did not exist in 2018, 2019. And looking through the French Code again, I looked for references to psychosocial safety. I don't believe the term is used in the French Model Code, but I might stand to be corrected. But there are now legislative responsibilities that fall on me and people like me to create an environment that supports psychosocial safety. In evidence, the Royal Commission has experienced in recent weeks. We see the impact of social media, particularly the impact of social media on young
Can I interrupt you there to inquire? I thought you said the political environment had changed. You're talking about people's understanding of a different phenomenon.
No, I am talking about the environment that our staff and students are operating in. I am conscious that young people arriving at the university today have only ever known life with a smartphone. They've come of age in an era of social media. The dominant nature of political discourse is often modelled to them around dominating a political environment, shouting down, cutting off your opponents, not tolerating alternative points of view.
But
and that is why...
This change is not a result of the encampments?
Yeah. Well, as I said, Mr Hodgkinson put the word civility centrally in front of us. And what I believe we are trying to do is to create a community that supports academic freedom and freedom of speech. And part of that is for me to exercise my freedom of speech in a way that will encourage and enable and facilitate you to be able to exercise your freedom of speech.
What I want to suggest to you in conclusion, Professor Scott, on that topic is that insofar as the French Code and the explanatory notes there too said there is no obligation to ensure that others don't feel offended, shocked or insulted, the introduction of the definition civility takes us away from that and changes the landscape. And you seem to be saying deliberately so.
But the first caveat, that you were talking about caveats earlier, the first caveat in the French Model Code is the law. I would argue that the law has changed since 2019. The law has injected responsibilities of psychosocial safety on all organisations, including universities. And my feeling was and is to be able to look not just at an individual's freedom of speech, but how you create a culture that enables the freedom of speech of many to hear the other voice, to listen as well as speak, to respond as well as dominate the discourse. These are important values for freedom of speech and academic freedom to create the kind of community where academic freedom and freedom of speech can flourish.
Would you say the same thing, Professor Scott, in relation to the change made to the posters policy, full name Promotional and Display Materials Policy 2025, which now says that any promotional display material which is inappropriate, or which anyone believes to be inappropriate, should be the subject of contact being made to those who have the capacity to remove those posters?
Yes.
And you'd say the same. That's because of a change in the environment in the sense that you've just said, namely the law having a greater appreciation of psychosocial.
I appreciate we're working at speed here and there is some nuance in this, so let me try and quickly give you an answer. I believe in trying to create...
Well, perhaps I'll restate the question.
Well,
were the changes the result of the encampments on campus or the phenomenon you just described?
The changes were a recognition of three elements. One was insights from how the encampment operated in practice, a recognition of the changing environment that we felt we were operating in, and following through the advice that we took from Mr Hodgkinson. We engaged Mr Hodgkinson for this work because he was an expert in work health and safety and an expert in the emerging field of psychosocial safety. And we took all of those into account when we made...
When was his report made available to you?
The Hodgkinson report?
Yes.
In November 2024, we commissioned it immediately after the encampment. We brought out campus access policy changes. Then we asked Mr Hodgkinson to review those for us. We did extensive community consultation and we made some changes.
The other change that was made was to introduce a policy called the flag policy.
Yes.
Which says that we will not fly flags that represent unlawful activities, which are inconsistent with our values or which are otherwise unsuitable. Where does one find a definition of inconsistent with our values or otherwise unsuitable? Where does one?
Yeah, I would need to check that. These are judgments that will be made at the time when the complaint was raised.
Who makes the judgments?
Those who are involved in our complaints policy, and also we have experts in our Office of General Counsel who will provide us with.
Do you know then whether if a flag of Palestine or the flag of Israel were seen at a protest on campus, whether they would fall foul of the new flag policy, which is USYD, stop 0002, stop 0001, stop 0370. Would either of those flags fall foul?
What can't happen is that without permission, official flagpoles of the university cannot be appropriated. So
I'm not talking about flagpoles, just someone.
Well, I'm sorry, that isn't the flag policy. So I'm reasserting that cannot happen. But no, I would see no reason why someone could not carry a flag of any country or nationality under our flag policy. And what we can say is that flags can be flown for a short period of time.
You also, the university made changes to the campus access policy.
Yes.
And you've already given evidence about the notification notification requirement being introduced. Was that introduced in order to give advance notice of protests to specific groups on campus, or only to give advance notice to those responsible for security at the university?
No, the fundamental thinking behind the establishment of that policy was to allow us to prepare for protests, and so fundamentally advice to our security team, so they could have a state of readiness for what we were going to deal with at the university. And that was a policy that we amended after consultation and engagement with our community.
I want to ask you about an aspect of the encampments. And early in your evidence, when Councillor Sisting was asking you questions, you accepted that you had a broad understanding of what the demands were as made by the students who were part of them. Did you become aware, either at the outset or as you engaged with them in any of the negotiations you discussed, of their publication of an open letter in the Overland Literary Journal on 17 May 2024, under the banner statement from 11 Palestine Solidarity encampments, and your university was named therein, of the aims and the demands of that encampment?
I may have seen it at the time.
I won't have it brought up, but it is RCD stop 5999, stop 0002, stop 0001. And can I perhaps remind you that it starts like this? This is a statement by the Palestine Solidarity encampments at the University of Sydney, and there follows 10 other names. We have established a peaceful protest encampment to stand with the people of Gaza against the bombings, invasion and occupation by Israeli forces. Our struggle is for them, our encampment is for them. I'm skipping a paragraph for reasons of time. It then says, in particular, we're deeply disturbed by the partnerships that many of our universities hold with weapons companies. We firmly believe that universities should be institutions of education and learning. Did you become aware of a demand like that? And did that feed into the sort of negotiations that you described?
Yes, we discussed the defence research contracts, particularly, that the university would undertake. We, like all research-intensive universities in Australia, do research with the defence companies. We have guidelines that oversee that. But the point was made to me and to us that those contracts were quite opaque. There was not a level of visibility. As I looked around the country and around the world, I saw that other universities had dealt with this quite differently, most notably in the Sydney context, the University of New South Wales, that had significant details of their defence research contracts up online. And so it was an issue.
And you ultimately did the same?
Well, we reviewed we got an eminent public servant to come in and do this work for us, and yes, we subsequently put the details of our defence contracts up online.
In your statement at paragraph 264, you acknowledged the long protest tradition on university campuses, but you said the frequency and scale of the protest post-October 7 was historically unusual. I also noticed in your oral evidence today that you said there was no history of encampments in the 175-year history of the university.
Yes, that's what I was informed. Yeah.
Yes. You're not aware of a, certainly smaller in scale, but nevertheless fairly well-known encampment in July 1983 that spanned a period of 3 weeks, an occupation of the quadrangle clock tower. It was a protest with respect to the decision to end the separate streaming of political economy in the undergraduate degree courses, and New South Wales Police were ultimately moved in and 8 students charged with a breach of discipline. Do you recall that occupation of the quadrangle?
I will say a few things on that. Firstly, I was a student at the time and I don't really remember it, but I do believe one of the protesters at the time was at the university again today.
Was at the university again today?
Yes.
And was not one of the protesters our current Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese?
That's indeed, and he was at the university today. But I would point out my understanding was that disciplinary action was taken against those who occupied the clock tower in breach of policy. I'd say the occupation of the clock tower is it's no place for the faint-hearted.
No.
Certainly not like dominating the front lawn.
Can I give you one other example? Was not the longest occupation in the university's history 65 days in August to October 2016 when students occupied the top floor of the Sydney College of the Arts Administration
Yes.
building in Callan Park. Do you recall that one?
Yes, again, before my time as Vice-Chancellor.
Yes, but
not on
it's therefore not quite right, is it, to say there's been no history of encampment and no history of occupation?
I suppose what I would say, I'm talking about encampments the way we saw encampments at the university now and the way we saw encampments around the world. I appreciate that buildings had been occupied in the past, and that was one of the reasons I appreciated that there was debate around our policy now to say you can no longer occupy buildings, because people said this had been part of the university's history,
Yes.
but we had reasons for doing that.
Right, so you did know it had been part of the
No,
university?
but I'm saying I stand by the fact that encampments, the way we saw them, had not been part of the history of the university.
Final matter pertains to Annexure B to your statement.
Yeah.
And I will ask that you be shown the page, which is at _0074. Professor Scott's statement is stat 89990074 0001. I need, it's page 75 if you use the small numbering, or _0074. I just want to ask you about one row in the chart there.
Yes,
And this is the last question, Ms.
I
Doyle.
appreciate that.
yes, I think I've got it. Yeah, what page, sorry, again?
75 using the small numbering.
Yes.
Or _0074 using the Commission's numbering. Do you see that you've collated there in a chart all sorts of examples? This is called Annexure B, and it says it's an overview of the number and nature of anti-Semitic incidents.
Yeah.
Row 1 says pro-Palestine activity, including social media commentary or participation in pro-Palestine groups.
Yeah.
First of all, one, do you collect that broadly under the heading, as the first paragraph of Annexure B says, as constituting an anti-Semitic incident?
No, not necessarily.
And indeed, the outcome column bears that out.
Yeah.
Because you see, it says there you received 23 complaints. It took an average of 25 days to resolve the complaints. No further action was taken either against staff or students.
Yeah.
And finally, in relation to those figures, do you accept, Professor Scott, that in circumstances where students and staff went through the process of having an allegation made against them, albeit found to warrant no further action taken, that may in the future have a chilling effect on their willingness to participate in protest activity on campus?
Perhaps. I would suggest, though, that this is an issue I think we need to take up in our end-to-end complaints review. I think one of the things that we dealt with was complaints made almost of a general nature that were not around a specific incident, a specific person, a specific event. And it's similar to what we saw, I think, in some of the work we did on gender-based violence. Sometimes people want to tell us their story, but it does not always equate to a complaint in a form that we can action and move on. So I'm hopeful that our complaints process should see some benefit around that.
Thank you, Professor Scott. My time is up. Commissioner, with the leave of council assisting, might I tender the statement from the 11 Palestinian encampments, RCD stop 5999 and so on. And Commissioner, if I may, while I'm on my feet, in the interest of efficiency, at lunchtime I spoke to each of Ms Crafty, Mr Knoll and Mr Hartley. And on behalf of each of them, I'm authorised to raise this matter with the Commission. It'll take 1 minute, if I might.
Me.
In circumstances where each of us today were assigned 15 minutes to cross-examine two very significant witnesses,
Yes.
Vice-Chancellors of two of the most important universities in our country, each of us, having spoken, agreed that we came here with additional questions and matters to put to those witnesses and leave having not done so. In those circumstances, in our submissions that we ultimately file on behalf of our clients, it's our expectation that we will have to depart from the usual standard each of us would adopt, which is, in fairness and observing at least an echo of the principle in Brown and Dunn, we usually would not make any submission that involves criticising a witness or cavilling with their opinion, had we not put it expressly to them in the box. And each of us agreed that we find ourselves in a position where that will not always be the case. And being a member of the Industrial Bar, I caucused and therefore put that position on behalf of the four of us as a concern that each of our clients has raised with us, and a position that each of us holds, which is that we expect, therefore, that in our written submissions, we may go further than each of us usually would in recognising, as I say, at least an echo of that principle of fairness as conceived in Brown and Dunn.
Well, that's noted, Ms Doyle. One moment, I think Ms Gleeson's got something to say.
Just raise something that needed to my time. I say this without instructions, but as a way to overcome what might otherwise operate as unfairness because of submissions being made that weren't put, if there's any mechanism that is convenient to you, to the counsel who seek to cross-examine and counsel assisting about putting questions to these witnesses in writing for a response, that may be something that you would consider to bridge the gap between the position we find ourselves in today.
Yes, thank you. Ms Doyle,
Yes, Commissioner.
it's a little hard to say without seeing the submissions what you have in mind. It would be, in some respects, surprising to me that one would be. I appreciate you might put submissions raising issues that were not squarely put to one of the Vice Chancellors, but forgive me for lack of imagination, I'm not sure that I would anticipate that you'd be putting submissions reflecting, as it were, adversely on the office holder.
It's extremely unlikely to pertain to a matter of credit, but rather a matter of fairness.
Yes.
Not having put this policy or that subparagraph in that policy. It's matters of those kind, Commissioner.
Well, all that you say is noted. The fact that there is this pleasing solidarity at the bar table is noted, and we're going to proceed. If the submissions create a difficulty, then that is a matter that will be communicated to you in due course. I rather think they won't.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you. Yes, Mr Hartley, your 15 minutes begins now. 3:41.
Thank you, Commissioner. Professor Scott, my name is Hartley. I appear for the Jewish Council of Australia. Have you still got a hard copy of your statement there with you?
Yes, I do.
Could you open it to paragraph 7, please?
Paragraph 7?
Paragraph 7.
Yes.
And you'll see there that you refer to the group of 8 having established a working party to consider the definition of anti-Semitism.
Yes.
That comprised representatives from each member university,
Yeah.
members from Monash University, Centre for Jewish Civilization, and others.
Yes.
And you describe in paragraph 8 a consensus in that working party
Yeah.
that the IRA definition was not well suited to the Australian university context. And,
Yes.
and you say after that, that reflected your own concerns.
Yes.
You say that the IRA examples had been contentious at institutions overseas.
Yes.
Can you explain what you understood the contention to be?
Yes. I think as we mapped the university debate around the world, it felt like there was not great debate around the definition itself, but considerable debate around the examples that were cited at the back of the IRA definition and how they might be used. And my concern around this matter was that I didn't want to spend a decade debating the definition. I felt we needed to get a definition, agree to it, and use it. And I felt in my consultation and engagement around the university, and I had lengthy discussions about this with the anti-Semitism envoy, there was such a legitimacy debate around the IRA definition and how it might be used. I was concerned it would be a distraction. Now, as has already been indicated,
I'll pause you there and just ask you to fill in the course of your answer. When you say how it might be used, what do you mean by that?
Well, I think the concern in our community was that some of the examples might be used in a way that would limit legitimate criticism of the state of Israel or debate around that. Now, I don't think that necessarily follows, and I've heard cogent arguments as to where there are caveats that would mean that was not the case, but I accept that that was where the debate was in significant parts of the academic community. And that's why I felt it was a good opportunity for the GO8 to work with a range of eminent scholars, including scholars who worked in free speech and academic freedom, to capture, in a sense, the spirit and intent of the IRA definition without the examples, to be and designed in a way to be used in a university context.
And can I ask you, you go on to say that there was ongoing concern that the IRA definition did not offer sufficient and clear protection for academic freedom. Can you develop what that concern was, please?
Well, I think it goes to what I said earlier, that some of the examples may have been construed in a way that would curtail a robust academic engagement and academic freedom around the nature of policy and actions by the State of Israel. And so that was the concern.
Now, you say that you can see cogent arguments that that isn't the fact, but you accept that there are cogent arguments that that is the fact.
Well, I accept that what I'm not coming to a judgment on the definition, and I noted the comments of the Commissioner at the outset of the hearings on the IRA definition. It's a matter that generates significant debate. What I was concerned about, that we needed to move beyond the debate of the definition. I think there are some who I spoke to early on who said there's no need for a definition on anti-Semitism. There's no need for all these definitions. A good racism definition would cover it all. When I spoke to members and leaders of the Jewish community, they felt quite strongly that a definition of anti-Semitism was important and significant, and we needed some level of clarity to know what we were talking about, although no definition is complete and perfect in every circumstance. So therefore, the pursuit of another definition developed by Australian academics that could operate in Australian universities seemed to be something that was worth pursuing, and I would have hoped would put the definition debate behind us.
Which I take it that you're referring there to the university's Australian definition.
Yes, I am.
And you quote that at paragraph 5 of your statement. Do you see that? Can I draw your attention to the part of the last paragraph which reads, "For most but not all Jewish Australians, Zionism is a core part of their Jewish identity." That definition acknowledges, doesn't it, the existence of non-Zionist or anti-Zionist Jews?
Yes, and I've met many.
Including my client.
Yes.
And of course, the proportion of Jews that regard themselves as Zionists has changed and can change over time. That's so, isn't it?
Yes, that would be true.
The majority of your students would be aged between 17 and 29.
Yes.
I'll tell you something that you might not know, and then I'll ask you whether you do. The submission of my client to this commission relies upon a report from Professor David Feldman. Do you know Professor?
I heard your questions earlier to Professor Davis.
Okay, yes. And so the punchline is, even if it's presently safe to conclude that the factual proposition embedded in the university's Australia definition is correct, might not always be correct.
Yes, that's true. I think it goes to the questions that were raised earlier about where you best put these codes. I noted that Professor Craven, who is a constitutional lawyer, was in pursuit of a superior instrument to put definitions. I would say to you that if we put a definition in a code, a behavioural code, then that definition can be changed over time. Definitions, policies do change over time, requirements do change over time. It's not etched in the sandstone. And so I believe we can adopt this definition, and if circumstances change and we believe there's a strong and cogent argument for that, then we would engage with that, as I believe other Australian universities would as well.
I think I asked Professor Davis whether he had any basis for concluding that the factual proposition is true of his student cohort as opposed to Jewish Australians as a whole, and he said that he didn't. Do you?
No, I am not aware.
And Professor Davis accepted that for a non-Zionist or anti-Zionist Jew, the inclusion of a proposition like that in the definition, which has to apply for all Jewish people, might be marginalising. Do you accept that as well?
Now, can you explain that further? Or on the final paragraph?
There's a proposition here which builds upon a factual concept as to the point of view of a majority, but ipso facto not whole, of the Jewish community. And so it's a part of the definition that deals with their views, but not opposing views. That might be seen by someone that held the opposing view as marginalising, might that be?
Well, I don't necessarily, because I think if it's said, for Jewish Australians, Zionism is a core part of their Jewish identity, yes, I'd accept that, but that's not what it says. It says, for most, and I appreciate your argument around polling data, but for most, but not all Jewish Australians. So I would suggest that most reading it would see themselves in that one way or other. And what it was really trying to address, that paragraph, was the issue as to whether, in fact, using the word Zionism rather than using the word Jew was just allowed all behaviour to be acceptable as long as you used the word Zionist, not Jew, and that's what it was trying to address.
If it were marginalising, and I accept that you've got a different point of view on that, but if it were, that would be a strong reason not to use the definition, wouldn't it?
Well, look, I, as I said, I don't think it's etched in the sandstone. It does attempt to cover a plurality of settings, but I understand the argument that you're making.
The University of Sydney has referred, as you were taken to by counsel assisting, to the Jerusalem Declaration on Antisemitism.
Yes.
Could I ask for that to be brought up on screen? It's RCD stop 0001, stop 0001, stop 0187.
Yeah.
While that's coming up, you're aware that the Jerusalem Declaration has many hundreds of scholarly signatories?
Yes, I'm aware of it. Yeah.
Can I ask that we go to the preamble of that document, which starts, could we go to page 2 of the PDF? And you see on the second full paragraph on the page, the Jerusalem Declaration responds to the IRA definition, and it continues to say that the signatories propose the Jerusalem Declaration as an alternative. Institutions that have already adopted the IRA definition can use our text as a tool for interpreting it. You see that?
Yes.
Now, the University of Sydney referred in the document to which you were taken earlier to IRA and the Jerusalem Declaration, as it were, sort of one after the other. You recall that?
Yes.
Is it safe to assume that part, at least, of the university's reason for referring to both IRA and the Jerusalem Declaration was that it saw it as appropriate to provide beyond IRA the additional point of view that the Jerusalem Declaration contains?
Yes, I think the challenge we've got, I've spoken to the senior legal advisors who are involved in making decisions around these matters. And as I said earlier, I think no definition will necessarily find itself complete in every circumstance. And so what we have said under the guidance of Senate is that we'll start with the UA definition, but at times we'll look at other definitions as well, be it IRA, be it the Jerusalem Declaration. I find in open and shut cases around anti-Semitism, definition isn't as important. It's the nuance,
Of course.
that makes it challenging at times. And so we will look at other reference material, other definitions. This definition signed off by academics. There were also academics who signed off the IRA definition, and I can tell you it was an eminent group of Australian academics who signed off the UA definition, and we will work through it to try and come to a satisfactory resolution of insight into what we're dealing with.
You'd accept, in light of what you just said, that the Jerusalem Declaration does provide a valuable source of additional information or clarity or context?
Yes.
And in particular, I'll suggest to you, and you can comment, it's valuable because it provides a list of things that, at least on their face, are not anti-Semitism, which IRA does not. You accept that that's a valuable thing?
Look, I haven't studied this in recent time, so before providing a critique of it, I'd like to study it more closely.
At the level of principle, if you're defining a thing, it's useful to have some examples of what is not caught by that concept. You accept that?
My only, I understand in principle what you're saying, but part of the challenge we found with the IRA definition is that people argue the examples. The examples can be valuable and insightful for a decision maker, but they can also be a distraction. And one of the things I like about the UA definition is you've got 3 clear paragraphs there that we can work our way through. But I would expect that our decision makers have used some of these examples and case studies to help them work their way through some complexity.
Just on those, could I ask that the operator please turn to page 5 of the PDF? And can I ask you to read point 12 there, Professor Scott? Let me know when you've done that.
Yes, I will. Yes.
You'd accept that that's a valuable perspective to have when evaluating whether particular speech concerning Israel is or isn't anti-Semitic. You'd accept that, wouldn't you?
I think I would accept that it is a perspective rather than an overarching binding rule. I think it would depend on the circumstances, what else was said,
Of course.
in a sense where it was said. But if you're asking me, is that a perspective and an insight that a decision maker might consider? Yes. I accept that.
If we scroll up just to the bottom of the previous page, you'll see that each of the headings in this definition contain this phrase, comma, on the face of it.
Yeah.
And the preamble refers to the importance of context and nuance and what have you. But having a list of things that are not on the face of it anti-Semitic is just as valuable as having a set of things that are on the face of it anti-Semitic, isn't it?
Yes, I understand that argument.
And do you agree with it?
Well, I haven't studied this closely for a period of time, and before I provided a detailed parsing of it, I'd appreciate the opportunity to study it more closely again.
Could we go back to the next page and have a look at point 15? Have a read of that to yourself and let me know when you've done.
Yes.
And so this proposition is not so much about particular forms of speech, but the way in which speech is expressed. And can I try to roll it up by saying that the signatories to this declaration express the point of view that speech doesn't have to be beautiful in order to be protected. And you'd accept that, wouldn't you? Especially in a university setting.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Professor Scott.
Yes. Ms. Gleeson.
I'm delighted to announce that I have no questions.
Anything arising, Ms. Hager?
Commissioner.
Well, Professor, many thanks for your attendance today. You are excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I now call the Vice Chancellor of the University of New South Wales, Professor Brungs.
Yes. Yes, indeed, Mr. Prince. Thank you, Ms. Gleeson. Thank you.
Afternoon special.
Thanks. Get your tea. Miss Gleeson, you can, particularly as it's now taking on the shape of a medieval market here. Information.
An oath, please.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Professor. Do take a seat. And my apologies for the lateness of the day. I trust you are free, Professor. If we sit on, we can sit till 5:30.
I'm entirely at your convenience.
Thank you greatly. Yes, Miss Hager.
Could you please state your name?
Attila Brungs.
And you have prepared a statement for the Royal Commission dated 27 May 2026.
I have.
Do you have a copy of the statement there with you?
I do.
Very good. And it's still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
To the best of my knowledge.
I tender that statement, which is stat.899.0069.0001.
Yes, the Professor's statement will be received as an exhibit.
You are the Vice-Chancellor and President of the University of New South Wales.
I am.
You've held that role since the 31st of January 2022.
Yeah.
And before being appointed Vice-Chancellor and President of UNSW, you held a number of senior positions at the University of Technology, Sydney.
I did.
Now, can I start by asking, you're aware there was a witness who gave evidence on Monday under a pseudonym, gave evidence about a Nazi salute being performed in a tutorial at UNSW College.
I'm aware of that.
And to confirm, UNSW College, while being a wholly owned subsidiary of the University of New South Wales, is independently operated.
It is. It's a separate company with its own board, reports to TEXA, own higher education provider status.
Yes, so you do not have oversight of UNSW College in your capacity as Vice-Chancellor of UNSW.
No, not as Vice Chancellor of UNSW.
I see, and for that reason I won't ask you further about that incident. There were no encampments at the University of New South Wales.
No.
And your statement does record, however, that there were about 12 protests of a pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel and or anti-Zionist nature, which was the terms of the question you were asked, at UNSW since 7 October 2023. Of course, you're aware that there were encampments at various US universities in April 2024.
We were acutely aware.
And did that give rise to a concern for you of a risk of a potential encampment at UNSW at that time?
That gave rise to a number of concerns, which I can go into if you wish.
So what were the nature of those concerns?
Well, it started off even before April. It would have started off in October 2023, when I was deeply concerned about just the broader well-being of our community. And we could see what things were happening around the world. So we tried to put in place a number of things to prepare for what we thought was coming. And as those things played out, some of these things came. So there would have been about 5 or 6 things we tried to put in place to prepare for what we thought was coming.
All right. And so can you describe for us, after the events of October 7, first of all, what, if any, steps you took to reach out to Jewish staff and students in your community?
Right. So first of all, again, we set up something called the response group, which had all the most senior members of the university, so that they would be absolutely a point of understanding what's going on in the university. People could raise things with them. And it had the 7 UL team members, all the most relevant ones: DVC Education, DVC Inclusion, Vice President Operations, Chief of Staff, General Counsel, so forth, and experts in conduct material and complaints, protective services. And so then the Chancellor, would then reach out with a number of Jewish bodies and also Jewish staff and students. I think, from memory, the first one when I had a meeting with a number of Jewish staff would have been in November 2023. But then they continued on informally thereafter. But I think November 2023 was one of the first formal ones where I had about 6 in my office talking about what we could do.
All right. And summarising it as best you can, what were Jewish staff and students telling you in the aftermath of October 7 about what they were thinking and feeling about those events?
They were feeling hurt for a start. They were concerned. There was fear. There was anguish. A lot of them had connections into people who've been either held hostage or directly impacted on October 7th. So there was a whole bag of emotions, of course.
And at that point, did they make any suggestions to you about what steps universities should be taking in terms of caring for the Jewish staff and student community?
They did.
And what were they?
We took those, they fitted into these 4 things that we did. So the first was, do you want me to go through each of them or?
Yes, please do.
Okay. So the first was they wanted to make sure that the university took this matter seriously and that we had a really quick way of responding to things that changed. And that was what I said when we put in place a response group, and that met twice a week, every week. In fact, that was one of their first suggestions. I said, Vice-Chancellor, we need the most senior people to take responsibility. So twice a week for about a year, the response group met. That's 7 senior, most senior leaders, and they still meet every week.
Okay.
The next thing they said is communication. Sorry.
I'm sorry about the disturbance. Please persevere.
The next thing they said that's really important is communication. So what I undertook to do was that I said, we'll double down on communication. And all my senior leaders, really tried to communicate 3 things. In fact, I wrote out to all staff, probably twice a month for the next 12 months. We had all staff emails, all staff and student emails, all of my deans, and everybody spoke. So they wanted the communication. There were 3 areas of communication, I think, that we talked about. The first was just acknowledging the hurt that was going on across the community. Acknowledging that many people, of course, from the Jewish and student staff community had hurt, but equally, there were many people who are Middle East relatives and what was happening in Gaza. So acknowledging that hurt, and I suppose part of that communication was to try and make sure that the rest of the community knew that some of the other members of the community were hurting. So to show them generosity, patience, empathy. The second communication that was really important, because I was also worried I was seeing some aberrant behaviour appearing in society, and like say around the Opera House and so on, to be really crystal clear about the behaviours and expectations of behaviours that we had at UNSW. So we were very clear about calling out racism, being very clear about what anti-Semitism meant, being very clear about what behaviours we expected at UNSW. And at the same time, we're talking about very important, but the freedom of speech. But as we talked about, because that's a tenet of university, but as you express freedom in our communications thinking, think about the impact of your speech has on others. And then the third one was really upping the complaints. So we had this, what we called a speak up campaign. So how do you speak up? Complain early, complain often was a quip I had. I don't mean to sound funny, but it was about how do we make sure that people really had the opportunity. So in every single bathroom, we put QR codes so you could click on it and make a complaint. On every single UNSW page, there's a bottom to complain at the bottom. To just get more people, not just if they felt, but if they saw something wrong. Because unless you can identify it, unless you see it, you can't do anything about it. So first was a response group. The second was communication. The third one that they mentioned was some of our policies. May not have been fit for purpose. Some they recognised, others we recognised. So we did a number of policy work over the first periods of 2024. We had a new campus policy. I'm sure I might come back to that.
I'll ask you about the detail of the policy shortly. So
just quickly go through campus policy, an anti-religious vilification policy, a posters policy, risk assessment policy, and so forth. A new code of conduct. So what we did is we actually tried to make the code of conduct even clearer than it was before, because it was cut across 3 or 4 different areas. We made one single code that did all staff, all students, all affiliates, everybody. So we were trying to be as clear as you can, because when you're in a community of 10,000 academics and 85,000 wonderful students, it's quite a diverse community. So we try and make things as clear as possible. I suppose the last thing that they asked us for, I'm sorry.
Yes, no, I was about to ask. I think we're on number 3 or 4,
Yep.
and this is the 4th.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
The last thing was protective services. So we absolutely upped our protective services. We put a whole lot more resources in. We worked more closely with the police. We started gathering intelligence. They did a lot of very, very visible walks around campus and so forth. So protective services was a big one.
I see. And I accept there's a degree of speculation in answering this question, but are you able to put your finger on why there was no encampment at UNSW? And I've just been asked if I could ask you to speak up a little.
My apologies. Is that better?
Yes, I think so.
Sorry. The speculation is, I think it's a multiplicity. I don't think there's a simple answer to complex problems. And if you look at my statement, one of the things I started from my statement saying the way that the University of New South Wales has tried to tackle anti-Semitism on the campus is by doing a multiplicity of things. And so that maybe is the easiest one of my answer to this. It was, we did a number of different things. Some were more effective than others. But the fact that we had a response group, the fact that we changed policies, the fact that we did a lot of communication, the fact that we improved protective services, don't underestimate even simple things like where we had a long consultation process around our anti-religious vilification. So that got conversations happening around campus to understand the nature of racism. Perhaps, that I think that had one of the things. Even a simple one around the poster policy. And I'll give you an example of why I think that might be something that turned on, because it's both cultural and policy-wise. We noticed that at the beginning, particularly early in 2024, lots of posters were springing up around campus. And the places where we designated posters to go, there were only a few of them. So we said, look, free speech is a fundamental tenet of university. And there are lots of people talking about injustices and human rights. So we decided but at the same time, a number of colleagues were saying that they were feeling hurt by some. Now, all of those posters, they were almost all were completely legitimate expressions of free speech. But that still doesn't mean that you can't feel hurt by them. So what we did is we changed the policy so we put a whole lot of places around campus where you could put up posters and made them very easy, designated yellow. But at the same time, we did it in such a way that there were lots of alternate paths to go to the library, to go to your lectures, so you didn't have to walk past it. So that's why we had this good conversation where you could have a balance. So you could have important free speech, but still try and create a sense of belonging.
I see. You referred to some of the policy initiatives. In late May 2024, the university approved a new campus policy.
Yes.
And was that partly prompted by the establishment of encampments at other universities?
Not just encampments, partly prompted by that, but just looking around the world and looking at what's happening across Australia. Okay. One of the things that I was worried about and what the campus policy was, is it's very much a risk-based policy. How did we protect our community, make them safe? How did you protect the protesters as well? Because one of the things that was worrying me when I saw some news media of, other groups coming onto campus. So we wanted to have the campus policy tries to protect everybody. So we didn't have it in one instrument. So we worked very hard and fast to make sure we could get that in place.
I see. And that policy applies to all staff, student, contractors and visitors to UNSW?
It does.
And the policy states that the Enclosed Lands Protection Act applies to university premises. Were you here for Professor Scott's evidence just now?
I was not.
No, that's fine. He expressed a degree of uncertainty around the time of the encampment period as to whether the University of Sydney fell within the terms of the Enclosed Lands Protection Act.
Yes.
But you didn't have the same concern at UNSW, I take it.
And I think, as you see in my statement, we've articulated that.
Yes. And so is that because of, so Professor Scott said, for example, one of their concerns was that the boundaries around the University of Sydney were so porous that they weren't sure that they fell within the terms of that act. Is there something different about the layout of UNSW that gave you greater confidence in that respect?
Yes. And then to augment that, we made sure the blades and entrances to all of the face of campus, we put up QR codes explaining what our campus policy was and explaining what the campus is and where it outlined. So yes.
It's been a while since I visited UNSW, but do you have fewer kind of vast open entrances than the University of Sydney does?
Yes, we're sort of bounded by 4 roads. Right. One thing that I'm actually quite proud of is I was a student at UNSW and we had big ugly fences around it. Now we don't, okay, which means the community can come in and out more, which is good, but it is very clearly bounded. There's, High Street, Anzac Parade, Botany Street. It's got 4 roads around the campus, which is why the advice came back that we were protected.
I see. And so the policy states that campus users, which includes the group I mentioned earlier, are subject to directions by UNSW staff as to unlawful entry, offensive conduct, and providing IDs on request. Correct?
Yes.
It also provides that demonstrations by UNSW staff and students are permitted, but puts certain constraints around those demonstrations.
Yes.
And I take it in your view, they strike an appropriate balance between freedom of speech and protecting other campus users?
Protecting all campus users.
Yes. Including the protesters themselves.
Including the protesters themselves.
You made earlier. I see. It provides that staff and students are permitted to conduct demonstrations in open public spaces on campus. So do I take it then that demonstrations within buildings are prohibited?
Correct.
But it's permitted on condition that they're orderly, peaceful, and do not make other campus users feel harassed or intimidated.
Correct.
Does that mean that persons other than staff and students may not participate in demonstrations on campus?
So it means generally not, no. But again, if a protest comes up and we've got a risk assessment form and they say they want to have a guest speaker at that protest, they describe the guest speaker and they can. But what it does is it gives us the ability to, if somebody comes on campus who's not our staff and student, we can immediately ask them to leave if they don't comply.
I see. And the notification requirement is that UNSW security be notified at least 48 hours in advance of any demonstration. Can you describe generally what the sort of rate of compliance has been with that sort of requirement? Has it been difficult to enforce in practice or not?
Not at all. No. Again, because I think it describes a good balance. What we're trying to do is, as I said, to protect everyone, do a risk assessment. 48 hours is how long it takes for security to do it. And it's not even often, it's not simple as, they fill the form in and hand it to security. Our protective services are really engaged with the student body. So that they will work with people who do the protests, they'll go through the form, talk about it, make sure all the risk assessments are put in place. And so, no, it's been, as far as I'm aware, it's been 100% compliance. The only 2 protests that didn't go ahead, one was from an external group, but I've got no idea why. And the second one was one protest that was planned, but as I talked through the form, I think it appeared that they didn't want to have the numbers for the protest, so they ended up having a club meeting in a classroom instead.
So was there objection by staff or students to that notification requirement around the time that it was introduced?
Not to my memory, no.
I see. The policy also now prohibits sleeping on campus.
Yes.
Well, and I noticed that it covers the field of resting, napping, or sleeping, so it's quite comprehensive in that regard.
It is, but there is a carve-out saying that if you're a student who's napping, that's perfectly fine as well for your well-being. Okay, so we try and cover our bases there, because I'm not sure I had an occasional nap on campus myself.
You set out in your statement some of the reforms that the university is looking at in terms of its complaints procedures. Now, you're aware, of course, that in February 2025, the Parliamentary Joint Committee for Human Rights recommended that Australian universities review complaints procedures with a view to their simplification.
Yeah, I am.
And at that point, you say the university already had underway what it described as a policy transformation project.
We did.
And that included the review of complaints policies and procedures.
Correct.
And in July 2025, the Conduct and Integrity team at UNSW undertook a review of the university's complaints management and investigations policy and procedures.
Yes.
And now, could I take you to a document which relates to that project? It's a review report. It's UNSW.0101.0004.0040, which I understand to be that document summarising or giving an overview. You've seen this document before, I take it?
I have.
And it, if we go over the page, and over the page again, please. There are a number of improvement areas identified.
Yes.
And as I note, this document is dated July 2025, but the improvement areas identify a number of key challenges and key proposals. It identified as one key challenge of the complaints procedure is that the scope was not aligned with the code of conduct and values. You see that point there?
I do.
Heading 1. And that it was inconsistently structured and overly complex.
I do.
You see that? And that a one-size-fits-all approach was adopted.
Yes.
And also a lack of trauma-informed principles and person-centric practices.
Indeed.
Delays and poor user experience due to fragmented handling.
Yes.
Poor understanding of local complaint handling and escalation pathways.
Yes.
Yes. And I take it you don't dispute any of those findings as at July 2025?
No.
No. And of course, there was then a more detailed paper recommending particular proposals, which I won't take you to. Now, this report was issued about a year ago, and I just want to understand what steps have been taken since July 2025 in order to address these key challenges. So one of those seems to be what you refer to as an introduction of a single central complaints website. Did that come after July 2025 or was it before?
That was before. So
Right.
we had a single website, as I described to you, for complaints. So if you were complaining, one-stop shop. That we implemented in January 2024.
Right.
So what we did, we moved to a centralised complaint system with a new CMIPP, complaints management investigative procedure processes. And that did all the centralisation of our complaints. And we developed something called Case IQ, which was a documentation system. So we could track and record all the complaints. And that was a big step forward for the university back in 2024. So that was implemented over the point of 2024. And then as with all of our policies, after about a 12 or so month period when we developed new policies, which the CMIPP was, and new systems, we do review, which is why our review happened at the same time.
Could I direct you to paragraph 60 of your statement, which is on page 18? So here you outline a range of improvements to, as you say, strengthen accessibility, coordination and confidence in the complaints processes.
Yes.
And point A is what we've just been discussing.
So there's two. One was we introduced a single central to make complaints in January 2024, and we've now, since this middle of 2025, put a complaints website for all the complaint handlers, as it were, to have everything centralised.
I see. So
So
that
it's
was,
more for the handlers rather than the complainants.
I see. As I say, I want to understand what you've done since July 2025 to address the concerns. So B doesn't address that because that's from February 2024. What about paragraph C, embedding mechanisms for feedback? When was that implemented?
That was post 2025, so that's been implemented. I think one of the biggest ones is number D, which is the establishment of the Central Complex Case Management Group.
When did that come about?
Would have been a month or two after the report was handed down.
Okay.
That was one of the ones we prioritised because we wanted to make sure we had to actually sit now every week on complex cases to make sure that they discuss complex cases, because before, the bit when it talked about the simplicity was we have certain sets of complaints, a student misconduct or plagiarism complaint or research integrity. But what we're finding with some of the complaints is that they cross buckets. So how do you make sure that you coordinate those? And that's what that's about.
I see. And what about paragraph E? What does that involve and when was that implemented?
Thereafter, so we did more training for the teams. I put a lot more resources into the complaints handling. We did more training and giving more guidance for the local complaint handlers as well.
And one of the challenges identified in that report was a lack of trauma-informed principles and person-centric practices.
Yes.
Was there further training in that regard?
There was, and if you have a look at my report, I'm not sure which page in my statement, but the trauma-informed handling is both for the complaint handlers in ER and in conduct integrity. But we need to do more of that. So those are the trainings you have to keep on doing.
I see. And at paragraph F, you say the university is in the process of updating online content so that policies and procedures directly relevant to anti-Semitism are presented on a dedicated page and with a clear operational map.
We've done that.
You've done that
there's
now?
There's one page for anti-Semitism. You can click a button.
Okay, so it was in the process at the time this statement was prepared.
Yes.
That process is now complete.
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, aspects of those reforms have addressed what was described as delays and a poor user experience?
I think three, I'd say the biggest ones. One, having that complex case management group, because one of the reasons for delays, if you've got a complaint that cuts across 3 or 4 different areas in the university, how do you get the coordination so that it doesn't, you don't deal with it first, then the next area, then the next area? How can we deal with it all at once to try and shorten the timeline? The second one is, I think, for the local handlers, being really clear about what local handling is, because as you look at my statement, there's sort of 3 types of complaints in a university. Something we call local resolution. If it's serious, it goes straight to central, but there are a lot of very minor complaints that the local does. So we've got local grievance officers, local heads of schools. How do we make sure that there is more consistency with how they're handling even the low-risk complaints? So we've done a lot of work on that. The one that I think is one of the biggest, we still have more work to do, but that is around how do you communicate with complainants more clearer, more frequently, and trauma-informed? Because one of the things, particularly if it comes to racism or anti-Semitic complaints, the trauma there means that even though I'm communicating with you, you might not be ready to hear my communication. So that's why that trauma-informed is so important. So we've done a good work on that, but please, there is more work to do on that. So I'd say those are, if I ask my complaints team, they're really happy because we've just done a whole lot more SQ, standard operating procedures of more targeted types of complaints like gender-based violence complaints. So it's much more detailed to give them more documentation to go on.
Another recommendation of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights was that universities should report on the outcome of complaints in a more transparent manner.
Yes.
And in the case of your university, the council is the university's governing body.
It is.
And it acts on the university's behalf to control and manage its affairs.
It is.
Yes. And you're a member of the council.
I am.
And can I just ask you about the reporting of complaints of anti-Semitism and other kinds of racism to the council? You say that since April 2024, you've been requested by the council to provide regular reports of systemic issues identified from examining case IQ matters.
Yes.
And you also note that in October last year, TEXA released a statement of regulatory expectations requiring council to review reports of de-identified complaints data once every 6 months.
Do.
And so following this, there was a report dated February 2026 provided to the council. Yes?
There is, yes.
And could I just go to that? It's UNSW.0101.0001.0109_R. And this concerned complaints raised between, in the calendar year 2025, is that right?
Yes.
And if we go to page 10 of that document, yes. So under the heading Racism and Religious Vilification, the third row there, you see that?
Yes.
And it noted there was a significant increase in complaints of racism and religious vilification from 22 in 2024 to 136 in 2025. See that?
I do.
And it's noted that most, 83%, related to the situation in the Middle East. See that?
Yes.
Of those, 4 were complaints of Islamophobia, with the remaining 109 related to complaints of anti-Semitism.
Yes.
But then it goes on to note that of the 109 anti-Semitic complaints, 57% were campaign complainants in relation to 2 particular incidents. Are you able to say, without necessarily identifying the names of any individuals who were implicated, what those incidents were and what the nature of the campaign was?
I can do one I can recall, and that was the most. So, a campaign is generally they're members of the public, and they're like a form letter where people complain about a certain issue. And the issue that I can remember there, if it's a 25 one, was the public stance of an academic, and they clarified what that academic meant, and the complaint was resolved.
I see. And how was it resolved?
Again, I might have to take this one notice, but from my memory, it was the academic agreed that what they did, they weren't clear about whether it was on behalf of the university or behalf of themselves. So they made that very, very clear in that social media that they did. And I think in that one too, they also apologised for something.
All right. So even with 57% or 62 of the 109 anti-Semitic complaints, that still leaves a number which was significantly higher than the previous year.
Absolutely.
And did that concern you at the time?
Concerned me, concerned council, concerned everybody.
All right. And was it resolved that any action would be taken in respect of that increase?
Yes.
And what was that?
So the actions that we took in terms of the increase was threefold. Once again, we continued to do a campaign around the communication that we had. We decided to do some more training. So we were seeing this data already, if that makes sense, coming through. I know you got the 25 one, but we did it. So we decided to do more training for the senior leaders on what anti-Semitism is. That was part of it. And then thinking through how do we roll out training more broadly across the university. We upped our protective services. We spent a lot more time trying to roll out the Speak Up campaign even further. So I know there is an increase in complaints, but what we were also concerned is we weren't hearing everything. And that's something that I am passionate about, is you need to try and understand everything if you want to make changes. So we then continue to up what we call our Speak Up campaign to make sure that we're listening all of those. We put more resources again into the complaints handling process so they could turn them around faster. That was one of the major things we did.
I see. You mentioned training, and I might come to ask you about training in a bit more detail later. The case IQ system, so that's the complaints management system.
It is.
That doesn't currently contain a category to identify a complaint as anti-Semitic.
It does not at this point.
No, but you've identified that as an area for improvement.
Yes.
And is work underway to make amendments to that system so that it can categorise a complaint as anti-Semitic?
Absolutely. So we're improving Case IQ. That was meant to be Q3 of this year. That feature of Case IQ will be finished by beginning of August.
All right. And so does that involve categorising a complaint at the outset when it's received as anti-Semitic, or only later after some kind of assessment? Okay.
It categorised, so as soon as a complaint goes in, the complaint handler immediately assesses the complaint and ticks the box anti-Semitism or not, and the complaint moves forward.
I see. And you don't see that as a challenge for a complaint handler to make that sort of assessment at the outset of a complaint?
No, the complaint handlers are trained very well. They've had face-to-face training on anti-Semitism. They've had a whole lot of other training. If after they do a provisional analysis and it goes further on, they can always,
change
their mind. But I think the reason it's important to do upfront is that then makes sure that it is handled appropriately and sensibly and speedily.
Another recommendation of the Parliamentary Committee was that universities should publish regular de-identified reports setting out the number of complaints received, the nature of the complaints, the number resolved, etc. You're aware of that recommendation?
Yes.
And do you currently publish complaints data?
We do. So we do.
But that's limited to student data representing complaints against students, is that right?
it's all about student complaints. So we have about 4,500 complaints a year. So we do student complaints. We do gender-based violence separately. We also do research integrity.
And when you say student complaints, do you mean complaints by students or against students?
Both.
Both. All right. So at the moment, am I right to say the public reporting does not include complaints by staff or against staff?
That's right. And it will in the new reports. So we will report everything in publicly available reports as of August this year.
I see. And you're on track to meet that timeline?
We are, which is also one of the reasons why we're changing the button on the anti-Semitism too, to make sure that that's all aligned.
Do I take it the majority of the complaints relating to students are concerns about their assessment?
The vast majority are plagiarism, not turning up. Yeah.
Can I then come to the topic of training? You've said at paragraph 264 of your statement that relevant academic and professional staff at the university have completed anti-Semitism training. What do you mean when you use the word relevance there?
So the first time we did anti-Semitic training face-to-face, we had the whole response group, my whole leadership team, all the people in conduct integrity, protective services, employee relations. So they're the ones who deal with complaints.
So does that mean, as things currently stand, all staff responsible for handling complaints have completed that training?
Because all staff responsible for handling anti-Semitic complaints.
Right.
Because remember, anti-Semitic complaints as a serious complaint. Serious complaints get centralised, not handled on the local resolution, and that goes to conduct integrity, and conduct integrity do that.
I see. So the whole conduct and integrity team have engaged in anti-Semitism training. And you're aware of the recommendation in Dr. Finkel's report that all university staff should receive in-person anti-Semitism training?
I'm aware Dr. Finkel's, I very much like his report, and I thought his recommendation was all staff should receive training. There should be targeted training depending on what their role-based is, whether it's in person or not. But perhaps I misread it. I'm quite happy to be wrong on that. And that then gets to one of the key things we've got is I've got 83,000 staff, 83,000 students, 10,000 staff. What we're grappling at the moment is how do we roll that out using online as well as the most relevant ones being face-to-face.
All right. And so what sort of plans do you have in place to roll out that anti-Semitism training across a broader group of staff at the moment?
So at the moment, all staff have compulsory training on anti-racism. Okay, as part of our code of conduct, so that's very clear training. We're looking to how we need to augment that to include all components on anti-Semitism, but they all have that. The second one is all students have our code of conduct. So that's a mandatory class that all students take. This is not just on anti-Semitism. We've got the Australian Human Rights report has come out. And so we've got some things we want to tackle racism in general. So what we're doing in racism in general is we're doing a deep listening exercise and we're thinking through what compulsory training for all students around racism in general, and then using anti-Semitism as case studies in that. So that's what we're currently considering. We do have student leaders. Student leaders do a significant amount of face-to-face training, in particular around gender-based violence and conflict management as student club leaders and so forth. And we're thinking through how do we augment that with racism as well. So we're doing a fair piece of work on all of that. If you think about all staff, the only thing that I would suggest would get to all staff eventually is every single person who comes to UNSW when they start, I conduct a welcome to every staff member. I've been doing it since I've been here. I do 8 to 9 of these a year. And in that welcome, I spend an hour talking about the university. And in that welcome as well, I talk about the code of conduct, I talk about racism. And at the end of that, I also talk about challenges the university has and where I can help, new staff can help. Now, while that's not training, I point out the last few years particularly, we talk about gender-based violence and what we have to do to eradicate that. And I've been talking about racism, what we need to do to eradicate that, and the rise of anti-Semitism. So while that's not training, over the few years, I think pretty much every single staff will at least know where to look, what the training is, and let's call it an introduction and the priority the university places on it.
But you'd accept that training specifically focusing on anti-Semitism is something that ultimately all staff should receive?
In person or in an online module.
I see. And in respect of students, they're currently not delivered any training specific to anti-Semitism, whether in person or online?
There are optional courses they can go to, but no, that's what we need to do the work on. So it's just broad race. No, we've got more work to do on that for sure.
All right. And so the plan is to implement some kind of online training that incorporates anti-Semitism for students in due course?
All students, and then for student leaders, we believe face-to-face anti-racism training that will incorporate anti-Semitism.
I see. Could I finally ask you about the definition of anti-Semitism and the extent to which it's been addressed in the university's policies and procedures? At paragraph 23 of your statement, you say the university has adopted each of IRA, the Universities Australia definitions, and the Jerusalem Declaration.
We have.
And when you say adopted, you are referring to the reference to these definitions in the UNSW's anti-racism and anti-religious vilification policy.
I am.
And IRA was first referenced in that document in February 2024 or thereabouts.
Yes, so if you remember, that was one of the first things we did, that community consultation on the discussion. Both came actually, IRA and the Jerusalem Declaration, both came out. We put adopted both of those in the policy then.
I see. And then Universities Australia is incorporated later
in 2025.
2025. Now, could I just go to that policy? So that's UNSW.0001.0003.0001. So this policy was approved by you on the 8th of July 2025 in its current form.
That's when we added the next one.
That's when you added the
UA definition.
That's when you added the UA definition. And of course, the policy states that the university rejects all forms of racial and religious discrimination, harassment, or vilification. Yes?
Yes.
And that it's the shared responsibility of to combat racial and religious discrimination, harassment, vilification, and challenge such expressions when it's safe to do so.
Yes.
And that all staff, students and affiliates are responsible for ensuring they conduct themselves in accordance with the policy.
Yes.
And then at the conclusion of the policy, if we go to page 5, there's a box there that says supporting and reference information.
Yes.
And that includes links to IRA, the Jerusalem Declaration, the Universities Australia definition, as well as a number of other things, the working definition of Islamophobia, for example.
Yes.
And that's the only place in this document where anti-Semitism is referred to.
Yes.
So if a student wants to understand what their obligations are in respect of anti-Semitism, effectively they'd need to see the reference to racism earlier in the document. Then they'd need to navigate to page 5. Then they'd open up 3 alternative definitions of anti-Semitism and somehow try to reconcile those differences to work out whether or not their conduct is crossing the line into anti-Semitism. Is that your expectation?
Yes.
And do you accept that's an easy exercise for a student to undertake?
First of all, if you just typed anti-Semitism onto our website, there's a page that describes anti-Semitism with a clear link to this. But if we go to that, as you said, yes, that's how they would have to do it. I suppose from our perspective, by having the 3 when we did it, policies are both how do you consequence management, but also educative behaviour. And again, we believe as a university, having those three definitions help people understand all different facets of anti-Semitism, because what we were trying to do when we brought that in was to try and create right behaviours to let people understand the multi-nature of anti-Semitism. And that's what we did. I suppose the simplest thing is if you read the beginning of the policy, and if you did on what the acts on the first policy, you didn't harass anyone or vilify anyone or discriminate against anyone, you'd be fairly clear that you wouldn't be engaging in anti-Semitism as well. But you'd have to go through the next one to get absolute definitions. I agree.
And you've read Professor Craven's report, of
Yes.
course, and you saw what he described as a sector-wide failure by universities to adopt a definition of anti-Semitism.
Yes.
And one category of failure he identified was obscurity. So, for example, where universities had adopted an overarching policy concerning racism, but definitions of anti-Semitism were included as supplementary material. You recall that comment of
I do.
And would that be a fair description of what the university has done with the definitions of anti-Semitism in this policy?
I don't agree. I agree with what Professor Craven said. It has to be clear, prominent, binding, and so forth. This is binding because it's part of our policy. I do believe it's clear because it's both in the policy, and we've got a very simple web page that you can go straight to discussions of anti-Semitism. But I do agree that it could be clearer. So as our next improvement, we'll stick it directly in the policy, and with the government coming out this weekend saying one, we'll put one directly in the policy and make it even clearer.
And I take it it's still under consideration by the university which definition will be that one definition?
We're still working it, but we've had the Alan Finkel report suggesting UA, but we're starting a process now.
I see. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Yes, Ms. Crafty.
Yes.
Crafty. I appear for the 7 mainstream Jewish communal organisations and the Australian Union of Jewish Students. Just to follow up a few questions from the last few questions from Ms. Hager. Do I understand that at the moment the university has 3 different definitions of anti-Semitism that are in operation?
They are.
And you say that causes no confusion?
I'm not saying it causes no confusion. I'm sure people may be confused. We did not find it for our complaints handlers. They did not find that problematic. And we believed at the time that it was helpful for people to understand all aspects of anti-Semitism. I completely accept both the Finkel report, the Craven report, and the government that it'll be simpler to move to one.
Yes, and as I understand it, at least by January next year, you have to move to one. Is that
We're moving much faster than that.
Thank you. So with the IRA definition, do you agree that it reflects local and international best practice in this sense? It's been adopted by the Commonwealth of Australia.
It's been adopted in the sense that it's used for, not as in any binding sense, but it's used to guide broad policy discussions, yes.
And that's right. It's flexible. It has examples that are explicitly non-exhaustive and context-specific. Sorry, context-sensitive.
Yes.
And that means that universities can adapt them to the specific dynamics of campus life.
Sure.
And student politics.
Sure.
And academic debate without being locked into a rigid test.
Indeed, but again, remember, IRA wasn't developed to be what we call an operationalised binding definition, is one of the challenges.
If the universities were each to adopt IRA, it would create an agreed framework and consistency amongst the universities. You would agree with that?
Not necessarily, because the flexibility that you talk about in IRA may see different practices. That's one of the advantages, perhaps, which the Finkel report identified in the UA definition, was that it could be more readily operationalised by universities.
But I see your point. At least, but that flexibility baked in is something that is a positive, in the same way that you're currently using 3 different definitions to create breadth.
It can be, but again, it can also be a challenge if you're saying every university. I'm not sure that flexibility would work. That's again why the UA definition was developed to be more sort of operational for universities right across the sector.
It would be preferable, do you agree, for all the universities to have the same definition?
Most certainly, but the most important thing, I think, is for every university to have a definition that they can use to operationalize to make sure that helps people understand what their behaviors are, very clear expectations of behaviors, helps people make policy decisions. Say, for example, with our posters policy, we can use a definition, and helps us deal with our complaints process and be really crystal clear on the process. So that's the most important thing about any definition. All definitions have pluses and minuses. It's how you operationalize it and enable people to be very clear.
Right. Having, though, the IRA definition would enable disciplinary bodies across all the universities to achieve at least consistency in that they're all working from the same definition. I appreciate what you say about working examples, but the definition itself would be consistent across all of them, and it would allow, for example, longitudinal research to be conducted if they all adopted the IRA definition.
Yeah, again, as I said, if everybody adopts one definition, those benefits happen, but there may be better definitions that everybody could adopt, that the same things can happen.
Thank you, Professor Brungs.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Noel.
Professor, I don't want to labour the definition point too long, but I want to deal with a couple of practical things.
Yes.
You appreciate that the three referenced definitions are competing definitions?
I think that they describe a broad gamut of what anti-Semitism is, and one of the things that I very much appreciate what the Special Envoy says is that anti-Semitism itself evolves through time. So having a broad perspective of what anti-Semitism, how it can evolve, is an important part of a challenge that we have to face today.
So if you've got, come with me for a minute, if you've got three definitions and they describe in a mutually inconsistent way what anti-Semitism is, which is the case, and you've got a case officer who you say has no problem, and he gets a curly one and rings up somebody more senior and says, well, which one of three am I to apply? I've got this very difficult situation. Who can give them the guidance in the university?
So two things. There are people who are, senior to them, and we can talk about it. One of the great things that University of New South Wales, we have what I call the response group. So the head of conduct integrity sits in a response group. The response group have all been trained and have expertise as well in anti-Semitism. So it would go to them. But that's a hypothetical. As I said, talking to our conduct integrity people, they have not found those three have made it difficult. And it becomes soon what's the right word? A no longer relevant hypothetical, because as I went to council, we will be moving to one definition. As I said, at this stage, given the fact that we are very pleased with the Finkel report, it is likely to be moving down towards the UA definition.
So let me take you to an aspect, please, of the UA definition, which hopefully you've either read or you've got in front of you. The first paragraph, I'll just read out the couple of sentences. Anti-Semitism is discrimination, prejudice, harassment, exclusion, vilification, intimidation, or violence, and here are the important words, that impedes Jews' ability to participate as equals in educational, political, religious, cultural, economic, or social life. Has your university developed some guidelines as to what kind of equality we're talking about? Equality of treatment or equality of opportunity?
Sorry, again, could you, my humble apologies, I was just pulling out the statement. Can you tell me where exactly it is?
So the very first paragraph.
Of which one?
Of the UA definition, the very first sentence.
And now the question?
Yes. Have you developed some guidelines to help people work out what participate as equals means? To us lawyers, equality can mean equality of opportunity, which is different to equality of treatment. You have to measure equal with whom.
Indeed. And so part of that's covered in our code of conduct in terms of how we treat people in our code of conduct. There's some very clear guidelines in that, if you have a look at that.
Code of conduct does not actually define how you measure equality. it doesn't help. I think you have to be honest about that one. I'm looking for some guidelines to help case officers guide people.
I think our code of conduct is relatively clear on the
I won't press it. You think it's clear? I'll go there. What does it mean to impede participation? Let me give you an example. Bunch of students sit out on the library lawn and they start publicly yelling, Intifada revolution, Zionists out of Israel. We want a state of Palestine. And Jewish students are walking by and feeling not only offended, but intimidated by the aggressive nature of the demonstration. I know it's hypothetical.
Again, we've never had that on my campus.
I'm pressing it's hypothetical.
Okay, but
Does that impede a Jewish person's ability to participate in university life?
so you're telling me if someone made an anti-Semitic comment,
Yeah.
would that impede someone to a Jewish
Demonstration
student
right on the
as they
line.
were going? I would assume so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Please take you to the university's standard for visiting speakers,
Yes.
which you've referred to paragraph 376 of your statement. Just give you a chance to
Yep.
have another glance. I want to give you a live example, if I may. 24 October 2024, the person, Commissioner, but there was a letter sent about a particular UN representative. I'll put this in a document. I appreciate there are some issues. Who was given a second invitation to speak at the University of New South Wales. This particular person has been identified by a number of governments and NGOs as someone who engages in some pretty serious anti-Semitic invective, and in fact did so when she spoke both times at the University of New South Wales. There was a letter sent formally saying, can we get an assurance that we won't have a third visit from this particular person? Under the university standard visiting speakers, what should be the university's reaction to a request that the person not be invited back a third time?
That will be escalated to my office to make an assessment.
And there was, in fact, a complaint lodged on 24 October 2024. Do you by any chance recall seeing it?
I don't. But again, coming to my office means it goes to my chief of staff or myself.
It was sent to your email, and there was, in fact, no response at all.
Right.
I'd be most grateful if you could have someone look for it and perhaps let us and the Commissioner know what would be the university's position if it were responding now. I think you've said we wouldn't have it.
I will make sure I will look for it. Apologise.
At paragraph 287, you indicate it's important to me that students, staff and all of our university community feel safe on campus.
Yes.
I'll just give two practical examples, if I may. There are, and no doubt seen the reports, there are a number of Jewish students on all campuses who are afraid to publicly identify as Jewish.
It is
And there are
very
also
sad,
staff members who feel as though they can't participate in, for example, faculty discussions because they're put upon because they're Jewish.
I'm aware of that.
Right. Now, when that happens, isn't the university losing out by not getting the contributions of those Jewish people committed to university life?
They absolutely are.
And so there would be a need for an action plan which enables representative organisations of Jewish staff and students to work with you to try and restore.
Make sure that
sense of
doesn't
welcome
happen. Make sure the sense of belonging, make sure the full participation, make sure everything.
and
Absolutely.
unconditional visibility.
Unconditional visibility.
So, would you accept that it would be, for example, if we do such a program for Indigenous students, we would involve the Indigenous community in co-designing the program? Would you accept that?
Absolutely.
And when we're trying to protect LGBTIQ people and indeed transgender people who at
Yes.
the moment find it difficult, you would want to involve their representatives in designing a program that looks after them.
Yes.
So would your university be prepared to have the representative organisations of Jewish academics and students co-design a program, a detailed action plan to restore full Jewish visibility and welcome at UNISDA?
Of course, and in fact, early this year, when I met with Augis, we came up with a plan because when we talked to the Augis students on my campus, we were talking about the fact that for the last few years, of course, they've been in almost protection mode, and how do we look after them, make them feel safe? What we talked about is we want to go way beyond feeling safe. That's a basis. How do they have full belonging on campus? How do they have fun? So they've come up with a whole lot of ideas that we're now actioning on how does Augis students really have back to the full belonging on campus.
And I should have introduced myself at the beginning. My name is Noel and I appear for the Academic Alliance Against
Right, okay.
I apologise for not doing that. I can tell you from our members at UNSW, they have felt completely excluded from the process. Is there a way for us to present a plan to you and say, this is what we'd like you to do?
I'm certain there is a way.
And would you be willing to help us co-design a plan that restores their full visibility?
We work with all staff to try and make sure everybody has full
I'm
participation.
delighted, and I'm sure my colleagues will be delighted to sit down. Thank you very much.
Mr. Noel, Mr. Hartley.
Professor Brungs, my name is Hartley. I appear for the Jewish Council of Australia.
Yes.
Start with an easy one. Universities are important spaces for sharing, discussing, developing, and expressing ideas, aren't they?
They are.
And that includes controversial ideas, doesn't it?
It absolutely does.
You'd agree, wouldn't you, that academic freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of expression are paramount and core purposes of the university?
I am, and I've spoken about it on regular occurrences.
And it's incorporated in your enterprise agreement, that principle?
It absolutely is.
You're familiar, of course, with what we've been calling the French Review?
The French Model Code, yes.
Yes. The French Review, which led to the French Model Code, and that's incorporated, isn't it, into your own code?
It is.
And I think that code was up earlier. I won't take you back to it unless you'd like to have your memory refreshed. But there's a clause in your code which commences, we practice and protect academic freedom, freedom of speech, and freedom of expression. You recall that? This is
Yes.
2.3 if you have it in front of you.
Yep.
We comply with the Model Code for the protection of freedom of speech and academic freedom in the Australian higher education providers, brackets Model Code that forms part of this code. And you say at the end of that clause that to the extent of any inconsistency between your own code and the Model Code prevails. That's the case, isn't it?
It is.
Do you have a copy of your statement in front of you?
I do.
Could you bring up paragraph 85, please?
85.
85, thank you.
Yep.
Sure. My friend asks whether that could be put on the screen for his benefit. It's page _24, yes. And over the page is what I have in mind, drawing to attention. There's a pyramid. Do you see the pyramid?
I do.
And you have legislation at the top, and then code, and then policy, and then instruction.
Yes.
And the point of that is to make clear that the code informs the legislation informs the code.
Yes.
And that's because there is in the Higher Education Act an obligation to have a code of this kind.
Yes.
And then the code informs policy,
Yes.
and policy informs instruction.
It does.
Now, there are subjects and courses taught at UNSW in which it would be critical, or at least legitimate, for content to be covered that's politically controversial.
Yes.
And that includes content about Palestine, Israel, and the relationship between the two.
I'm sure.
So, for example, in a course about public international law, staff and students have to be capable of saying or expressing the point of view that Israel has been or is in contravention of X or Y treaty, even if that happens to shock other people who are present. That's true, isn't it?
So you repeat the question? Apologize.
Sure. In a course about public international law,
Yes.
it would have to be open to staff and students to express the point of view that Israel has been or is in contravention of X or Y treaty, even if that happens to shock people who are present.
So people can express matters of fact? Absolutely.
And so they could express that point of view, even if it happened to shock people who were present.
Even if it happened to shock people, carefully, yes.
Yes. And I use that word because you know that in the
Use
French Model Code, there's the clarification of this concept of the duty to foster the well-being of staff and students, that it does not extend to a duty to protect any person from feeling offended or shocked or insulted by the lawful speech of another. You're familiar with that I am.
concept
in the model code? I am. And it wouldn't just be public international law. You might have courses, for example, on Middle Eastern history, where it'd be necessary or legitimate to express controversial, albeit lawful views.
There will be courses, absolutely.
Conflict studies.
Again, I'm not familiar with all of them, but yes, but certainly not quantum mechanics.
Yes, maybe not quantum mechanics. If academics felt that they might be accused of anti-Semitism because they taught content that prompted debate about the state of Israel and its conduct, if they felt that they would be accused of anti-Semitism for that reason, there's a risk, isn't there, that they simply wouldn't teach that content at all?
There is a risk.
And if students likewise were to have that fear on the basis of participating in controversial debates about subjects of that kind, they may likewise avoid engaging in that way.
And we try and avoid that. One of the things we do at university is part of the things we do with our students is make sure that they are open to new ideas. That's the whole point of university, to be open to different ideas, to be open to controversial ideas, but to do so in a safe space. And that's where, if you look at the French Model Code, there's two lines you've got to be very cautious of. The first is, if I have a look at the last paragraph, it does not extend a duty to protect anybody from feeling offended or shocked. No. But equally, the university, in all our classes, must take reasonable, proportionate steps to make sure people feel safe and well-being. So that's the balance that you have to do, and that's what the university works towards.
So the reasonable and proportionate steps, you're referring to speech that is likely to humiliate or intimidate other persons.
Yeah.
But these are different concepts from insult, offend, shock, aren't they?
They are, but I'm saying that there is a gradient to those concepts. So you've got to be mindful of that.
Can I take you briefly, and I'm sorry for doing this, back to the subject of definitions? UNSW has adopted, as we've heard, a few definitions of anti-Semitism, including the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism.
We have at this point.
And the JDA was adopted at the same time as the IRA definition.
It was.
Could I ask for the JDA to be brought up on screen? That's RCD stop 0001, stop 0001, stop 0187. And could we go please to page 2? And could I ask you please, Professor Brungs, to read the second full paragraph on the page commencing the Jerusalem Declaration of Anti-Semitism, and just let me know when you finish doing that.
Yes.
Is it correct that at least part of UNSW's reason for adopting both IRA and the Jerusalem Declaration at the same time was that it saw it as appropriate to provide, beyond the IRA definition, the additional point of view that the Jerusalem Declaration contains?
The real reason we did it was when we went at the staff consultation, staff wanted to have multiple perspectives of what anti-Semitism was, and so that's why we had both.
And it's desirable, isn't it, that the multiple perspectives be recognised in the university's policies?
For an educative purpose, which is what we do, as I've already said to the council, we will be moving to one definition to make sure that it is much clearer for people, particularly in the light of the Finkel Review and the Craven Report, and the government coming out on Sunday saying we will have one definition.
Are you aware, and you may not be, but are you aware that a difference between the JDA and other definitions is that the JDA contains a list of examples of things that, on the face of it, are not anti-Semitic?
I'm broadly aware.
Would you accept that that's a useful thing to be included in a guide to anti-Semitism, a list of things that, on the face of it, are not anti-Semitic?
In a guide on anti-Semitism, absolutely. And if you think about how we do training around anti-Semitism, some of those things would be very helpful.
And the IRA definition and the JDA each describe themselves as working tools or guides, don't they?
That's how they are described.
And so it would be desirable, wouldn't it, in any definition that the university settles on, to assist people in understanding what prima facie is not anti-Semitic?
I think maybe it's a combination of both. We want a definition to be sort of very clear and operational, okay, if you're going to move that way. But remember, as I said before, the key about operational excitement definition, it's not just the words itself, it's the training and everything else you put around it. So a whole lot of guides would also be helpful.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Prince,
No questions.
anything arising, Ms. Hager? Well, Professor, I'm delighted to say that completes your evidence and you are excused, and thank you for your attendance today.
Thank you very much for your time.
Well, the Commission will now adjourn. Oh, Mr. Knowles.
Arrange for the black lining of that document the council assisting and get it to you tomorrow.
Yes.
There were 3 documents that...
Sure.
Sorry?
That's fine for my part.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you very
indeed.
much.
It will be. Yes, very well. The Commission will now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.